catching a reflection in the mirror of something standing in the corner of my room, watching me, observing me. Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fright. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so bright, hypnotizing me figures lost in time. I'm tortured, surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? I'm swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hypnotic hymns, promises of bliss, swirling and swirling, the warmth of the ocean, spinning with souls in motion. Take caution, my friend, this could be the end. A mermaid's tale, your mortal soul frail, following ships in the night, catching glimpses, but can you trust your sight? In the water your blood will spill, hypnotized by your song of life, swirling and swirling, the warmth of the ocean, spinning with souls in motion. Take caution, my friend, this could be the end. A mermaid's tale, your mortal soul frail. I'm a figment of your imagination. Our beauty, our song, intoxicating, mesmerizing sound, ships running round. In calm or storm, you won't see the shore. Your final resting place, the ocean floor, swirling and swirling, the warmth of the ocean, spinning with souls in motion. Take caution, my friend, this could be the end. A mermaid's tale, your mortal soul frail, swimming with the souls of men untold, watching their demise unfold. Never to grow old, their stories never told. The souls of the sea are now caressing me. Your final resting place, the ocean, the sea, the murder of men, no one will ever find them. Swirling and swirling, the warmth of the ocean, spinning with souls in motion. Take caution, my friend, this could be the end. A mermaid's tale, your mortal soul frail.
A dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the seven seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must hold. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. sail through them, first and condemn. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo, let the ocean wind blow.
All right, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, and this is PRT. Welcome to the real reality. Let me turn this down. This is an echo there. All right. How's everybody's Memorial Day going so far? Everybody having a good time? You know, I know everybody knows why you're off. You know that? Everybody needs to know that. Everybody, you know. Anybody wants to jump on, this is the link right here. This is the call-in show. Call in, you're not really calling in, but you're jumping on and you're talking. And we got our buddy here. Let's get him on. He's our guest, but he's also going to be co-hosting with me. So let me get these speakers in my ear. Let's see. Let me know when you're set up there, Dick Richards. T-Mac says, why is Tony a vampire? Who the hell? What are you talking about? Tony's a vampire?
News to me.
Kukui story time. So who's going to come on and talk tonight? Or do I got to do it all? Who's got some creepy stories for us to tell? What's going on, my man? How you doing, Mr. Richards?
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I've been running around, just doing a bunch of errands and stuff, you know. Doing a bunch of crap.
So it's Memorial Day for you guys, eh?
Yeah, it's Memorial Day, but I mean, you know, most of the places were still open today, so I had to go and deal with it. You know, it's just there's this pizza place we like to go to. We went to today. I'm not gonna say the name of it because I don't want to, you know, but it's really good. It's really good, and it's pretty healthy. Like they have the cauliflower crust.
Nice.
I think actually it's crispier and it tastes even better than their normal crust. The normal crust is a little bit chewy, you know, and I think the cauliflower crust doesn't have as much flavor, but it gives it a good crunch. I like it. Like I like thin crust pizza too. I just, you know,
And you don't get leaky gut from the wheat?
No, I don't have that problem. Thank goodness I don't eat a lot of wheat. I don't eat a lot of carbohydrates, period.
No, sir.
So we went there, and I get the cauliflower or whatever, and but it does do something. It's fibrous. Let's put it that way. So the next day you will be ready to
Gotcha.
go. And the guys, they eat the regular crust, so they don't have that problem. So I know it's the cauliflower that's doing it, but
Nice.
it's tasty. I mean, you know, it's probably not as popping as theirs, but I actually like it. I'm used to it. So I mean, my wife used to make cauliflower pizza, and so you go in there. Though the thing is, it's really good, and they have this deal where they give you the crust, you pick the crust, you pick the different sauces. They have a spicy red sauce, and so I like that. And it's not these huge pizzas, you know, they're like, I think like 10 inches or something like that. And you can get 3 pizzas for $35, and you get like a 2 sides, which is like salad, breadsticks, or meatballs. I always get a salad, the green goddess. And basically I just eat chicken with like vegetables.
Nice.
And so it's a really good deal, and it tastes really good. But the people there, other than the manager, they're all buttholes, dude. I'm not even joking. Like, they are the most unfriendly people. Like, it's like an Austin thing, and they're like, you know.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Anthony, am I lying?
No, it's like they're mad that they have to work at their job, which is kind of typical.
They hate their job, and they look at you as, I guess, a cruel oppressor to make them.
You make me work for my living.
Yeah, how dare you me make your pizza? And so the last time we were there, this one guy, he was just so flat out rude to Nelly, and he was like, "And what else? What else?" And she's just like, bell peppers, and he's like he just was so mad, and like he acted real snippy and catty, and
I was kind of short and loud with that guy today.
Yeah, and you notice like they don't talk to each other. They're all like looking at each other like with disdain and anger, and I'm like, there is such an uncomfortableness in there.
Wow.
So I just wanted to get the pizza and walk out. And Nellie's like, "No, let's eat here," and I'm like, so we did, and we had a good meal. I mean, it's always a good meal, and so and I had to take Tony's pizza to him, and he actually commented. He was like, "Dude, I'm glad I didn't go." The last time it was so. And me and him were on patrol the other night, and he was telling me, he goes, "Man, that pizza there's really good, but the people there suck." And I'm like, I thought it was just me. I didn't say anything. And then we were talking about it, and he was saying that, you know, they all look like they're not happy to be there. Like, they're very unhappy. So then we went yesterday, or the day before, it was Friday, we went to go eat it before the show. We ended up not having a show, but we were going to have the show, and then I just wasn't feeling good. And we stopped and we got a sandwich at this place. And same thing. Like, the people making the sandwich looked like they were angry to make that sandwich. Like, they were.
Everybody's disgruntled, eh?
Just disgruntled, man. I mean, it just not friendly. And I told the guy, it's like my sandwich was chicken with Swiss and chicken breast, and it has bacon. I said, "I don't want the bacon. Put it on the side, and I'll give it to one of them. I don't eat pork." And he was just like, didn't put it on there. Didn't do it. And I was like, and then when you tell them, they get mad. He's like, "Really? Oh, you want it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it comes with it." I mean, like, and it's just Austin, you know, you go to eat somewhere, unless you find a mom and pop like place, which there's a lot of them here, thank God.
Yeah.
And so we don't go to a lot of these chains, and these chains, they always have the snottiest people working in them. I don't know what it is, Dick. I can't.
Everybody's pissed off these days, man.
I'm telling you, man. And, you know, I didn't piss in these people's Cheerios. I'd like to. It's just so ridiculous, man. I just can't understand why everybody's so ticked off, dude. I mean, last night we had a woman at one of our complexes, and, you know, we had a bunch of problems with the homeless people there. And I'll be real honest, I'm going to probably hear about it tomorrow when the management comes in, and she's got, "I'm going to complain." I'm like, "I'm sure you are." She was wandering around looking in between the vehicles, 2 of the vehicles. So maybe she lost something. I don't know. So I asked her, if she was okay. She ignored me. And then she turns and goes, "Ah," and then runs across the garage. And she wasn't dressed nice. And she was holding 2 bags. And so I literally thought she was a bag lady. And bag lady being like somebody who lives out of a bag.
Yeah.
Homeless people.
We got him here.
Yeah. And so I thought that's who she was. And so I went around the other side, and I was like, "Ma'am." And she's like, you know, we're wearing uniforms, everything. And she's like, you expect me to believe that you're the security here? And she goes,
what does my badge say?
She goes, what? She called Tony a little boy. She goes, you and the little boy who's texting. Tony's like, no, I'm actually calling the police. And he goes, and I was taking pictures of you in the garage as a loiterer. She goes, I live here. And then she was like, where were y'all last night when the guy was ramming the other person's car? I was like, we called the police.
Yeah, we're the reason he got arrested.
We're the reason he got arrested last night. We were here. I was like, where were you? Because I didn't see you out there.
Took a video of it and put it on my report, lady.
We took a video of it and we put it on the report. Where the heck were you?
Can't win for trying, eh?
No, you can't. These people are nuts, man. I mean, and then she just she walked away and she started saying, help, help. And I'm like,
you think it's that stuff they're spraying in the air? You think it could be?
What is it cause them to act like that?
The NextRad satellite is the NextRad feed, and the 5 of the G's is like cranked off the chart right now too.
Mm-hmm.
You can watch you can watch it live, watch the live feed on it, and they've got it cranked all over Texas. So I'm not surprised everybody's a little
agitated.
So, because you had mentioned something like that a couple times, and so I figured I would lead with this, and you would say something.
Mm-hmm.
So that worked out. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Not last night, but Saturday night, we were pulling in, and this guy was on this other guy's ass at this complex we do. And he was ramming that other guy, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He was ramming that guy's SUV, and his car was all tore up, which I don't think it was before the incident. I think it was.
No,
he had tore it up ramming this guy,
and he was vehicle.
He was wrecking his own vehicle into a guy's SUV, this guy's Tahoe, and he was doing it because he was pissed off. Because get this, the guy had almost ran into him.
Mm-hmm.
So what does he do? He goes and starts running into the guy.
Yeah.
And he did it repeatedly. And then he was chasing the guy. The guy took off down the road. He cut the guy off. The guy backed up, tried to go the other way. This guy had a pretty fast car. He goes and gets out in front of him, slams on the brakes, backs up into him, goes back around, smacks the guy again. And as the guy's going across the street to the other complex, and when the police showed up, we were like waving them over there. They're over there. It was freaking insane, dude. And it went on for like 20, 30 minutes before the cops came, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was crazy, dude. And so that lady last night, she's like, where were you when the guy was ramming the car? I was like, we were right there.
Mm-hmm.
But they were off the property. They were chasing each other. Well, the one guy was chasing them, whenever we pulled in, because he nearly hit us.
Yeah.
He wanted to zip around the guy.
The mind control is real, bro.
It is unbelievable how bad these people are, man. And then, about a month ago, I had a guy at the hotel doing karate kicks, fighting off invisible flies or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I went up to him and I said, hey, man, you need to get off the property. He goes, you need to get off the property.
Mm-hmm.
He does this so he started doing, first he started off pretty good, Dick.
He thinks he's the main character of an anime.
He was doing great.
Awesome.
He did a couple of good spin kicks and I just kind of dug and I was like, this guy's getting kind of close. I didn't know if he was being serious. And I said, if you kick me or hit me, this is going to change the whole dynamic of our friendship here, buddy. And he's like, you're my friend. I'm like, no, I'm not. I just said that.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I didn't think so. Then he put his hands up again. And so he got in this traditional karate stance, sideways, with the kicks.
That's
He could throw the
awesome.
kicks. And so I was like, all right. And he was lifting up his leg and he was hopping on his back leg. He was pretty balanced. I said, you're pretty good at this. And but it doesn't take long. All it takes is you catching the leg, and then you just throw him into the grass, and that was it. Then he got up, and I had his backpack, and I went, you lose something, and he's like, give me my backpack back, and I said, I'm gonna walk it to the end of the road. I'm gonna put it out there, and you can go get it. And he kept coming toward me. I said, don't come toward me, dude. I didn't have to touch the guy. I just said, if you come toward me, that changes everything. And he's like, okay, all right, because he. And then he threw another couple kicks and he fell on his ass. And then he kind of sat there for a minute like he was hurt. And I'm like, are you injured? Are you hurt? And he's like, what's the difference? I was like, well, if you're injured, you can't move. I got to call an ambulance. If you're hurt, you can get your ass up and walk off. He's like, I'm hurt. So he got up and he walked off. I took his backpack and threw it right there on the curb. I said, there's your backpack. Don't come back. And so I guess he decided to go and lay down across the street. So last night I see the guy laying there, and he's laying there. And he's so bombed out of his mind that the sprinklers are hitting him. And he's just laying there. He's not dead. I checked. He was okay. He was, but he's across the street, and he's just like the sprinklers every like 30 seconds or whatever. They're just like they do this real slow.
Yeah.
And then they hit him, and then he just kind of goes like, and he rolls over, and I'm like, good grief, man. Can you imagine getting to that point where
Cobra
you will
meth
lay down
guy.
in water and you don't care?
Hey, Cobra Meth guy.
You know, I'd like to have a conversation with that guy though, and just ask him like, how did you get to this point?
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing about, I love to talk to people and just find out like, how did you get to where you're at? Like what made you, you know, like there was a guy at Walmart. My buddy had it was a company called Capco back in the day, years ago. And so he started a company, and now he's a deputy sheriff in another county. And I've been friends with him for years. And it's funny, we ran into each other on Marketplace. Facebook Marketplace. He was selling a police car. So I was looking for another one that didn't have the regulator on there, because you can really open those up, man. They'll go like 240. I mean, 140, 150 miles an hour. 150, really. They really will. I've never done that, so I don't know, because I don't break the law. But
Right.
you know, they do go that fast. And also, my wife would kill me if I did that. So there's no commenting on that. But so he was selling it. So we started talking, and I was like, whatever happened? So we started kind of bullshitting, you know, we were on the phone and we reminisced and whatever. And he told me, he was like, yeah, I used to have the company, you know, and I sold it years ago, and I became a police officer. He said, I wish I would have stayed, you know, owning the company, made more money. And I said, yeah, that's part of why I never wanted to be a cop, you know, amongst other reasons. And then we started talking. I remember there was just one time, there was this guy who was stealing toys, and he arrested him. My friend, he arrested the guy at the Walmart right there off of 183. He used to have all those Walmart contracts, and they used to use local companies. They were outsourced by another big company. And I just remember being there with my friend Joe, who had a firearms training academy for commissioned officers. And he worked it next door to us. He had this deal that my partner and him were partners for that, whatever. So I'd send all my guards there to get commissioned, right? And so we were up there talking to he had another partner from that other company. So we went over there to talk to him and him to get his money. And we had ate dinner, and we were talking, we were getting these housing authority contracts closed up. And I go there, and this guy is struggling, dude. And he kind of looks like a Wish version of Johnny Depp. Like I'll never forget this, dude, as long as I live. And the guy had maize, and he was like, come on, man. His eyes were closed. He's like, let me go and see what's up, you know? And he's like this angry emo kid. And I told him, I said, what did he steal? And he said he stole the Hulk. He stole the wrestling action figure and a Hulk action figure. He had taken them out of the plastic and put them in his pocket. So they followed him, and they said, if you walk outside with those, you know, you need to pay for those. You open them in the package. He kept denying it. When he got outside, they grabbed him and arrested him. And I told him, I said, you know, I wanted to interview that guy and just ask him, what got you to this point where you're stealing action figures at a Walmart? Like, how did you get here? Like, what led you? What sequence of events brought you to crime's doorstep where you're boosting action figures at your local Walmart?
I don't want to pay for them, bro.
Because he was standing there when the police were checking him, whatever, and then the police kind of they had him up against the car, and the other cop was standing there talking to my buddy. And I walked over there, and I was like, hey. Because I kind of got his attention, you know. And the cops didn't really like it when you're talking to the people. They'll be like, "What are you doing?" But I don't care. I knew this one cop. He was there talking to him. He used to be in Baker Sector, where the downtown. Right, I knew him from downtown, and so I was kind of BSing with him. And I just said, "Hey, man, hey." I was like, "Why did you steal these action figures?" He goes, "Yeah, anyway." He just keeps like yelling, looking off into space, mad. And I was like, God, he didn't tell me. He didn't tell me. I was like, damn. I just want to know. Just want to know.
So I can avoid it at all costs myself.
Because, I mean, damn, dude, like, you got to be really just, first of all, you got to be dedicated to playing with action figures. You know? Because, I mean, they're not worth anything once you take them out of the package.
Especially to get a charge over it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Will they actually put you in jail in Texas for it?
Oh, yeah. He went to jail. This was back in like,
Bro.
mid to late 90s or something. It was a while ago. But I mean, I just remember that, and I couldn't get the guy to talk to me because he was all like angry and he had been maced. He wasn't happy. He wasn't happy about that. He was just pissed off.
Wasn't having a good time.
No. And I saw the action figures he stole. I was like, and so I went back to the toys. I'm a very inquisitive person, even when I was a child, I was a precocious child. So I went back there and I was with Joe and I said, what did he steal? He stole these. And it was like this little wrestling guys. They're about this tall. Right. And then he stole the Hulk figure, and I thought, why those two? Sting and Hulk. Not Hulk Hogan, the Incredible Hulk figure.
You got maced over Sting and the Hulk, bro. Like, amazing.
Had one in each pocket. And he had one of those little squishy balls that has the weird face on them.
Yeah.
He had one of those in his pocket too. I was like, so he went to jail for that crap. And all they did was they told him, you could pay for it. He goes, I'm not paying for shit.
Okay.
And the police were like, well, now you're not. And then as it's becoming more real, he's like, okay, you know what? I'll pay for it. And the cops
that ship has sailed.
They're like, nah, man, too late for that. You made us come down here and arrest you. You're going to jail. So we're sitting there, and he's not a big dumb kid. The guy was 30 years old. 30 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Kleptomania is a weird thing, eh?
Yeah.
They're just, it must be demonic where they're compulsively, they've got that, I gotta steal thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because how come like there's no disorders where like where you feel compelled to do or say positive things? Like
Tourette's, it's always bad.
Like the Tourette's is never like you feel compelled to just shout compliments at people, or like there's no equivalent of kleptomania where like you're just helplessly compelled to do nice things or to do good things. No, it's just like steal.
Yeah.
I gotta cut the old lady's grass. I gotta cut the old lady's grass. I gotta cut the old lady's grass.
Or something like this, Richard's like, it's like, Jesus saves. Like, God loves you. It's always like, shit. You're just like, dude, what's wrong with these people? They don't. I literally worked with a guy named John. And I remember this guy very vividly. I worked with him 2 different places at the same pizza place. I used to deliver pizza years ago. And it was a place called Mr. Getty's. It's still a chain here in Austin, and it's pretty good. I mean, I guess, whatever. I don't really eat it much anymore, but it's very high in sodium. But this dude, like when you're not delivering the pizza, you kind of help the cooks a little bit. I did anyway. I'd go on the line and I'd help,
Yeah.
But I was usually really busy, taking 3 or 4 orders at a time because I knew the area really well in that area of South Austin. And so you make boxes, and you do whatever, And he was over there like getting the dough. Like there's a thing that kneads the dough, right? Like a little machine. He was doing that, and I was making boxes. And then he goes over there and starts helping me with the boxes. And up to this point, I had worked with him twice, and all I saw him do was this. And I'm not making fun of it. It's a condition, right? But then he goes, and he's all like, shit, like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I was like 18 years old, and I'm like, I'm making a box, and I'm like, what? I knew one kid that had Tourette's, and I didn't know really what it was. And I was like 16. It was in one of the schools I went to. And this guy would do it. And bless his heart, he was the nicest guy. And his name was John, like I said. And I just remember he goes, sorry, I have Tourette's. And I was like, okay. But he would do that in front of customers. Like he would take them their pizza. Yeah, I'm not even joking.
Ball sacks.
Dude, and he would say crap. Like he would like a good looking girl comes.
Oh no.
I shouldn't even say it, but he did. He was like, titties, And this woman, she called. So I did him a favor. Like she called and I answered the phone. I was like, Mr. Gates gonna take your order. And this woman goes, yeah, I need to speak to a manager. And for somehow I just knew. I was like, that has to be John did something. Like he did something. And so the manager at that time, he was this Arab dude. He ended up buying and owning his own pizza shop called Milano's, named Jamal. I knew the guy for years. I mean, he's a really nice guy. He talked like he is, man. He talked the way he talked. And I said, Jamal, I had the phone like this. I was going to tell him. So then I just said, man, what happened? And she goes, are you the manager? And I'm like, yeah. I lied, because I knew he was going to get in trouble. And I thought he would anyway. And he was a really good driver, but sometimes you would get a call. And this lady goes, yeah, the guy that just delivered my pizza, he just shoved it into my chest and he was really rude. And he was like, here you go, ma'am. And then he started screaming titties. And, and I knew it was John. I knew it was. And I said, ma'am, he's got Tourette's. And she goes, what the F is that? Sound like a college girl, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, it's a condition. It's a condition where he can't help. He says things. She goes, oh, he could help this. She said, he could definitely help it. He repeatedly said it until he was going back to his car. And then he was slapping his head. I was like, yeah, he does that. He's trying to not, you know. And so I hung up the phone and then she called back. And then Jamal answered the phone. And Jamal, I see him look on his face. He's shaking his head. He's like, damn, son of a, you know. And so the lady wanted her for a refund. So they gave her a refund and she got to keep the pizza because they're not going to take it back.
Yeah.
So then he gets back and Jamal's like, hey, man, you know, you shouldn't have done that, man. Why'd you do Me and my friend Greg used to work with us. He ended up becoming an NFL running back. And Greg was like, yeah, dude, that dude, he throw it off, bro. It's like Greg, he told Greg, like first time I met him, he's like, F, like he said the F word, like right in Greg's face. And Greg's this big dude. He's a big black dude. He's just like looking at him. He's like throwing pepperoni on the pizza, not even looking, you know, he's like, just keep staring at him. And he goes, yo, what's wrong with this dude, man? The dude's tripping me out, bro. Was he demon possessed, whatever? And so I thought about it, you know, and I told Greg, I said, he acts like it. And me and Greg are still friends to this day. He lives down in South Texas. But I told him, I said, dude, this guy, I was like, it could be. Because even back then I believed in that. You know, I thought maybe that's what these are, these conditions.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
I don't know if people have family members and they might be like, you're trying to say that they have demons on them. I don't think that they accepted these demons. I think that they're just there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's part of the parasite. And I think that most of these it's attachments.
I mean, because it is, in my opinion, it is a physical thing. Like I'm sure there is like people who have Tourette's, for instance, there probably is something physically like not wired correctly in their brains, but maybe that physical thing it has a spiritual
Just wanted
impact.
to mention an ongoing experience I am enduring.
What?
Do what?
What's up, Joe? Do you want to say
there?
something?
Oh, am I?
Are you still with
Yeah,
us?
you're live, Joe. You're on.
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay. I was just putting in a message in the chat.
Okay, I thought maybe you were having Tourette's there for a minute. I didn't
Spilled it on.
He's talking. He's like, I have it.
No, it's all good. You caught me off guard. I didn't expect you to just put me on live like that.
That's how we do it here.
Yeah.
So just wanted to share a quick experience.
You're live.
Go ahead, Joe. We're messing.
All right. Just wanted to share a quick experience I've been having at work. As far as
are you going to tell us why everybody's so damn angry?
I wish I could. But regarding my experience, I can tell you telepathy is real.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just wanted to really put that out there. You know, I have a coworker that I experienced some issues with. Initially, he was playing games. I caught on to his games and called him out, and things just progressed from there to the point where, you know, there's like a total slender campaign going on at work, and somehow he's been able to convince everybody at work that I'm somebody else that I'm not. And it's just bizarre. It's like
hold on. He's been able to convince everybody that you're not you.
Well, he's been able to convince everybody that I'm how would you say that I'm the issue, I'm the culprit, I'm the problem there.
Okay.
When in reality, it's him. He's what I've already personally diagnosed him as a vulnerable, covert narcissist, and he loves to prey on people and play games. But my main thing is this: I had an experience recently where it just confirmed for me, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, that this guy has some sort of psychic, you know, abilities. So I went downstairs. We have it's two floors, right? So I went downstairs to go check the mail room, and I heard him down in the break room on that same floor. and he was washing his hands. And I waited for him in the mailroom to come over because I was going to confront him about some gossip that I know he had been doing. And he wouldn't come to the mailroom. But I know he was in that little break room. I heard him washing his hands, and I had just heard him walk in there. I had seen him too. So I quietly walked out of the mailroom, made my way, slowly over to the break room, and he wouldn't pop out. He wouldn't pop out. And I stayed waiting around the corner there in the hall. Well, in my mind, I'm just, talking to myself. I say to myself, okay, well, if he doesn't come out on the count of 10, I'm just going to go ahead and walk over into the break room and confront him. And so as I start counting off to 10 in my head, right when I get to 10, boom, that's when he decides to start walking out. But the thing is this isn't the only time I've had this type of experience or scenario with him. But I will say this about the whole situation though. So it's kind of like a silent war, so to speak, between him and I. I'm not saying I'm psychic per se, but I do know how, that realm works. I do know how, to battle in the spiritual realm. I am also a believer of God, or let's just say Jesus. And there's things that I've done on my part to try to combat him. And it's interesting because I've noticed that my presence now makes him shy away from me immediately. He doesn't like to be around me now. It's like I'm the spotlight and he's the darkness, and he just has to hide every time I come around.
He knows that you know.
Bingo, dude. You said it. Yeah, he knows that I know. The gig is up.
Yeah, I've been found out.
It's the spirit in him that's telling him.
Yeah.
And that's what I've come to the conclusion, that this guy's filled with demons. Because people who have, I believe that there are people who have definitely these psychic abilities, just, given from birth. However, I've come to the conclusion that there are people who are just born naturally with it. And those are usually very hardy individuals. They're very humble, and, they're good to other people. They want to help out others. And then there's those who have grown up with a very traumatic life. And when you don't do the shadow work to deal with a lot of that trauma growing up, you basically harbor those demons that that were put into you from your past, and they stay with you. And these little voices that you hear or some people hear that, always have them give them a leg up on certain situations. It's not necessarily, I would say their intuition necessarily all the time. Sometimes it's people who have these demons that are still in them.
Here's my take on this too. Like, there are people who have no real inner monologue, which is
75% of people
don't have it because okay. So that right there, what I was going to tell you, living in an era known as the Kali Yuga in Hindu culture, right? And I'm not a Hindu, people know that. But I do believe that they are on the right path when it comes to the ages, the yugas, because the Bible bears it out. And I'll tell you why. This is a long explanation, but I'll try to make it as short as possible. The third age, which would be the Dwarpa Yuga, and the Dwarpa Yuga it ended with the flood. It was the antediluvian period. And everything got progressively worse, and it was excessive at that time. It was 50% of people were bad. One in two people were evil, and now it's only 1 in 4 people is good. So yeah, 75% of people don't have an inner monologue, and so when someone does have an inner monologue, they take it as like, oh yeah, this is something telling me, and they'll say things like, it's my guide, because their inner monologue is warped. They don't have that inner monologue that tells you do right, wrong, whatever. And so to them, some divine thing is talking to them and telling them something, and they think that he thinks that he's hiding from you because this, whatever, the God voice in his head is telling him. So you're the enemy. And they don't grasp that it is demonic, it is evil. And a lot of these people, they don't even believe in demonic or God.
Christ called them the vain imaginations. He said, bring all thoughts into captivity in my name.
Yeah.
And he talks about, and if you look up vain imagination in the Strong's Concordance, it says that it's actually a type of demon. And he said, bring all thoughts into captivity to the casting down of strongholds. Casting down, you only cast down demons, and a stronghold is that demonic stronghold in your life. And it's literally just that thought in your head, that voice in your head, that's something else, that devil on your shoulder they showed you in the cartoons, right? That's 100% what that is.
It's like your material self battling with your higher self or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, and when you look at how many people, like what you just said, people that don't have an inner monologue, it's astounding to me how many people are walking around blind. And I've talked to many people who don't, and they don't. And there's some people that just let their imaginations be unbridled, and not just imagination, but like whatever evil pops into their mind, they just flow with it. And you're just like, dude, and they'll just say the most ridiculous, outlandish things. And then when you put them, on blast and you check them, then they're like, why are you so mean and evil?
Right.
Like,
Right.
you don't even realize like it's a reaction to your insanity.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Bigfoot Rob? How you doing, man? Chris Miller. Chris, get in touch with me. You had a story that you were talking about, and I read part of your message the other day. So get in touch with me, Chris, because you had something, and I can't remember what it was now. But there was something. And then I got a reptilian story yesterday and another one today. I've been getting those like crazy, dude. The reptilian stories. They've just been flying in. I only got 2 messages today. 2. That's it. I guess Memorial Day, they thought I was going to be busy or something. But and one of them was a ghost story, which I haven't even delved into yet. If you sent that one, I haven't looked at it yet. And the other one was reptilian. And it's funny because I'll get some of these that'll flitter in the middle of the night. And I think every vampire story I've ever gotten came like late at night. Not even joking.
Interesting.
I don't know what it is. It causes that, but that's just a weird thing. At least that's how it started. It was like I told Anthony the other day. I was like, they're always coming in at night. Like overnight, I'll wake up and they're there. And I go to bed real early in the morning.
That can't be coincidence.
No, like I'll stop looking at the email, 3 or 4, and then it'll come in. Or if I happen to take a nap or something, and then go to the gym, then by the time I get out, I'll see one. It'll pop up. I do believe these creatures operate more freely at night. That's my opinion. So, Joe,
I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out. If you have any other questions, though, real quick.
Yeah, it says here we have a thunderstorm warning until 9:45. Flying debris. Did you see that?
Yeah, it popped up on my end too.
Take shelter. Is this building sturdy?
I don't know that that's even for our area.
They said take shelter in a sturdy. Is this a sturdy building?
It's gonna have to be.
Flying debris. Oh boy, that's wonderful. Okay, all right. So Joe, before you bounce though, and we go on to Clint, let me ask you a question, Joe. What do you plan on doing with this guy? What are your plans?
Well, I've already been there now since 2020. The bullshit didn't start since. I hope I didn't get in trouble for saying that.
Shit.
Or the BS didn't start until like about 2022. So it's been going on for the past 3 years. I'll be honest with you, man. I've been keeping my evidence of other certain scenarios and issues that have been going on in the workplace, because now it's like the whole workplace is against me, and I think I'm just gonna go through the EEOC and hold these people accountable the best I can. Because honestly, it's like everybody there, it's like a clique. It's like a clique now. That's how I feel, and everyone's just playing their part in messing with me now over there.
And if you people who don't know what the EEOC is, that's the Extra Electric Officers Court, right? Like, ooh, it's electric. Doing karate like that dude. What's up? Woo, woo.
Well, if it was, maybe they'd have a happier resolution.
Goldie Bell says a hostile work environment. Hostile work environment indeed. But
yeah, no, that's what it is. It's workplace mobbing is what I'm experiencing.
Yeah. Well, this is not a flash mob. They're not flash dancing. I'll tell you what, though, we'll keep you in our thoughts and prayers. All right. So, Joe, thank you for giving us that story.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Jump back on. Clint just disappeared into the crowd.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was interesting.
Hmm.
And then, you know, it ain't no coincidence. Just putting this out there, you know, I don't know if this really goes along the lines of paranormal, but you know, I am a targeted individual, and my life got flipped upside down in 2020 when I started experiencing gang stalking. I think I've been on your show before, and I mentioned this like sometime last summer. But yeah, it's absolutely real. It's not a mental health issue. It's not schizophrenia. It's none of that. The gang stalking stuff is absolutely real, and people are going through it and experiencing it. I am firsthand, and all I gotta say is if anyone goes through it or experiences it, I mean, your best bet is to call on God, Jesus, you know, and develop some sort of spiritual practice to reinforce the way that your mind receives your reality, your environment, so that you're not so easily affected by all of these weird tactics and attacks that you experience. And that's not to go to say that, you know, some of the stuff you experience is kind of paranormal at times. So
Are they following you around, kind of thing?
well, it's gone through its stages. I did experience a lot of following around, and then I experienced where people in traffic would pretend like they didn't see me on the road, and then just start swerving, and not swerving, but you know, turning into my lane. And it's like, hey, I'm right here, I'm honking my horn, but they still go into my lane. And I've had a few times where cars try to go head on with me, you know, to cause an accident. And that wasn't, you know, like something that I could prove easily. So I ended up buying a dash cam. And that's the only reason I bought a dash cam, is so I could prove all this BS that I was experiencing. But once I bought the dash cam, they stopped doing the head-on attempts. But I've caught so many other things. Although that's not to say, last year in October, I did experience a head-on collision attempt, and it's all on my dash cam. And I reported it to the sheriff, and they didn't even want to take a police report. They just said to me, they told me, oh, the guy just looked like he might have leaned over to pick up something he dropped on the floor, and then he just swerved into your lane. And I'm like, well, you weren't even in the vehicle with them. How would you know? You need to investigate. You know, this isn't right. This is, you know, the way that the guy swerved into my lane. It was totally purposeful. And but the cops just invalidate me, you know, and it's because, you know, they're in collusion with whatever's operating this program. And so of course they're going to invalidate me. They're not going to give me the help that I truly, really deserve. And I truly believe it's people who are, you know, critical thinkers, people who don't want to go along with the system, so to speak.
You're the target, I'm telling you.
Yeah, bingo. And then, you know, kind of have a loud mouth online. You know, I have an Instagram, a totally different account and whatnot. Nothing related to gang stalking. But you know, when I'm in people's other videos, I make my comments, you know, and I give information in there, and I put websites out, and I'm trying to, like, you know, bring awareness. And so they probably don't like me for that reason as well. You know, I try to bring truth into the chat.
Let me say something here.
Sure.
The quickest way to get targeted by the society at large is to be awake.
There you go. Yeah,
not
absolutely.
Woke is bullshit. I'm talking about being awake. If you tell people about spiritual awareness, physical, mental health, things like that, and you let people know about supplementation, you give them good world advice about the nature of reality.
Don't take certain medical interventions.
Christ, medical, anything like that, they will flag you. I promise you, and the demons will go crazy. Because
that's what's happened to me, man. 2020 is when they decided to become overt, and it's been a roller coaster ride since then. But I will say this: I've come to my conclusions about active pewers. I truly believe the majority of all of those people that we've had throughout the years were victims of this damn program. and they had no idea
Ultra.
what they were going through. And so their only escape was to take out a few of the enemies with them. You know what I'm saying? And then the same thing with road rage. Not all road rage that you hear about on the news, I truly believe is organically caused. I truly believe it's this program. From my observations and from what I've seen, because I do a lot of driving, you know, a lot of commuting to work, and that's where the majority of my targeting is now. I get a lot of weird stuff in traffic. I'd have to say the majority of road rage is due to this program. I almost can guarantee it. If it's not the target that's reacting, it's other people in traffic who are reacting to the people who are harassing the target. Because they don't, because I mean, everyone's affected in traffic by these idiots. I can't make it up.
And the gang stalking that you experience.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Abe, see us if you're in the chat. You want to jump on and join us?
Yeah, the chat's the link to join is pinned at the top of the chat.
So I saw Abe in there. If you want to jump on, Abe. Clint, thank you for being patient. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here, brother.
Okay, just hang tight. So go ahead,
Yeah,
Anthony,
no problem.
and say what you got to say.
So this gang stalking that you experience, is it strictly physical or does it take a spiritual nature as well?
There's a spiritual nature to it, definitely. I've had some really bizarre dreams, like very bizarre dreams. Things I don't even want to talk about. And then I also have what's called, you know, one of those Wise security cameras, and it has infrared at night. And I've gotten alerts on my phone of like many, many, many orbs flying in my room. I don't know what those are. But they're very obvious that it's not dust. I can't reinforce that enough. They're not freaking dust, because I've had people tell me, oh, they're dust particles.
No, they're not.
And it's because of the way that these orbs look. I mean, they're literally flashing, and then they're moving intelligently. I mean, I can't make this shit up. I mean, sorry, I let that slip again.
Damn, stop that shit.
It's not a big deal.
I know my Tourette's gets me.
It's your Tourette's.
But I've had that. I've experienced just people who you know, set off the internal alarm, so to speak, like just make me really nervous being around certain people. And then there's times where I've had the feeling, you know, I'm being watched, I'm looked at, and then I turn around and sure enough, there's a person who's giving me, you know, evil eye behind my back. So, I mean, there is a spiritual element to it for sure. I mean, some other targets talk about how they are experiencing, like, you know, witchcraft.
Yeah, let me tell you guys real quick here. And Clint, thank you for being patient, everybody who's in the queue. So, I'm going to give you an example. There was a guy who got in touch with us. His name was Andy. I don't know if you remember that email I showed you, because we were on patrol and we had to clear out like 1,000 people out of a pool.
Yeah.
A couple days ago, I kid you not, there were 70 people in a swimming pool. This isn't an Olympic size swim, but this is an apartment swimming pool. There were 70 people. Every one of them was Cuban and Venezuelan, but every one of them, actually, believe this or not, but if you believe it or not, they were all sweet as pie. And they just took forever, though, to leave, but they were packing up their stuff. And the Cubans were very polite. There was a small little group of Venezuelans, and they just left without incident. And there was almost 70. It was like between 65 and 70. And the Cubans were very, very friendly. They didn't cause any issue, and they were like, oh, okay, man. And they were, you know, they'd been drinking too, and they didn't try to fight or act a fool or anything. And they had us outnumbered big time. There were 3 of us and 65 of them. And most of them were the Cubans, and they left without incident. The next night they were there again. There was about 40 of them, which was last night, and they left again without incident. So
and they picked up all their trash.
And then they picked up all their trash.
Yeah.
I said, holy crap, dude. You know, that's something you don't ever see. There's people pick up their trash. Like, I just noticed that with the Cubans. They seem to be very, I don't know. I just don't, we have knock on any substance, wood, whatever.
Yeah.
that we don't have problems. I have not had problems. But here's a story. There was this guy named Andy. And this kind of goes along with what you were saying. He was working at I don't want to say they produce semiconductors. It's here in Austin. And it's a company that I once did security for, and I remember this account too. And he started talking about it, and I was like, dude, that was way back. But then they got bought out by a bigger company. And there were all these like startup, companies, whatever. And the one company that he worked at, he had this guy that was a boss. And it's weird that he sent me this message. He said, I used to work it was actually in Round Rock. He's like, I worked at this company in Round Rock. And when he named the guy that was his boss, I'm almost 99% positive that was the same guy that was there when I did security there. And the guy, and he says that the guy was giving him absolute hell, giving him all kinds of problems. And I was able to shed a little bit of light on this. And I think and hey, we got Rebecca here too. Hey, Rebecca, how you doing? Just hang tight for a second. And so this guy, he told me, he says, this dude, the guy's name starts with an M. So if anybody knows, it's kind of vague. I'm being vague. I don't want to be too, I wish I could say it. I wish I could say his name. But he's a skinny red-haired dude. I know this guy. When he started to describe, I said, can you describe this guy? When he described him, I was like, holy crap, that's the same guy. And so when he worked there, it's weird because I must have missed this guy by a couple of months when I did security there. I worked there for about a month, 2 months, maybe. Yeah, 2 months. And the guy would go to sleep with his eyes open. Not like absent seizures, but he would be like this, like, and like, who does that? Like who sits like this, with their eyes open? And he would be at the control station, and he was the head of he was in charge of the security, but he was also like, he did the cameras and all that. And he would just sit there and he wouldn't blink. I'm not joking. John Kelly, he passed away, a really good friend of mine. Yeah. He was nuts. John Kelly was nuts. One of the few people that I know that actually shot someone legally in a gun battle, which was unbelievable. But he was just, this guy he goes, Kelly's like, he'd always smoked him cigarettes. He's like, that guy is nuts, man. What's wrong? This guy sleeps with his eyes open. It's like, me and my friend Roger, we worked there, and we told Roger's wife, I carpooled with Roger. He was right down the street from me, and we used to train dogs together. And we had a side gig. We had all these hustles we did, And Roger told his wife, he says, man, that guy sleeps with his eyes open. So she started talking about a professor that she had that did that. But get this. This dude told me that this guy, he looked at his eyes one time, and he could see, like, his eyes kind of went, like they went in and back out. And it looked metallic, like something metallic closed around his iris and then went back out like a camera. When he said that, John Kelly had told me that years ago. He said, that guy's a freaking robot. He does not. He gave him a cigarette, and he went to smoke it. And I'm not even joking. And I thought Kelly was, how do I describe him? He was eccentric, to say the least. He was a little scrawny little dude, but he was really good with guns. And he was not afraid to get in people's face that were 3-4 times his size and mix it up with them. I seen the guy deal with people, and he was really quick with a firearm, and he would practice it. And I'd be like, what are you doing? What do you think, you're Doc Holliday? But he was a little sickly dude. So we started jokingly calling him that, because that movie Tombstone had come out, it was real popular, and we just called him Doc Holliday because it was joking, because he was so psychotic,
Oh, yeah.
But he wasn't wrong. And my brother remembers Kelly. He was a psycho. Yeah, he put psycho. Yeah, he was a psycho. But Kelly was like, that's a robot. He's a freaking robot. Yep. He doesn't eat. And he just kind of, like, I don't know if he would go to sleep, but he would,
he goes into a stasis.
He would power down.
Yeah.
But his eyes would stay open. And I don't want to say his name because he still works for that one company now, I'm pretty sure.
He just goes into standby mode.
They've been infiltrated amongst us for years and years and decades, bro.
And I've heard of it at Disney too. I've heard of it at there being like these robots. I'm not even joking. And there are people, and so this guy, but I think he was programmed to be a dickhead. And I'm not even, this is going to sound completely nuts, but this is PRT and they think we're occulted and we're nuts anyway. So why not say it? But I think that his program was so that he would appear to be more human. And my other friend who passed away years ago, he worked with that guy and he said, dude, the guy started stuttering one time and it was like he was glitching or something. And when he took a cigarette, he went to smoke it in and he goes, and then he didn't exhale it.
Nothing.
And Kelly was like, and Kelly was trying to figure him out. He's like, dude, where's the smoke at?
His exhale protocol glitched out.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It was so freaking weird, dude. So you're sitting there and you're going like, what is this guy? What is he doing? Like, why is he, so I don't know. It's a weird thing, a weird guy. I mean, but when this person emailed me this and I started talking to them, they were when they started talking about this individual, I said, I know who you're talking about. And that person was giving them a lot of grief. They were their immediate supervisor and they were letting another person at work like kind of bully them. And he said that whenever I went to report it to this supervisor, the supervisor just kind of looked at us like he was observing, but he wasn't giving any feedback. And he's like, that's interesting. So it's like to him, he's condoning it. And I'm like, yeah, because you're dealing with an android.
Yeah.
Maybe. Who hasn't changed, he looks the same from 1990 something, from the mid 90s. Like he doesn't look like he's much older. I mean, how do you explain that?
Robot.
Exactly. Yeah. And there's not a lot of people that talk about this because even though people report it, nobody in the cryptid community, the ghost community, or the abduction, alien, UFO, nobody reports it. Because where does that fit into their agenda?
Yeah.
How many people are going to want to listen to a show where people tell people that they have encountered human, above human intelligence from something that's not an alien? It's like a robot. Like
the Terminator was a documentary, bro.
So was the Matrix.
Yeah.
100%.
The Matrix was the continuation.
Terminator was a prequel to the Matrix.
Prequel to the Matrix.
Yeah.
And so, you got this weird Rutger Hauer and Blade Runner. Yeah, Amy. And so people think we're crazy because, we did that episode on robots or whatever, and I'm like, why? We've done a couple of them on AI and robots. They don't get as much traffic, but so what? It's something that's actually happening.
Yeah.
There was a guy at the gym. I remember he was at the 24-hour fitness and he was swimming and he saw this guy underwater and his eyes were blue, glowing blue. And he saw this weird, like he could see into his skin when he was under the water. And there was you could see the heart kind of like pumping, like it was bizarre, dude. But then when he came up out into the light, he looked normal. I remember that. I told that story on the show. I believe I did anyway. I remember that guy.
What if the way they make those, I just had this pretty disturbing thought actually while we're having this conversation. What if the way they actually give those things consciousness is that they trap an actual human consciousness into this
absolutely
this machine hell, and that person's consciousness is fully self-aware that they are in that prison, and it's like they're constantly screaming on the inside, but externally it's just like this robotic expression, like nothing, monotonous nothing.
Oh god.
Can I give you my opinion on this?
No, you cannot. Go ahead.
Like that Philip K. Dick book. Go ahead. I have no mouth and I must scream. Go ahead.
So have I ever gone on about Geordie Rose on this, the guy who invented the D-Wave quantum computer?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
All right. So Geordie Rose runs this company called Kindred, and Kindred makes human-like androids. And they want to make them so that they have already made them, in my opinion, so that they are literally lifelike. And what I believe they're doing is that they're bringing over demonic entities through the D-Wave quantum computer, and they're uploading their consciousness to these androids. And they've probably been doing it for a long time. What's his name? Bill Deagle talked about these D-Wave quantum computers in 2003, 9 years before they came out and said, hey, we've got a quantum computer that can do this, that, and the other thing. He literally explained what they do to a T perfectly and how they operate. in 2003. So they've had these things for a lot longer than they're telling us. And I believe that they've had these androids for a lot longer than they've been telling us, and that they've, like you said, how many are there? Like you said, 2/3 of people don't have an inner monologue. So when it talks about the wheat and the tares, what are the tares?
The NPCs, just without being
Are
robots.
these people
They're
freaking? I don't know how many are there though. How many thousands amongst us are there?
a lot.
Yeah, I
I
guarantee
think
you
a
there
lot.
is.
Yeah. Somebody said R.I.P. Bill Deagle. Yeah, Bill Deagle.
Yeah.
Wendy Eater just said that. Yeah, it's sad. And you know, all the people that have passed away, all the knowledge they had, and I didn't get to talk to them because. And I'm telling you this, I don't see them letting me talk for too long. They're like, this dude is hyper aware, like he's high functioning. Get rid of
All
him.
of us.
Yeah, PRT is definitely on an island. I mean, and we are a world apart from these others, you know. And I say that not arrogantly. I'm not bragging. I'm saying we've built something together here at PRT. It is something to be a paratrooper because you've been through the wars, you've been through the battles, and you know that these people are evil. They do the things that they do of the world. And here at PRT, you know, they're like, he's a cult. He's this, he's ah, rah, rah. You know, if I was a cult, we'd do a lot more rallies.
Yeah, really.
We'd be
have a lot more
having
money.
a lot more conferences. And
you'd
I'd
have a
be
lot
up there
more
like,
money.
you know, you don't understand my struggle. And I'd be screaming into the microphone. And I'd be like, give everybody their uniforms, you know.
And
Pass
you'd
the
be
Kool-Aid
rich.
around. And I'd be rich, and we're not. But I'm just up here kicking knowledge and, you know, but in order to be able to keep doing it, it does take funds, which we don't have a lot of. And so, yeah, that's why we have to move some of it to a paywall just so we can try to make the revenue to keep it going because you want to grow too. I wrote a book about MK Ultra and I can't get it published because my lead witness was like, no, and she got terrified and she backed out. Now I could have went forward with this book and I could have just went ahead and, you know, just filled in the blanks and been vague about it, you know, and changed the name or whatever, but then they would probably still know who I was talking about, they being the people who did these things to her. So I didn't publish it. I didn't do it. It's just sitting there. The manuscript's been sitting there for a year and a half now. And I could say this, I could go through with it, but I think there's a reason why, maybe to protect me too. And I just decided I'm going to scrap it. I'm not going to do it. The whole thing is done too. It's done. I had a co-author, but you know, and so me and him talked about it, and he was like, "Yeah, you know, he authored it basically with the use of my people, whatever." But I don't know what to do. I'm kind of like, you know, and there was a companion, a UAP book that I did with it, and so neither one of them, they're just there, and it took up a lot of time. So that's kind of what's kept, you know, and so I didn't get a start on the vampire book because I was busy dealing with that, you know. And so I don't know what I'm going to do. The vampire book has to happen. It has to come out, and I'm thinking probably end of June I could get it done. But you know, I'm shooting for that. I'm hoping, but I don't know how it's going to be received, and I don't know if people are ready for this. It has never been a book like this. Never. Where you not only do you go into the history and the lore, you give accounts of these things. I was watching a video the other day where they were talking about the church, the Catholic Church, being absolutely terrified of the idea of the undead. They were more worried about vampirism than they were the devil. It's unbelievable. Because there was an actual factual case of this priest, and I might have it in the books. I don't want to give it away, but he actually confronted a person that was part of the church that had come back, and he had to make him go back into the grave. Like that really happened.
Wow.
And this was a high up person of the Catholic Church, and he wrote memoirs about it.
Wow.
And they kept it hidden. And there is actually this angel that they have chained up. It's an angel, a fallen angel, an archon that's under the Vatican. And not just a demon like in St. George's Keep. This guy has got his own little area, and he's chained up down there. And this guy said that this dude was one of those that was responsible for making these beings. Weird, wild stuff. And when you start getting into it, I'm not gonna give it all away because it's gonna be in the book, but there's a whole bunch of weirdness. I don't know. And then I, whether it's God or the universe or whatever, they give you cues. I was talking to somebody the other day who was like, yeah, my grandfather used to be the commissioner in this county that I was talking about, the werewolves. And I had pulled that chapter out of the book right before publishing. And he was like, yeah, my grandfather was a really bad guy. He was involved in a lot of shady deals, this, and that. And I'm thinking, it's good that I probably pulled that out because some of those people are still alive. Give it another 10, 20 years, maybe republish it with that chapter in there. And I had some advice from some people, and we talked about it, and they were like, yeah, don't do it. It's probably not, they read it. Ken Gerhard was one of them, and there was 4 of us, and we talked, and they were like, don't do it. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody says Nick Redfern just poof disappeared in an age where it's either yeah. Actually, I'm gonna tell you something, folks. Nick Redfern is the one that co-authored that book with me. So
Crazy.
that, yeah. And then he said, "Hey, I'm off to England. What are you gonna do?" Yeah. So anybody who thinks I'm full of shit, I'm not. I can tell you that. I'm not crazy. Somebody messaged me the other day, "You're crazy." I said, "I wish I was."
Yeah, really.
Yeah. I wish I was crazy.
Crazy like a damn fox.
Yeah.
Be great to be wrong about some of the stuff.
Yeah,
be
really.
awesome.
I think Nick got out when he needed to. He left some books with a friend of mine to give to me, and I still have not retrieved those yet. He called me, when he said, "Hey, we need to talk," and he says, "I'm leaving," and then he was gone like a few days later. So it was pretty quick.
Do you think maybe somebody got a hold of him and told him to get lost?
I don't know. I don't know. He said his dad was ill, and I'm going to take it at face value that that's what it was. But Nick is an enigmatic figure. I mean, he wrote so many books, and he did a lot of work, and it was one of those things where I don't even get into and talk for the guy because he's living in England, but I think he did the right thing. I think he was smart to leave, and the book he left me with the. And then there was this witness that I was going to plug in there, and I had them to talk to Chris Garetano. Of course, he did the Montauk Chronicles, and and when I was giving him the overview and everything, and Garetano thought it was legit. She sounded like a legit person, and I was just telling him this, and that, and what are your thoughts? And then there was another guy who I'm not going to name, who doesn't want to be named, and he thought she was legit. And then she just said, "I don't want to do it," in a tear-filled phone call. And I said, "Okay, what can I do?" I could have went forward. She had already signed and said, "Hey, go ahead." And I could have been a dickhead and just published it. But in a weird way, maybe it didn't need to be. Maybe I didn't need to. Maybe it's not time yet.
Yeah, maybe let sleeping dogs lie for now, eh?
Yeah. And so I just thought maybe we're talking too much, and it was like,
let's not drink wine before it's time.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but Nick Redfern is legit. I mean, he traveled to Puerto Rico, when he was looking for these chupacabras. He interviewed a couple of my witnesses. It was so. Abe, yes, you're going through the thunderstorm right now. Yeah, it's hitting right now, real hard.
Well, if the live stream cuts out all of a sudden, you'll know why. This
We've been
area's-
assassinated. Oh, because of the thunderstorm. Never mind.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Tell
maybe
me what
both.
you guys think. And Rebecca Clint, you're in there too, and so is Dick Richards and everybody in the chat. I mean, give me your opinion on this. I think it's better if you just lay your cards out there. So if they whack you, at least you know they did it.
Yeah.
Because so many people run and hide, and they think that they hide. You still have that knowledge, and they know that you have it.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't they just come and do something to you? But if you're out there in the open,
It's
like,
gonna be-
hey, man,
Yeah.
let the games begin.
It's going to catch you isolated, you know?
Yeah.
When you stand before Christ and he says to you, hey man, I showed you all this stuff and I asked you to expose this evil and I gave you this evil to expose. And what did you do with it?
Yeah,
Did you hide it? Did you run like a coward? Or did you
Yeah.
stand up and be the man that you were supposed to be?
Mhm. The cock crows 3
Yeah.
times, you know, like Peter, you know, and so it's like, did you deny me? Because if you deny me and you're ashamed of me, then I'll be ashamed of you before my Father.
Amen, brother.
I will never do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to always say what needs to be said.
You got to plant your flag.
People don't like that, and then they got these low-level whack-a-trolls that are coming out of the woodwork. Well, hey, whatever. I don't give a shit about these people. They're low-level, whatever, you know. But they are there to just cause problems, spread dissension, whatever. And once you've broke enough of them, you're not even worried about them anymore. You know, you would like to be able to say, "Hey, you see this? What happens to these people?" You know, but there's an endless amount of energy going into these people. An endless amount of these people just keep popping up. They just keep coming
Mm-hmm.
because they're of the world, and the world just keeps sending them because they have an infinite number of these minions.
Because of whose world it is.
Yeah.
And they're always talking about God and the Bible. God, their God is Satan. They believe in God. They just don't believe in Christ because they
Yeah.
say a lot about God, but they don't say a whole lot about Jesus. They say a few things, but not much because Jesus kind of just gets in the way. I think they view him as like a stumbling block to their Old Testament anger.
Yeah. The Old Testament vengeance
That
to
old time religion.
like to their goals, really. Like, it's like, he's just kind of in the way of what we want to do, which is just run amok.
They are of their father, the devil, and they will do his will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
So let's get, well said, Dick. Let's get to Clint and then Rebecca. Thank you for hanging on. Rebecca, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just making sure that the robots didn't get you because
Oh.
they do like,
Thank you.
yeah, don't let them take your medication. They love to take people's medication. I lost my meds the other day and I was looking everywhere for it. And this is a true story. I went up the stairs and I came back down and there it was on my desk.
The
And
robot
I'm
put
going,
it back.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, no way. No way. A lot of people have had that happen to me, happened lately to them too. I've had people telling me weird stuff like that.
Yeah, stuff just disappearing and then popping up.
Yeah, it's like it's going into the matrix and coming back out.
It's happened to me a few times too.
Mm-hmm. And you know damn well that that's not correct.
Yeah.
You know, people seeing 2 of their dogs, and one guy saw his brother, and there were 2 of them. But you know, and I'm like, how in the hell?
Mm-hmm.
You know, doppelgangers, stuff like that. I had a guy, shout out to Frank Garcia in San Antonio. He messaged me 2 days ago asking about doppelgangers. Well, there it is, Frank.
Did I ever tell you my doppelganger story?
No, but save it because we got Clint.
Okay.
Yeah, save that. I would
After
love to
these
hear that.
guys.
Clint, go ahead. Tell us what you got going on today, Clint.
What's up, Wolf? How you doing, Bubba?
I'm as good as
Man.
can be. How about you?
There you go, Bubba. I'm trying to be all right. I got this sickness from my daughter. She had the virus last week. I think a lot of people got it right now. Going through the motions with the antibiotics and everything like that, bronchitis and all that stuff like that. So forgive me for my voice if I start cracking up a little bit. You know, my voice.
Yeah.
Charitable. So I've been on here twice now, but the first time I've on, I had the screen, it was black. I couldn't get my image on there, or even the video on there. But right now I got my image on there just because I haven't shaved or anything like that. But I want to go back to the story because a few days ago you had that lady that came on your show that talked about that the dog man stalked her at her house, at her adopted parents' house, I believe, and then she got hooked up with that guy, right?
Yeah.
And so
Part 2 of that will be coming on tomorrow.
oh, good, good. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, what happened to that story? All right, good, awesome. Yeah, 'cause I wanted to hear the rest of that. And that was a great one, man. I mean, it sucks for her, obviously, but so no, I want to go back to where, and you might not remember, but for everybody that's listening, um, I started telling you about back when I was about 14 years old, when I lived in my neighborhood I grew up in, with about 5 families. We all had best friends, and my brother was my older brother, and all his friends were the older brothers, all my friends were younger brothers type thing. And so, anyways, I was in this house with my buddy Charlie, which was one of the older brothers, playing Nintendo 64 when we were younger. And the reason I want to come back to this is because I think it might have been a werewolf. It's just I wasn't able to see it, but um, from everything that I hear you talking about with all these other stories about werewolves, because what had happened is he started telling me about the Hat Man that used to come and see him at the window. This is all the way back. Like I said, I'm 34 now, so it was 20 years ago. Charlie was telling me that him and his friend that used to live there at his house as well, that the Hat Man used to come to the window all the time and I guess talk to him or something weird. But Charlie, he ended up hanging himself, along with a few other of our friends in that same neighborhood, which is crazy. I mean, it's a crazy, sad story. But about 7 of them. So something satanic was going around, we'll say. And uh, once we kind of started wrapping up the game we were playing, what it made us stop was when he was telling me the story, he said all of a sudden we seen, like I said, in we were in the living room, and then we were in the den. The living room was to the left of us, and then we see this bright light just go right past these big bay windows. And he got up and he started telling me, Clint, I know you've seen that. I know you've seen that. I was like, yeah, Charlie, I've seen it. All right. I was like, I thought you were trying to freak me out, but yep, I've seen it. So past that, we started wrapping the controllers up, putting everything away. He said, look, you can have my room, that I used to obviously live in, but my older brother RJ moved out, so I'm gonna take his room right next to it. I said, all right, no problem. And he had painted his walls, coated it with, white paint, thick white paint, because he had everybody coming in there putting their, writing all kinds of stuff on the walls. He used to have the stuff with Spencers, black lights, and faces coming out the wall. So it was already kind of demonically poisoned. I guess you could say the well was poisoned at that point. And I didn't know nothing about this stuff when I was a kid. And anyways, he said, look, man, I'm going to go and take a shower. Go ahead and, go in the room. I got a futon in there. You turn TV on, small little TV. And so I went in there and I was a little bit freaked out. And about, I don't know, 2 minutes into it, I start hearing a little bit tapping at the window, but I'm thinking, okay, that's probably some bugs or whatever. And I was watching Comedy Central. It was Girls Gone Wild. I remember like it was yesterday.
Girls Gone Wild. I haven't heard that in freaking 20 years, 25 years.
Yeah, those old infomercials that would come on after midnight.
Yeah, we used to watch what was it? Cartman and Kenny. What was that?
South Park.
And we all used to have our favorite characters, and then Backstreet Boys came out with NSYNC, and then we said Instinct because we loved Backstreet Boys back then, and we were skateboarders and everything else. It was awesome, great time. And so what happened after those 2 minutes went by? I would say probably, and I had a light on and everything. I was in the room, door was closed. About 3 more minutes went by, so we'll say 5-6 minutes total. He had a dresser in his bedroom. Okay, regular wooden dresser, heavy. That was, I don't know, 4.5 feet tall by 3 foot wide. And all of a sudden, the damn thing started shaking back and forth. Literally, I'm watching it, and I hear this demon dog growl. I mean, just like, getting more and more loud and intense, just like that. I mean, the whole way through. And I think I lasted for, I don't know, like 10 seconds, after the whole damn thing happened. And I didn't see anything. I think God might have protected me from seeing whatever the hell this thing was, because it makes sense now that all these dogman, encounters they do see him, but certain people can see him. But I was blocked and shielded. In my belief now of what that was, because I never knew what the hell I never knew what it was. And now listening to what you're talking about, well, you know, with all the people you get stories from, that seems like that's what it was. Now, I mean, I just couldn't see the damn thing, and I ran out the bedroom and yelling and screaming, you know, woke the whole house up. And you know, they came, met me in the kitchen, and him and his brother woke up. My best friend, you know, is his brother, and they were laughing. I was telling them the story, and they just laughed at me. I'm like, come on, man, really? Like, this really happened? Like, you just told me about the Hat Man you used to see all the time. I'm like, you can't believe this? I said, the damn dresser that weighs how much of it weighs is all wooden, was going back and forth, and this demon growl sound went off. I mean, like penetrated my whole body. Like, but I couldn't see the thing, whatever it was, you know, which I think was a wolf man or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I think Wolfman's a better thing than Dogman. I don't know what that's about, but
Yeah.
I mean, but that's what it was. I mean, what do you think? What do you think, Wolf, about that?
My opinion on that,
Yeah.
and it's probably no surprise, but I'm going to tell
Sure.
people, like, I think a lot more people would come out and say they've had Dogman, wolf, werewolf, whatever you want to call them,
Werewolf, yeah.
encounters. I think more people would say we've had them now that people know what they are, and they're not like bound by this stricture of like it has to be this kind of physical thing to be a dogman. Because in the early days of this, I'd say got 10, 12 years ago, you know, or 8, 9 years ago, it was still that way when I was doing the other guy's show. And that was how it was. I mean,
Physical my ass.
Yeah, they were like.
So when did it change over to Dogman, Josh? When did it ever change over to that? From werewolf to goatman to Dogman? Like, how did that change?
The Dogman thing became because of the Michigan Dogman.
Okay.
And, you know, when Linda Godfrey wrote her, everybody thinks it was Linda Godfrey, but not really, because Linda Godfrey wrote the book called The Beast of Bray Road. She didn't call it The Werewolf of Bray Road. And having had many conversations with her, hold on one second. Did you get that text?
Yeah.
1 second, we got a text. So the Dogman thing, my brother is the one that told me the words Dogman because he was up in Michigan, because that's where his mother was from. We're half brothers, and he was like, up here they call it the Dogman, you know. And when we started looking for keywords to look up so we could figure out what these reports were that we were getting, we just said werewolf, but we were getting werewolf and what we thought were Bigfoot reports off the Devil's Backbone. And like I said before, we had this chart, and it was blue and red push pins. And my brother's in the chat. I know he probably remembers that. And then we had purple, not purple. I think they were yellow, and those were Goatman, and they were all around Purgatory Road.
Yeah, we had the story of Goatman back in my hometown. And real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have to say this though before I lose my train of thought. The Devil's Backbone, and I hear you say that a lot. The crazy thing, ironic, I guess you could say, is we in our neighborhood, it's called Strawberry Hills on Bryan's Road up in Maryland, which, you know, it's fine. On our street, so you had a long street that went through our neighborhood. They lived in the middle, and I lived kind of towards the end. But there was woods like right across from all of us, and we had also, if you walk into the woods, there was this trail that went down the hill that was, you know, really kind of spiny with roots and everything, and we called that the Devil's Backbone. I mean, ironic as it is, I just want to throw that in there. As crazy as it is, we call that the Devil's Backbone as well. Yeah. Seriously.
Well, you know, and Martin Groves recently wrote a book called The Devil's Backbone, but it's in the LBL. I think that the Devil's Backbone is a pretty common thing. There's even a movie about it. But
there's several places called that.
Guillermo, whatever, Del Toro guy, whatever.
I like the Devil's Reject. That's pretty wild movie.
But this area that we started researching, and my brother said, you know, that we couldn't find a whole lot about werewolves. You go to the library back then, you look it up on the internet. There wasn't a whole lot about it. So he said, you know, let's try other keywords. Like, thank you. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
So I live 15 minutes from the Devil's Glen, and the road into the Glen is called Service Run. and
Mhm.
it's a ski hill now where they plowed it under because in the 1800s there was so many people that went missing in that glen that the government took it over and made it a provincial park, as they do. And then they sold half of it off to a ski hill and then plowed most of it under because there was so many people that had gone missing. The main ski run is also called Service Run, and Service is that hellhound, right?
Right.
So the lore of that area is that they used to see the hellhounds all the time, and that anybody who went hunting into the glen
Holy
from all
shit.
the farmers up on the top of the hill, they used to go missing all the time, and so many people went missing there, including the actual rescue teams that would go down and to see
Wow.
everybody. Yeah. So it's quite the creepy little area. My understanding is, like I said, that they plowed most of it under in order to make these ski hills.
Right.
But it's still there's the one so there's a valley there where it's got the you go in and it's got the parallel quartz crystal on the walls.
Okay.
So if you know anything about what they say with the energy in the parallel quartz
Oh
crystal,
yeah, of course. Yep. Yep.
it can open portals, it makes
Mm-hmm.
things disappear, time
Yep.
travel,
Yep.
all kinds of weird
Well, just
theories
like
about that.
the crystal skulls that are made. Nobody
Yeah,
knows how they were made back then, but yeah, I
yeah.
got you.
So it's got a weird energy, especially when it's laid parallel and that. So who knows what in the hell was going on there?
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes sense though. But no, that's definitely crazy. I mean, you have a lot of energy in those crystal skulls that people have around the world that harbor in their house, and they say, "Oh, it speaks to me." I was watching Ancient Aliens, back in the day,
Crazy.
and that was pretty much my religion back then. That's what I went by. I didn't, really read the Bible too much. I mean, I always believed in Jesus, but then after I've had so many experiences, especially when I moved into my grandmother's house when my daughter was born. Man, it was like a hot spot for me, man. Sleep paralysis. I seen demons everywhere. They were trying to come through my window, and all I could do was stare. I was like, I
Crazy.
couldn't move or anything like that. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So what'd you do?
so I mean, well, so basically what happened was I was watching, basically after the ancient alien things, I started getting in, because YouTube was starting to come around, right?
Mhm.
So I started looking up and researching different things, and I came across Dolores Cannon. Do you know her?
No.
Okay, so Doris Cannon was a hypnotherapist, but she went real deep into people's like regressions, right? You know what I mean? So
Okay.
what she did was she tapped into the source of like what she called the source, which was apparently God, right? And she would
Okay.
ask the source when somebody was under this therapy, she would ask the source, and she would go like really, really deeper than other hypnotherapists. And when she asked the source about things, she would basically ask questions about, you know, how the world get created, what happened, and basically she said that the aliens we see, the Greys, were the custodians that take care of the Earth, and one time, there was, after the or right before the big flood or the dinosaurs, meteors, whatever, aliens, the custodians, quote unquote, came down and they took a set of people, went back up to space, and then pretty much migrated us back down here and seeded us and whatnot. But I mean, I don't believe any of that now.
I
But
was gonna say, it sounds
but
like she got taken for a ride, eh?
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because
she's
the
really
Greys are
famous.
more like a
Yeah,
biomechanoid servant class of
Yeah.
being kind of. I mean that's kind of the common.
The small group.
Yeah.
yeah. She's really famous. I mean, she's passed away a few years ago now. But yeah, no, she did talks all around the country, man. I mean, actually, the world, international, and she was talking. I mean, she talked about all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it's almost like that guy right now you see on TikTok everywhere or on Gaia. That guy Bashar, right? You see that guy that closes his eyes and people ask him questions and he'll spout all this crazy nonsense and they'll ask him, "What about Jesus?" and he'll say, "Oh, and he'll talk like an alien's talking to him," is what he says. It's all planet or whatever, but they can't
Yeah.
come down yet because they don't want to interfere with everybody. It's like, all right, dude, you're a joke. You're possessed by a demon, whatever. And you know what I mean?
Probably who he's talking to. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I always try to tell people, man, there's this one guy that goes by the name Commander that's on TikTok that he says he's the biggest show on alien contactees that come on the show, and he'll interview them right there on the spot on TikTok, and basically he says that his parents are actually, even though he's human, his real parents are from Mars, okay, and they're in the spaceship, and he goes up to the spaceship and all this other crazy crap. So I went on his show and I talked to him a little bit because we got into it a little bit on text, with him and this other guy. I'll sit there and I'll antagonize a little bit because I believe in Jesus, and I know it's true. I've been tortured by demons, and I've met Jesus literally, and
Awesome.
he saved me. Yeah, and we got into it a little bit, but then I try to make up with him and tell him I try to inch my way a little bit and just to preach the gospel a little bit to try to get these people. And I had a girl text me, man. She messaged me on TikTok that listened to me when I went on a show one time, and I'll go ahead and tell you this story real quick. So during my sleep paralysis, night terrors, I had one night terror one night where basically I showed up in this I don't know, this welding this building where people were welding and cutting steel and beams, and I was on this catwalk or whatever, and there was a Chinese guy carrying a beam, and I was having a conversation with him, and I was asking him what was going on, and he told me America was being sold. And I said, okay, okay. I said, okay, so who's buying America? And this is right before Biden was elected, right? So I was like, okay, so who's buying America? And he said, well, that I can't tell you. But I looked at the guy and he was Chinese. So I was like, okay, well, it's probably China. So, anyways, we get up to this room where it was completely like sterilized, all white and everything like this. And I see these short beings. They were literally the Greys, but they were all in white suits, and they were 3.5 foot tall, 4 foot tall, and they literally brought me in just like kind of like telepathically talking to me. They brought me in this room with three other people, and they sat me at this table, and underneath the table was this bar that they told us to hold on to, and they were going to transport us to this other building, and in between the two buildings, I mean, it was probably like a half a football field or a football field long. It was just like a little lake right there in between us, and all of a sudden, they told me to put my hands there. Told all four of us actually at the table, and all four of us are humans, and there was like two or three of these grays, and they're all dressed in decked out in white, and we held our hands on this bar, and we started vibrating. We started vibrating. I mean, like immensely, like really, really vibrating like crazy. And we literally like shot off like a comet. And my whole body went into particles. And we were flying over that lake. And I could look down at the lake, and I was just flying right across. And we reappeared, basically appeared back, in particles. Onto this other table into the other building while we appeared holding on to this other bar on this other table, and I just kind of my whole body reconfigured basically, and then
Like
after that I woke
teleportation.
up. Yeah, and after that I woke up. I mean, I've had so many lucid dreams, man, that if I know that I'm being tortured by a demon, because I've gotten shot, stabbed, carved, branded, and that's weird to say, but I have been, man, by these. A lot of people talk about, I think Josh talks about the city of night and whatnot, and
Mm-hmm.
I call it the nether world, the nether region, which is actually in the Bible description, right? And
Yeah, like a purgatorial realm.
yeah, basically, man. And I've had this crazy real life dream. I don't even know if it was a dream at this point, but it felt more real than life itself. I had a dream where, and I want to talk about this because I know Josh was talking about vampires and stuff.
I'm right
Dude,
here.
Josh, yeah. Could you mind if I tell you this story about the vampires?
Sure. I mean, we got to get to Rebecca too. So,
Oh, sorry. Okay, she
but I
wants
mean,
to go ahead.
yeah. I mean, you got a story about vampires. You want to hang on to that, and then
Sure, of
Rebecca, you
course.
can tell,
Yeah,
and then
definitely.
we can come back
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can circle back to that.
because
Yep.
everybody loves to hear about vampires and werewolves, and,
Yep.
for sure.
Yeah,
But just hang
definitely.
tight. So, Rebecca, what do you have going on?
Oh, hey. Well, I just wanted to kind of talk to you about an experience that I had in Australia about 23 years ago. I started typing it out, sending you an email, but um, basically, I used to go hog hunting in Australia, and I had a really, really weird experience. I didn't even actually see the thing, but um, I would go out there, and this was like 100,000 acre property because I was married to somebody in Australia, and used to go hog hunting, so you know what that's like. Um, and I've been wanting to share this with you for a long time, but man, I was out there in the middle of nowhere, and um, I don't know. Basically, essentially, what happened was like, we would stay in these sharing quarters. Okay, the guy that owned the property used a plane to like manage his sheep and cattle or whatever. Um, but what happened to me was it was 2002, and we would drive from Sydney to Gaduga, which I believe was just south of the Queensland border.
Mm-hmm.
And it took another 2 hours to drive to this property. And so we would go and we would hunt hogs and go, we would hunt at night, spotlighting, all that stuff. And what happened to me that night, um, my ex husband and his mom and dad took the Toyota Land Cruiser out. They were going to go and they were going to go spotlighting. And so my ex sister in law was in the sharing quarters. She had gone to sleep early. I went out to the separate shower building, which was probably like 50 feet away from the sharing quarters, and got done with all my stuff. But what they had was a 50, what are the was it 50 or 55 gallon steel drum barrels.
Mm-hmm.
So they had this behind the shower building to heat up the water because there were natural underground sources for water. But also behind this shower building is where they would put all the food scraps. Okay. And so I got done doing all my stuff in the shower, and you could see on like one side of the shower building there were slats. You could see outside, you could see the moon, everything else. And so once I got done doing what I needed to and all that stuff, got my clothes on, I started hearing this really weird howling, moaning sound. Okay, like you've heard the Ohio howl, and that's really, really, really close to what it sounded like. It was just the weirdest howling, moaning sound you could ever hear. And so, for as many times as I had been there hunting, this was no fox, this was no kangaroo, there was nothing out there. It was not a wild dog, nothing. Okay. And I was too afraid to even think about going outside to see what this thing was. I put the chair up against the door and turned the light off and sat there for like 15 or 20 minutes. And this thing just kept doing this dual tone howl moan thing. And I could hear it right behind the building, and it wasn't low to the ground. the sound sounded like it was high up. So it kept doing this, and I just sat there quietly, listening to it. And I could hear it just slowly, like leaving the area. But one of the other ranchers on the farm lived about a mile away. And so as I heard it getting closer to his property, his dogs just started going nuts. They were just like barking like crazy, and then all of a sudden, after about 15-20 minutes, I could hear the land cruiser pull up, and my ex and his mom and dad got back from spotlighting, and my ex mother-in-law came out on the porch. She was looking for me. She's like, "Rebecca, where are you?" And I hesitated and opened the door, and like I literally ran up the porch. She's like, "Rebecca, what's wrong?" I'm like, do you not hear that?" So my ex came out and he heard it. He's like, oh yeah.
Play it.
He's like, "Oh yeah, that's the Yowie monster." I'm like, what?
Wow.
That was his version of what was going on, but he heard it. And my ex mother-in-law, she was partially deaf, so she didn't know what was going on, but I was just scared out of my wits, and I ran up on the porch. They were like, "What's wrong?" And my ex went out and he's like, yeah, that's not normal. So
It's thundering and lightning here, very bad, folks. I'm sorry, Rebecca, but if you hear that, it was just like really loud. I was trying to mute it so you wouldn't have to hear it, guys, but it's booming. So sorry about that. We can play the Ohio Howl so that they can kind of understand what it was that you were hearing that night.
yeah, but it sounded really, really similar to that. But it was a dual tone. It was kind of like a woman who was like crying and moaning at the same time. Josh, you knew what a dual tone sounds like.
Yeah.
I know you do. But that's exactly what this thing sounded like. And it just kept going on and on. It would just, it was freaky. It really was. That's my experience. I didn't see it. I didn't want to see it because I honestly don't know what I would have done if I had seen what it was. But I know it wasn't normal because I have hunted for a long time. And no way in heck was I going out there.
I'm gonna play a clip here of the Ohio Howl, and you can let me know if this is similar to what you heard.
Yeah, but it was just it was like that, but it was more sad. It just sounded sad compared to that. It was
Painful.
It was not as loud. It just sounded more mournful,
Yeah, more mournful.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
It was really creepy. But yeah, I mean, going hunting on 100,000 acres in the middle of nowhere, and then hearing that in the middle of nowhere, like you're just like, what? Huh?
Wow. There is a place here in Central Texas where I've taken many people to go and listen to what I believe is these creatures down in this holler near a place called Copeland, Texas. And I've gone down there several times with different people and taken my wife. And don't get a response every time, but I'd say 1 out of 2 or 3 times you'll hear it at dusk. I don't want to go there in the middle of the night because these things can move very quickly. And I do believe they can close the distance on you. I've had people say this is creepy now, and this happened in Pennsylvania. I had somebody telling me that they were in Pennsylvania and they were outside of Philly, about 30 miles outside of Philly, and they were out in the middle of nowhere, and they heard something kind of similar to that, and
Mhm.
they brought that up, the whole howling, whatever. And they said that they saw one of these creatures. They heard the howling, they listened to it for a couple of minutes, and then decided to drive away. And the next thing you know, they heard it, and it was like right there by them, and this thing was running up on them.
Oh my God.
Just a few
Yeah.
seconds before they had heard it in the distance. Now, I've heard this many times. There's a guy in Mexico who had claimed he sent us one from the Yucatan, and the way that that thing sounded was like the Ohio howl, but it was like a like, and it would kind of go like when it would, and it would sound kind of like a dog being choked, and then it would do this, and it was like an echoey, reverberating throat groan, whatever.
Yeah.
And the guy said it would come from the jungle, and the people that saw it said that it would hang out and hide in the ruins of the pyramids of these ziggurats.
Mm,
And this thing looked kind of cat-like, like black, like a black house cat kind of in the face,
mhm,
but with a more pronounced jawline, more of a what do you call it, a muzzle,
mhm,
and the eyes were yellow, and people would, but it had definite canid ears, and it was like a mixture between a black house cat, full grown man, and a dog. The
no.
way people described it, and it would make that sound. And the guy that was giving us this story, he was just like, his name was Ramon, and he was just absolutely terrified. So when we played the whatever, he asked me not to have him on the phone when we played it. So he sent me the clip of it that he had gotten from his sister, and whenever we played it, my dogs went crazy. They were just kind of like acting weird, and they all ran out of the study. And I think, and then there are people that claim to see this yellowish green ball of light that would bounce around, and this thing would appear either close by or directly below this ball of light. Now, the average person who has never been initiated into any of this is going to think this is absolutely insane. But that particular creature, they didn't really have a name for it. They just called it the kukui, but he described it as being like it could throw its voice. So if it was far away when it howled, it was usually just right there, maybe 10, 20 feet away from you.
Mm,
Well, they said it in meters, like maybe 3 meters away, whatever.
no.
But he said that whenever it was, like far away, it could sound like it was right there by you. But then you would wait a little while, then you hear the brush crashing, and then it would appear. It wasn't overly large, but it was very strong, powerfully built, almost like a primate.
Mhm.
And when I played that, man, my dogs got up out of there, and our pig, he took his leave too. He was like, they all ran out of the room.
Interesting.
So it was definitely something that they didn't like, And then I know our one dog, Tony's dog Banjo, he would start howling whenever we would play that clip. And when I listened to that, though, I listened to that one, and then the one from Pennsylvania, the one from Ohio, and then the one from Copeland. The one that you were describing, they all have that same sort of tone.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a dual tone. Like, there's nothing that I can actually pinpoint that would actually duplicate what I heard, because even the Ohio howl is not even close to what I heard. And this thing, it sounded sad and mournful, and it was just weird. And I don't know how else to describe it, but there is no living creature that I have ever come across in all my years of hunting or whatever that I could even compare this to. I mean, it was not normal at all. It just gives me chills. And if I had had the technology back then to record it, I would have. But 2002, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, 23 years ago. And you wonder, like, because I've been to Australia, been two different
Yeah.
places, been to Darwin and Sydney. But and don't even ask me why I was in Darwin. It's not like, what were you? The Aussies are like, hey, would you get blown off course, mate? Well, why would you be there? Are you a pirate? Were you a pirate? You were a pirate, weren't you? I bet you were. I was like, yes, it was 1722. It was it's rough being a vampire, reptilian, hybrid werewolf. According to my enemies, the ops, they call me everything they can. But no, they were just like the Aussies. They really did, though. They were just like, there's nothing there. Why would you be over there? We ported there. It's just not important. It doesn't matter. I was also in Singapore. It doesn't matter what I was doing there either. Stop talking about it.
Right.
And I'm the one talking about it. Do you want to hear about my diary? You know you do. You're like, 1975. I was born. Stand on a table at a coffee shop. Stop trying to hear about my diary. No, seriously. But the whole thing. When I was in Sydney, I heard all kinds of weird stories. About the bush.
Yeah.
Mooney, what's it called? Mooney. Dang it. There's one called Mooney Creek. The Mooney Creek monster. And there were some guys that were telling me about it. And that was actually when I was in Darwin. They were talking about this guy had gone and it was I can't remember exactly where it was at.
I haven't heard of that one, but I did hear about some weird dogman encounter down in Wollongong.
Mm-hmm.
Like a bunch of kids were down in Wollongong, like camping. I don't know if you've heard of that one, but Wollongong is not very far from Sydney, and it wasn't very far from where I lived. But
if you were to stop and take a map in Australia, it runs along those cattle stations. Now they don't call them ranches; they call them stations.
Right.
And the ones near Adelaide, and then there's some other ones. Because the Gwynn family had given me some about this reptilian type creature that was preying on their cattle, and it was so big, and it would come out of these holes, and they would grab these giant lizards. Giant lizards. There was a guy that gave me a story one time. He said he was fishing, and he was near this creek, and it had flooded out. And this was, I believe, in northern Australia. Northeastern Australia, and there was this giant crocodile that was just kind of moving through the water, and everybody was like surprised because in that area there, the crocs they didn't really hang out in that area. They were way further to the west from where they were at. And he swears this is true. This guy's 75 years old now, and this guy's interesting. He actually lived here in Texas and worked in the oil fields at one point. And he's an Aussie, so he moved back home and he was retired and he was enjoying a fishing day with fishing. And this giant male croc that everybody they knew that it didn't really bother people. And it usually wasn't in that area, but it had been washed down the river, And when it came up onto the shore, this creature that can only be described as a giant monitor lizard on steroids, whose head was bigger than the croc's upper body, grabbed the croc and started eating it. Like the first bite it took like part of the skull of the croc out, and the croc was like in shock. And all the other crocs had jumped down back out into the creek, which scared away the fish. And of course the fish were, because it had just rained. And I guess there was like a makeshift dam or something. I don't remember I have to go back and look. It's been a long time since I read that. And he didn't give me that story. I stole it. I'm not going to lie. I'm shameless. I stole it. It was in a group. But I did message the guy and I said, hey, and then when we started talking, he was like, yeah, I used to live in Texas. I worked out in Midland, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, that's awesome. So we started talking, we hit it off. And then he just gave me that story. He messaged it to me.
So the thing's head was like 10 feet long?
Yeah, the head of this thing, the creature itself was about 20 feet long.
Wow.
And he goes, dude, I saw this with 5 other fishermen. And the fishermen, they don't like to talk a lot up in that area. They don't like to go, hey, but when that happened, he goes, everybody started running and telling everybody that there was a monster there. And I'm like, yeah, they're called crocodiles. He was like, no, they were never in that area. And then that flood came and they opened up the dam or something, and they kind of like the water flowed. And so it kind of stopped them from fishing because the water started flowing through there. And it was actually an offshoot of the river. And so these crocs all kind of flooded into that area. They were just kind of stunned, like, what are we doing here? So they started shuffling themselves onto the shore. Hey, Hellbent Holler. Yes, this is actually an SPQR, Senate and People of Rome, because I'm not Roman. But anyways, but I do believe in a Roman republic. There was once a dream that was
And
Roman.
we do enjoy Roman meal bread.
We do.
Only for true Romans.
Only for true Romans who have a transatlantic accent.
Yes.
All Romans must have that. All British or Australian. They don't actually speak Roman, which is, to say that they don't.
If it was authentic, they would talk like they were from New Jersey.
They're just like, I'm a Roman. What do you want from me? Huh?
Yeah,
How come the Romans don't talk like us? We come from the Romans. They would have thought they would sound like us.
I was raised on Roman meal bread. Yeah. The dream of Rome lives within us all. Yes, exactly. The dream. There was once Rome. You could only whisper it. It was just a dream,
But not go on that Senate floor, Caesar. I'm telling you, I just got a feeling something bad's gonna happen.
Shadows and dust. That's what we are. Shadows and dust.
A2 Broody.
E2 Brute. Yeah, there's been a few of those as of late. But the thing is, this croc, though, when it was up on the shore, something bit it. Now, he estimates, it was an estimation, and by what he told me, he says, I didn't see the tail. He saw the front of it. But one of the fellow fishermen who he wasn't actually with, that was just there fishing in that spot, because after it rains, those fish would get trapped in there, and it was like pulling them out of the barrel. And so when the dam opened up and those crocs got in there, he said one of them was a big, large male that usually lived. There was a spot that kind of like, there was this like area where there was like dry land. So the croc would have to get up and walk, quite a ways to get back into the water. So it hung out on that other side. But I guess when the water flooded through there, it ended up there, and it was a large male, and everybody knew that crocodile, and it had a name too. I can't remember what he called it, but it called it. Do what?
Cowboy boots.
Cowboy. He called it
Goliath.
cowboy.
Yeah.
So it ended up on the shore, and it got grabbed by this giant lizard-like creature. Now I'm thinking Megalania, because I mean, why not? That was the resident creature. But I think that this thing could still be alive. Now, I'm making assumptions here, and people are going to be like, well, you're just assuming things, whatever. Well, I mean, why not? It's a show where we do try to put the pieces together. So I would say probably, I mean, if that's what it was, because they said that it bit half of its face and crushed its skull.
Crazy.
And the thing was just kind of like in shock and was kind of flopping around. Then it grabbed it and just started kind of eating it. And then drug it off into the brush and was gone. That is terrifying, because when you see something terrifying and you see it just get ripped apart in front of you,
Right.
it reminds me of the guy from the oil rig. Do you remember that guy? I mean, we could say his name. I don't see why it would be a big deal. He was Shelby, was his name, but he was an oil off the coast of Port Aransas, which is terrifying to me because I go to Port Aransas all the time. But he was there, and he was underwater welding. And he said he saw that mako. Now, once makos hit a certain point, like once they get to like, I think 14 feet, they go in, they become what they call super makos. Like they become like these giant hammerheads that are like a hammer. People don't realize a hammerhead could get to 20 feet. Did you know that?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's insane.
Yeah, they get huge.
But these mako can get up to like 16, 17 feet. They ain't no joke. And they call them like super makos or some crap. I was checking it out one time on Shark Week a long time ago. I just remember like I was at the casino and it started pouring rain, and I was like, God, this sucks. So I had to like leave the pool, and
Shark
just
Week.
sat-
They need to have Squatch Week.
Yeah, exactly. And so I sat there just, to avoid gambling all my money away. I'm like, well, I'm just going to keep the ducats I got. I'm just going to stay in the hotel room and pout. So I did. And I sat there with just a little bit of whiskey, and my wife's like, this is boring. I'm like, no, it's not. Shark Week is on and Shaq is there. Let's check out what him and Kevin Hart are saying. And so they were talking about these giant makos, and it was interesting. But we got a guy, his name is Shelby, and he sent us a story about being an underwater welder. He says this is the true story. And I think we may have told this on the show, so forgive me if we did. It's not a big deal. But he saw this giant mako get really close to him, and he said they would bump you. They would bump you because they want to know what you are. He would turn with that blowtorch and just hit them with it, and they'd run off because they didn't want to get their face melted. And so, hey, what's going on? Okay, I'll be quiet. Pretend like you're not there. My wife says here. But do you want to say hi at least? You want to say hello? You don't have to get on camera. You can.
Hi, Nellie.
Hello.
You can sit right there if you want to. You got things to do? Okay. Well, be careful. There's ghosts in this place. Okay. All right. Like she doesn't know already. Like, but so he got bumped with one of these, and he turns and he was like, I get aggravated, and he saw this thing swim away. And then he sees these creatures come out of the depths that looked like, and by his own, admission, he said, I thought I was, I had been like lack of oxygen. Something was wrong. And they looked like they had little spears and that they were mermen, not with the tail like a fish, but like with, webbed feet, and they were skinny.
I love that episode.
And they attacked this thing and just tore it apart. And then they took it off. They just took off into the depths. And he was like, dude, he goes, I got out of that water so fast. He goes, great whites and makos is one thing. He goes, I can, but he goes, mer people.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, hell no, dude. It scared the crap out of him. He actually retired, and then he went back to work on an oil rig that was like off the coast of Spain or something like that. But he came back out of retirement because there's just so much money involved.
Yeah.
And so
Those things that attack the ship in the Caspian too.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
those creatures, and those creatures, they drag people to, they say they drag them to hell.
I'll bet they do.
Yeah, the Uzbekis believe that hell is right there below.
There's probably a portal in the sea, like an entrance.
Some creepy, weird, wild stuff. So, what do you guys think? What do you think that it was that she heard that night? That sounds like a Dogman, Bigfoot. I don't know what they could be. There's so many different things that.
Yeah, probably the Yowie. Isn't that the Australian Bigfoot?
Yeah,
Honestly,
the Blue Mountains up there.
Josh, like seriously, I've had so many people tell me that was a yowie, and there was a guy I talked to in Australia. He was like, "Yeah, I think he had a podcast. I don't remember what his name was, but they definitely think that it was like a yowie." And I'm like, I don't know what a yowie looks like, but I wasn't about to go outside and check it out. No, sorry.
Yeah. But
Hey,
some of these
Josh.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hey, have you come across that guy that's making his rounds on these podcasts, Nathan Reynolds? Have you come across him yet?
Nathan, what is he talking about? Because he's probably
he's a survivor of basically his parents were in a satanic cult, which pretty much they performed MK Ultra on him when he was 6 and 7 years old, and he became a vampire as well. And it's in his bloodline. He has protruding canines, and he became a hunter. And he was in the military, and he was trying to get out, and he got married to a woman, and only seen the one good side of him. And then his father got invited to basically live at his house with them, and then he at night was reactivating his MK Ultra stuff, and then he wanted him to go out and be an unaliver again, and he started changing and everything else, and started carrying all his weapons on him and stuff like this to hunt. He's on. Let me look at my iPad real quick. It's a new famous big show.
The chat said
Yeah,
he was on the
Yeah, he
confessionals.
was. I know who you're talking
Yeah, he
about.
was on
I
Confessionals and
messaged Snorkel
the
about
Deep
that
End.
guy. Yeah, because there's been so many people who've come out now talking about it.
Yeah.
And are coming out, and the floodgates are open now. And
Yeah, I really want to come on your show, man, because you can really, man, y'all be having a great conversation.
That's the thing that I tell people all the time. They're like, well, Joe Stone had already told her story. I'm like, yeah, but she didn't.
Okay.
Now you're going to hear what I say tomorrow. And, and she's had more than just that Dogman encounter, because there's more to it. And people can tell a story 1,000 times on a million different shows, but it's not the same until they've talked to me. I'm not self-aggrandizing. I'm saying it's always different every time they talk to somebody. And I see so many of these YouTubers and podcasters miss the mark. And that's no snipe at anybody. But I'll be listening and thinking, and I'm like, dude, I would love to talk to this person, because I could give you so much more insight on this situation, because I've interviewed so many people. And I think it's that rabid curiosity, like when I was talking at the beginning of the show about the guy stealing the action figures at Walmart, because I can't help myself. I got to go over there and be like, why did you do it? Just please tell me. I'm so curious why you threw yourself away, because you got a criminal record now, but because you stole the Hulk figure and a Sting figure. Like, what possessed you to do this? Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister-in-law was the same thing. What do they call those people that just can't stop from stealing? Kleptomaniac.
I bodyguarded a guy, a very famous Texan. He's a movie guy. I'm not gonna say more than that, but I bodyguarded him, and he told me some funny ass stuff, dude. Anthony knows exactly what I'm talking about. And you should trip people out, because I'd be like, dude, I can call this guy. And they'd be like, no, and so we'd be like at a party or something. I'd call him. He'd be like, what's up? And people would be like, holy crap. So they thought I had a friend that sounded like him. And one time I actually had him show up with his little entourage at one of our little get-togethers, and everybody was tripped out. They were like, holy crap. It was at a party after hours downtown at a club. And then he was there for about 30 minutes and he left. But I proved my point. Like, I was like, look, I told you. But he told me Winona Ryder was a kleptomaniac. He's like, she'll tear your eyeballs out of your head.
Yeah,
she got busted for it.
Yeah, but he was smoking a lot of pot, and he was like, he was doing a thing at the mall, and he came out because they paid him a lot of money to do this for this. I'm not even going to get into what it was. Line a mile long of women trying to get his autograph and stuff. He goes, I'm going to go take a break. So we're out there and he's smoking, and I'm doing security. I was like, I don't want any, I did, but I couldn't because I was on the job, And he starts talking. He goes, all these damn Hollywood people, they're all fake as shit. He goes, I like being back in Texas. It's real, So all this plastic fake, whatever. He'd talk about it, And I say, who are some of the worst people in Hollywood? And he names, as far as like these actors and actresses. And yeah, they're the ones that are getting in trouble now. Like he was talking about it 20 something years ago. This was 22 years ago when this happened, or 23 years ago, my bad. And it was funny because Winona Ryder was one of the ones that he mentioned. Like he was just like, she's a thief. They had a party at one of his places and she took some stuff. And I was like,
wow,
dude. This was right after she made like Dracula or something. Like she wasn't some poor, she just took things. Like she was at a party
stealing shirts or something at the store.
Well, she supposedly took a Fabergé egg or whatever. And there's another one that I don't want to mention because she'll sue the shit out of you if you talk about her, because one of my friends got sued by her. But she's just as bad. She took things off of the set. And I did security for them here, in Austin, and got to talk to one of the directors, and he was like telling us to watch her. And I was like, what? And he was like, it's a different woman, but I don't want to say anything because that woman will sue your ass. And so, that's what they say. This is what they say. I'm not saying that this is the truth, but this is what people have told me. And Dee says, Hollywood is a den of demons. It sure is. I mean, you got some crazy shit going on, man. And there's a lot of them that hang out here in Austin. They come here. But this one guy, he's from Texas, and I know him personally. And there are so many of these weirdos, and they're not just weirdos, they're vampires. And I've been saying this for years, and people are like, oh, it's kind of interesting. Oh, that's weird. No, it's beyond weird. It's what they are. Look at Lady Kaka. Lady Kaka talks openly about it. She's very proud of it. In fact, there are pictures and videos of her drinking human blood. And they're
Well,
like, oh,
yeah, her and Doja Cat dressing up with all the red, at the VMA awards or whatever
yeah.
awards it is,
And
ceremonies and stuff like that. Yep.
you know what those are, what that
Oh
is.
yeah. Yep.
That's the frazzle drip.
What about the woman that was from the first Transformers movie, the hot chick, Fox?
Megan
or
Fox.
Megan Fox?
Megan Fox.
When they
Yeah.
found that picture of her and she was eating a dead deer out on somebody's front lawn or out in the backyard of the
Oh, what the
person's.
hell?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
she
all
was
three
half
of her
naked
children
doing
are
it, too.
now Transformers now.
Ass
Yeah,
naked. too.
interesting thing about her. Think about this though. This is a strange deformity, and it's something that the vampire Joel told us that you remember him. He was talking about the thumbs. He was talking about fingers and things being out of place. That's one thing. to
Yeah,
look-
she's got one of those sausage thumbs.
she's got her thumbs or toes.
Yeah, they're so
Right.
it's so weird
Mhm.
looking, dude.
That is a deformity of the Nephilim spirit, because Joel told me that. He said if you ever see somebody whose hands and feet are just abnormal or shaped strange or whatever.
I have to tell you this after you're done with that. I got to tell you my experience with something just like that.
Okay, you have a vampire story. So Diego,
Yeah, well,
if you hang on,
yeah.
you can be next. But go ahead, Clint. Let's go back to you. And Rebecca, do you want to hang out, or you're welcome to?
Yeah, I'll hang out.
Okay, just hang out. Be one of the cool kids.
So with the whole toes and fingers, digits changing. So about, I don't know, 6 years ago, I went to a drive-through liquor store 3 o'clock in the morning because they stay open until 4. Called Buddy's Liquors. This Indian guy, and it's always Indians, right? But I mean, no shade thrown. But this dude stuck his hand out the window to take my credit card or whatever, and he had a ring on his pinky finger, but he had two. Okay, so imagine your pinky finger, but he had two upper parts that were split. It was literally two pinkies on one finger, but with like the upper half, with the nail and everything like that. I don't. Until this day, I don't ever think about it until somebody brings something up like this. You know what I mean? I gotta get my brain picked to find all these stories and stuff like that. But yeah, that happened. To me.
Did he have 6 fingers then?
He technically, I guess you could say that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how the hell he got that. And if you think about it, I don't know how he got that ring on his finger, because the two are like a Y, splitting like a Y at the tip of his finger. It was two literally upper parts of his pinky with the nail and everything. So
if he's from India, now there are 3 spots of India in particular. The
You never
Tamil
told the
region.
Shiva story.
Oh, I haven't told it yet. I'm going to do it for a podcast episode.
Just reminding you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, the Danish dentist. He's an interesting guy. He's a really interesting guy to talk to. Dick, you ought to be in on some of these people I interview.
Sure.
You could come in and I'm telling you, you could sit in and interview with them, because you have a unique perspective. You and Abe and me could do some work together. It would be good, because
Amazing.
you guys come with different perspectives, both Christian, but you have like he has the eye and you have a lot of insight.
Hey, Wolf.
It does.
Three regions of India. I'm going to tell you real quick. Bangalore is one. Okay, the Punjab region. Well, I'd say the Indus Valley too, which is really in between them and Pakistan. But then the Tamil region. Tamil is the oldest written language on earth. I had an argument with some dummy the other day who just kept on with Sanskrit, and I'm like, dude, you can scream it till your eyes bleed. It doesn't make it true. I don't, whatever. And I got done, and finally the admin, he came and Graham told him to stop, he's like, you're not gonna. And then Graham told him, he's like, the guy's got 173 IQ. You're arguing with him. He told that guy that, and I was like, actually, you're wrong. It's 167, but still, I'm not gonna argue. If you want to call it 173, I'll take it. Didn't argue, but the guy was like, that doesn't make you right. And I'm like, read a book, not a comic book, a real book. Maybe you will learn. It's like, dude, it's ridiculous, man. So, but the guy kept on with this, and Sean Hertel, yes, polydactylism is a Nephilim trait, not a birth defect. They'll say it's a birth defect all day long, but that doesn't make it true. It's a weird thing. But those regions.
Well, a lot of them in India and Pakistan, they are a lot of them do interbreeding with each other. I don't know if it's like 70% of the population that you know what I mean. They yeah.
Well, they don't really have to. They have like 1 billion people there, and they're about to surpass China.
You mean
It's
Pakistan?
The
He
caste
means
system.
Pakistan.
Yeah, well,
Pakistan,
Pakistan is
yeah,
because
yeah,
they have arranged marriage.
Yeah.
But India does too in the Brahmin culture. The Brahmins being that they're like the head of the, and of course we have a Brahmin that works with us, Kiam. But he is like, he's got some creepy demon stories. Not that technically happened to him, but his parents were in a cult in India. That's crazy.
Wow.
They were in a cult, and
Wow.
they had this dead guy. Get this. Kiam, he told this show the story on Rumble, on our show on Rumble. So if you go to Rumble, and you can probably find it, but he was talking about this guy that died. He came back. Thank you for that donation, Robert. It's only our third of the night. Nobody likes us. We're crap.
I'm gonna have to donate now, man.
I'm joking with you, dude.
I got you, dog.
I'm kidding.
I'm
But
sorry. Well, my dog.
that's reverse psychology. We're such crap. We're poor and we're crap. No, but Kiam, he said his parents were in this cult, and he's just very matter of fact about it. He sat right here across from me, and this dead guy, this dude that was dead, showed up and was on their roof, jumping around. And his grandfather had to go up there and confront him and tell him. He had to sit down with this guy and tell him, "You're dead." That's a story that Kiam. I can't remember if he told it on the show or he told the story, whatever. But it was nuts, dude. Yeah, and he goes, yeah. You know how Kiam talks. He goes, I don't like going to India. It's really scary. And it's, he's so like he's from the valley, you know, dude. He's like, I don't really like going there. It's like the third world, and everybody's weird, you know, and stuff. And I'm not supposed to talk to other people because we're Brahmin, you know. And I'm like, why? He goes, well, because my parents think they're beneath us. I don't agree. He's like, but there's these weird demons, and he says it's so matter of fact, you know. And he's like, this guy was dead, and he showed up on a roof, and Anthony's like, wow, what a bummer. It's like, oh, there goes the dead guy again. He's back. You know, we thought we got rid of him, but we didn't burn him good enough.
And Grandpa sits him down and says, "Look, brother, you're dead. You have to go back to the grave."
he's like, brother, you cannot be here. This is wrong of so many levels for you to be on my roof. Why you are being a mother bitch? Why are you here? This is bad. And he's like, I didn't want to do. I came back because I did not have my 7-Eleven card. You took it. And I didn't have it. I can't drive a cab or get a hotel or nothing. You're doing all of these things and you didn't include me. He's like, brother, I told you you're dead. Why are you here?
They probably brought him to Canada.
Welcome to the grocery shop.
We did the drawers.
Oh, dude,
You know, another video on YouTube. A guy in Africa, same thing. He came out from the dead, and he was like out of his mind, like a zombie in Africa. Same thing.
Crazy.
I died in 2016 and came back, so technically I'm on the Lazarus or whatever it is trip going on.
I have so many stories from I have a friend that's a Sikh, and when he has a jury. He's a funny guy. He gets going about the other Indian people, dude. You can't stop him. And then one of my friends is Pakistani. He's actually the guy that made this, and his name is Max Khan. He's a great guy, really, really good guy. He'll let you, like for me anyway, he'll let me take my jewelry without even paying. He'll just be in a hurry to close up. People are like, just take it, man. Pay me later. He doesn't trust me. And he really has been a good friend, a very good friend, I gotta say. And he lets me pay it out and doesn't even charge me interest. He won't charge you interest. He's a great guy. And so he'll tell you, though, he gets so mad. He gets mad at the Gujaratis. And he's tickled that I know all about each region and each culture. And he's like, he gets going about India, and he just gets mad. He's just like, you know, on their constitution, they say to rip people off. I'm like, I read it. I was like, it doesn't really say that, but in a roundabout way, it's basically saying F you, Pakistan. But I told him, I said, well, that's because y'all split away and you have these issues, you know. But they hate each other. Like and from the different region to region. Like there's this one guy, I thought he was Punjabi. And he's like, I'm Bengali. And I'm like, oh, sorry. Like, he just was like, don't ever say that. I'm not those people. I'm like, okay, all right, sorry, man. But if you start to notice they do look different. They do. They're not all the same.
Right, they do. I mean, just like the old movies with the Indiana Jones going in and they take the heart out of the person. You remember that?
Yeah, Kali.
Cover your heart.
Dude.
Yeah, we got the whole Steak Warrior cast here. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The Sikhs
what
don't
the
play
Sikh?
around
The
now. The
Sikh, I think
Sikhs
they're
will
all-
actually fight
Yeah,
you.
they
They're
really
not like
don't.
a bunch of chickens.
No,
And they have done a lot of the fighting. One of my friends is a Sikh, and he's a
they
very
do make
cool
good
dude.
soldiers.
Yeah,
They
but you
do.
know, if you've ever read like The Ghost in the Darkness and Peter Hathaway Capstick, like you realize that those people were not necessarily like African. They were probably, some of them were Indian,
A lot of them.
and like if you read the book, that is
Yeah, I've read
really
it.
scary. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another
So
thing
everything-
too about the whole
wow.
South African thing, somebody was asking me about it, and I'm like, look,
Oh,
I'm going to tell you the absolute truth. Most of the people that the South African Congress represents they're not South Africans. That's the funny thing. All
No.
these people are like, they're like, oh, well, that was their land. I'm like, no, it wasn't. And they're like, well, how do you know? I've been there. I've been to Pretoria. And I'm like, I know it wasn't. I almost got carjacked. It's always
Oh,
good thing to-
Well, they
I
had
know
apartheid way
that
back
for
in the
sure.
day.
I
I know
can
that
tell
for
you
sure because my dad used to work with a guy in South Africa, and he would tell him all the time, he's like, do not ever come down here because that's all that ever happens is
There's a
carjacking.
lot of white ghettos there too.
Oh yeah. Well, lucky for me, I was doing a job down there that required, firearms. So it wasn't like I was, but it's just they picked the wrong people, because they see you and they think, oh, this is a mark, and it's not. But and it was Rhodesia and there's a whole thing. But this is what's crazy is like because I have a few friends that are Zulu. They're not really represented. They have like 4 of them, and they go, we're Zulu. No, you're not, because the Zulu and the Boers got along well. And they both had a common enemy, which was the British, and the British are the ones that created apartheid. What they did was the Zulu would not go along with them. The Boers would not go along with them, which were the white farmers, the Afrikaners, which were Dutch. So what the British did was they opened the doors to immigration. Most of the people, the black people that are there in South Africa now, you know where they come from? Take a wild guess. What country do you think they come from the most? Nigeria. The second
I would
is
say Congo, Nigeria. Yeah.
Nigeria and Cameroon is where they're from, and the Congo. And those people have come there, and then they say, well, we're from here. And it's like, no, you're not. Because the Zulu ruled that land. And the Zulu fought wars with other tribes to take that land, like the Mangwa and all these other different tribes that are gone now, that are erased from history. Unless you're from there, you wouldn't know what that is. And so I speak a little bitty bit of Zulu, and I was at the club one night. My friend was having a birthday party, and there was a guy there, and he had an accent. And I said, "Are you Zulu?" And he said, "Yeah." And so I said like a greeting in Zulu, which means like, "Hey, good evening." And he was like, "Oh, you speak Zulu?" And then he started following me around. My wife was like, "You made a friend for life." So me and the guy drank, and he spoke very broken English. And his roommate was a Jamaican guy. He was a good friend of mine. I've known him for 20-something years. And so he sponsored him so that he could come over here. But the Zulu, they don't get shit. They're getting the short end of the stick, just like the Boers. And then they started killing the Indian people. And then messing with the Asians, and now the Asians are fighting them, and because Mugabe did this in Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe.
Yes.
And it's funny. I will bring it on the show if I can find it. I have Zimbabwe money. I have $8 trillion in Zimbabwe money, which it comes out to about $70.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even joking. It's worth nothing, and the money is just a big boulder. I'm like, not even
Well, it's just like
not even
Somalia, where they
they
have bricks
produce
full of money
nothing.
just sitting on the side of the road. The cities there, Somalia
I
and
mean,
the other Somalia, Somaliland. Sorry.
Well, the Somalians are in the northeast of Africa, but this is way down in the south, and right now it's hot as hell down here, but it's late fall, early winter there. So it's starting to get cool down there. I was there when I went there in July, and people forget that it's on the southern hemisphere. And I had one of my friends who were like, "Why would you go to Africa in July?" I'm like, where I was at, it was cool. It was like 65 degrees
Yep.
at that
The way
time.
it is in Australia.
Yeah, Australia too. I went there in the middle of summer, and it was cool. I enjoyed it.
And
I liked
well,
it.
the Boers smashed the Zulus at that Battle of Blood River, right?
Well, actually, the British, the British fought the Zulu, and then they had
But the
Wilkes
Boers in
Strip.
about 100 years before, they had a big
Mhm.
war with the Zulu, and
Yeah.
then they signed a peace treaty after that big slaughter
They
at Blood
did.
River.
But there was not much bloodshed between them after that. There
No.
wasn't.
No, they
It was
signed a
really,
peace treaty.
yeah, they settled it and they got along pretty well. And
Yeah.
then the British came, and the British fought the Boers and the Zulu, and they defeated them. And people they conveniently leave that part out, and they make it out like the Boers and the English are just buddies, and they created apartheid to oppress black people that were there before them. No, that's not what happened. This is a very unpopular truth, but it is a truth. And those people are not from there. They're now probably fourth or fifth generation, but a lot of them are still like second, third generation. And it's funny to see them jumping around talking about this is our land, this is our land. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's really not. I mean, and people are going to get mad when I say this, but they get mad all the time. Let them stay in their feelings. I don't give a shit. It's the truth is the truth.
9 out of 10 of those farms that they took back are complete wastelands now.
Oh yeah, they can't farm it at all, and it's just
Yeah.
it's
Well, I
gonna
was
be a
going to say
disaster.
back in 2014, 2015, I mean, remember they kicked a lot of white farmers out. Then they begged them to come back because they were all starving.
Yeah,
And you should have seen how happy they were when they came back.
Oh yeah, they were doing parades for them.
The Vietnamese went to, because Mugabe's a communist. I don't give a shit what anybody says, but he invited the Vietnamese who are communist to teach them how to farm, to teach his people how to farm. And I'm not trying to be cute or funny or anything, but there again, those are immigrants that were not from there. They're from other countries. They were kicked out of those other countries, and so they just went down to South Africa and Rhodesia and said, "Hey, let's just live here." And Mozambique, each one run by different principalities from Europe, right? But the Asians started to make inroads in there, in particular the Chinese. So the Vietnamese went down there because the Rhodesians had kicked the Chinese out. So what they did was they brought the Vietnamese there, and the Vietnamese emissaries were shocked when the Zimbabwean people that Mugabe sent to when they trained them. Anthony, you know this story. What did they do in the rice fields when they were trying to teach them how to grow rice? Listen to this.
Oh, they just laid down and went to sleep.
And they went
and they
drowned.
What?
Yeah. What the hell?
You can't make this. I'm not even joking.
Right?
You will not hear this anywhere in the media because they're not going to tell you. It's not a popular thing. Because it sounds like you're making fun of people that have died, but they died because they didn't know anything about rice growing.
Well, they don't report any of that.
No, it's always got to be this bullshit, trickeration, whatever.
Yeah, have an arena full of 100,000 people saying they're going to, take out white farmers.
Yeah, let's kill the white farmers, and then that president's
one bullet for one head. Yeah,
that is not true. You don't do that. We don't do that there. It's not true. Yeah. It's not true. And then Trump's
I'm so glad Trump
get the screen, show everybody what they're doing over there.
It's like when they bring them chickens and they show them that you can get an egg every single day from this chicken, and as soon as the people go, they cook and eat the chicken.
Yeah.
Isn't that what happened in Rhodesia?
Yeah, exactly.
Back in the day,
What Josh was saying there earlier, evil thrives in lies.
Ignorance. Cult of ignorance leads to the cult of death.
Yes, 1000%. That's what
there's a lot of witchcraft in Africa. A lot of witchcraft. A lot of principalities, like Josh was saying. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Do you know what they fear the most? Is a thing called an artificial hippo. Do you know what an artificial hippo is?
No, I don't.
It's when a witch doctor possesses a hippopotamus to attack somebody when they're crossing the river.
Oh, crimey, that'd be
Wow.
They call it an artificial hippo?
It's called an artificial hippo, yes.
I've
And
never
they'll
heard
make
of
like
it.
a little
Wow.
voodoo doll of a
Now,
hippopotamus.
I have heard of that. They believe everything that happens is the work of witch doctors. Everything.
Yes.
A hyena
that
grabs
is what
somebody,
they're
a cock
most
grabs
scared
somebody.
of.
Yeah, they're also
Love magic.
these witch doctors are powerful enough to turn you into a yam.
Oh yeah.
Did you not? My brother could tell you that. There was a guy who was like, yeah, this, and a friend of ours used to live there, and he sent us this, the newspaper. We had my brother's in the chat. Do you remember that, D? The guy it was in the newspaper there in Johannesburg that somebody had been turned into a yam. It was like, and it wasn't even a joke. And it was
No, it's
after
not.
apartheid, so
It's
they
not.
had taken over the media and said, look at this. This is what happened.
Amazing.
Wow. Well, have y'all seen those videos going around? TikTok or whatever, where there's in Africa, there's these big old like hay looking things or like big circles, and there's spirits that go in them, and they perform, like whatever ceremony, and then everybody surrounds them and they dance with nothing inside them. People think there's people in them,
Oh yeah,
but there's
yeah, I've
nothing
seen
in
that.
them. Yeah. It's wild, man. Wild.
We were talking about clowns and the Nephilim.
Yep,
Okay, now
I remember
here's
those.
something, because and it makes sense, because a lot of these people, they will wear a white ghost paint on their face. In particular, Africa is a place where they do that.
Yep.
I had a friend that spent some time with the Maasai. Now they're very interesting people. They're very peaceful, but they're ready for war.
Mhm.
And they're cattle farmers. I took you to that place outside San Antonio where the cows had the bulls had the really big horns, like those.
Yeah.
Okay. They grow, they raise those humongous horns. They need those to be able to survive in Africa. But it's a type of African cattle, and they're very cantankerous.
Is that a wapiti?
I forgot the name of them. No, it's called something else.
Wagyu. Right.
But they're big, giant horns. Their horns are just humongous.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Protect them from their lions.
Yeah, exactly. It's not Cape Buffalo, but they are the Maasai. Very, very interesting people, and they would paint their faces white because they wanted to scare away the dead ancestors that would come back to feed on the blood of their animals and their children.
Oh, crimey.
So why would they do that? Because that white face paint represents death, the white face, right?
Yeah.
And I've noticed this too, growing up on a ranch and a farm, and just all my family on both sides having farms and ranches, and having worked, I've baled hay, I've worked cattle for years. I have a ranch now, but those ghost face bulls, I'm not even joking. And there's 3 or 4 breeds that can make those. And they're the meanest damn animals I've ever been around. You remember that guy? He got shoved up against the fence at the rodeo, at the bull riding. I told him those
aggressive.
ghost face are killers, dude. They
Yeah.
are mean as a hell. That, I think, is a mark by nature, marked by the universe, telling you this is dangerous. These ghost face entities, they have this white, and then the lips are red, so they pronounce the lip and make it into a smile. But it's a Nephilim, because when they talk about they're worshiping their ancestors, who are your ancestors? They're talking about the Nephilim / Anunnaki. That's who they're talking about. They're not talking about. They're not just like the Dia de los Muertos, where they honor the dead. They're actually worshiping them, and they have red hair masks. And I saw them in Rhodesia. They had the red hair and the white faces. The Zulu do this too, and they actually observe. But their ancestors came from the stars. They'll tell you that they came from the sky.
Yeah.
That is what they tell you. And so when you see these creatures, these Nephilim demonic, as disembodied demonic Nephilim, as Abe Seus would call them,
Yep.
I do believe that's what they are. I do.
Josh, do you remember when Timothy Alberino last year went down to Peru because they had those alien intruders called the Pelacadas face peelers? Remember that?
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of the same thing, man. I mean, different, but sort of similar.
Do you know why they attack the face? You know why they attack the face? Is because we have the face of God, and it says that in scripture, and they hate the face of God more than anything. It's why the Nephilim would rip your head off as well.
Yeah, and the Nephilim are the descendants of the Archons. They are not the Archons. They are not the fallen. That is the thing that people need to understand. They're all
so
also.
They're not the sons or whatever of the fallen angels. You're saying, or
They are the sons of the
right?
fallen.
That's what I was. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, so they're basically disembodied spirits that can't go anywhere. They're stuck on Earth right now, right?
Appalachian Jimmy says they're demonic. Yes, they are.
Do you know that the Pleiadian constellation is supposed to be the first 7 consorts of the fallen angels, and that God made them into stars as a called the 7 sisters as a punishment for actually consorting with the fallen angels, and that she who hides is the only virtuous one?
Yeah, and you're talking about Sophia.
Yeah,
Is that who you're talking
about? Right, the feminine energy.
Supposedly is the mother of God, according to the tradition. Here's the interesting thing about that too. Now, our universe is 12 billion years old. Our world is 2 billion. So there was 10 billion years of universal history before we were ever thought of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's hard to fathom that. But when you think about it, it's a blink of an eye, because in reality, time is a loop. Time is like this. It
doesn't exist outside of the physical realm.
Yes. When you leave this physical realm, you start to see, and especially when you break through to the 5th density and you become a ball of light this big, who can see in all directions.
Yeah.
When I return into this realm, I can't tell you, like we were talking about the other night, Anthony, it was like, you and Tony were trying to get me to explain it. I'm like, how do you explain something that you can't?
Yeah,
I can't. Like, there's no way to do it.
We can't describe it in our language. It's too limited.
It would be like if a dog became a person for long enough to learn like basic algebra.
Yeah,
and then they go back to being a dog and they try to like understand like the.
But that was
capabilities
Tesla's problem. Nikola Tesla, him and Kozrev both. They're both named Nikolai, but. Then somebody says, Josh, is astral projection evil? Well, it depends on what you call astral projection. I look at it like this. If you're leaving it, somebody said it earlier. I don't remember who it was, but they said if you're born with it, then it's natural. That's one thing. But when you practice it and you look for it, that's another thing. Yeah. And you can trespass. And when you go into someone else's home as a spirit, because that's what these vampires do, you are absolutely a freaking trespasser. And that is evil, that is wrong, and that is not supposed to happen. And so when you do that, then it becomes a sin. Now, I believe that let me put the question up there from John Maddox. If you are to go into someone's house and you show up there, that's wrong. Now, if you're out of your body and you're just projecting and you're not trying to, and it just happens, that's not evil. That's just what we do. You roam around when you're, but if you're concentrating your energy, which you can do, and I know the formula too. I know which direction to face.
Yeah, I've done it. Yep.
Yeah. Don't say it, but because there are unscrupulous people that would be writing it down, going, "Yeah, I'm going to go do that right now. I'm going to go, I'm going to take some stuff, and I'm going to go sleep." Hey, Sailor, how you doing?
And Sailor, I thought that was you.
Hi.
Yeah. So whenever you go to sleep, you are literally, you're in that other world, right? And you are on the astral plane. You still have the resemblance of a body. You have a silver cord that you're attached to. And of course, a lot of people know the story of LaVey. And he was killed by that. They killed him by cutting his silver cord. Now that's one of the stories we don't know.
Sure did.
But that's what he gets, because he was trespassing. And when you're trespassing and you're causing people harm, that's the punishment. That's what you get. Let the punishment fit the crime. And then of course he went to hell. And a lot of people say he did. Some people say he didn't. I don't know. I wasn't there. But
he said, "Oh my, what have I done?"
He supposedly was like, he was freaked out, and this wasn't the way it was supposed to be, and blah blah blah. Well, who says, whatever.
And I do want to, after you're done, Wolf, I do want to tell you about astral projection, kind of prophecy that I told you before, but I need to reiterate it again because I think it's going to be a highlight when in future times here soon. Just so you know.
So I would like to. I have done a few studies and practices. So like I said, I can sense stuff around myself all since my life, right? Like I can sense in the presence of stuff, and some of the stuff is reacted, like, oh shit, he can sense us. So I've done it. I've laid in my couch. And I focus just my presence, just be outside beside my body, and so it's kind of like almost not necessarily a thought form, but splitting your consciousness in half, which I don't recommend people do a whole bunch.
No.
Yeah, but I'm able to sense the presence of myself beside me and my body. So I'm able to sense almost like it's crazy. You're almost able to sense, but it's kind of hard to focus on which side you want to focus more on. But you
Does
can
it
do
usually
it.
happen when you're really tired?
No, I'm fully awake,
Yeah,
and I can do it just
Fully
like
awake.
naturally,
Okay.
like a snap of my fingers. Like I'm very careful with some of this stuff,
Like a
right? But
yeah.
you
yeah,
can
I've been
learn
through
something.
that like one time where like I was falling asleep, and I mean, I was falling asleep at a time when I wasn't supposed to be falling asleep. But I had worked like
Yeah.
24 hours, and I was working a day shift at work, and like I was sitting in this chair, and I was like just dozing and dozing. I was so tired, I was dozing off, and I finally just dozed off for a second, and like I was all the way like on this boat dock where I was working, where I was sitting, and I was asleep, but I saw the manager for that project that I was working at pull up to the front of the building, and like I saw her get out of this SUV and start walking straight towards where I was at, and I was facing away from her while I was asleep. So from behind me she couldn't see, but I saw her walking up, and I was like outside my body, and I was like panicking, just trying like telling myself, wake up, get back in, wake up, and right at the last minute, it's like I jumped back in, and I woke up, and she was standing right there, and like it was just in time to not get caught asleep at work. But the it's like I was outside of my body, but like I kind of felt like I was still there in it at the same time. It was weird. It's like you said, like your consciousness is kind of split in between two,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you're aware from both perspectives, like where you're at and what you're doing.
Because I can have it
Yeah,
in my dream. I got attacked. I should say, kind of attacked. Some of these entities are really freaking foul. What they do is they'll mess around with you in your subconscious and you're in kind of a dream state, so that you don't remember. You're not really in control of what's going on because you're not aware. Somebody's saying, "This is a dream. What are you doing to me?" I had this just a few weeks ago, and I go to sleep and I'm asleep, and then I'm kind of like in this like old like 1800s big like meeting room, right? And there's like a bunch of people. I can only see them like kind of blurred shapes, but a bunch of like people standing there, and they're trying like to conduct me into something, right? And I check myself wake out of it, right, kind of in a haze. And I go, those bastards. So I try to go back to sleep, back into that place. But I know, Stan, I begin saying, "How freaking dare you do this?" I begin rebuking them in Jesus Christ's name. The very first, time I begin to speak it, they all begin vanishing, like just trying to get out of there, pretty much, because they know I'm about to rebuke them. So they come after us sometimes in our subconscious and our dreams and stuff. These different groups, depending who you are and what they want. So that's why, of course, I have my prayers every night to protect me in my dreams, because it's been about two times now. Sorry, three times that something like that's happened. Extremely unpleasant, but the biggest thing is to get aware of your dreams, so you're aware of when something that's going on, so then you can deal with them.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear what the Word of God has to say about astral projection. And we're in Ezekiel 13:18. Woe to the women who sew armholes into pillows, who sew pillows into. Thus saith the Lord God: Woe to the women that sew pillows to all armholes, and make kerchiefs upon the head of every stature to hunt souls. Will ye hunt the souls of my people? And will ye save the souls alive that come unto you? And will ye pollute me amongst my people for handfuls of barley and for pieces of bread, and to slay the souls that should not die, and to save the souls alive that should not live? By your lying to my people that hear your lies. Wherefore, saith the Lord thy God, behold, I am against your pillows, wherewith ye hunt the souls to make them fly, and I will tear them from your arms, and I will let your souls go, even the souls that ye hunt to make fly. Your kerchiefs also will I tear, and deliver my people out of your hand, and they shall be no more in the hand to be hunted. And ye shall know that I am the Lord. So what that basically is the old Babylonian astral projection ritual that they would do.
Wow.
And they would sew these people into pillows quite literally. And the women would put these weird kerchief over the person's face so that you couldn't see, and it would be all blacked out, and they would astral project. But they would astral project with the intention of hunting other people's souls and taking them to hell.
Yeah, that's what Satanists do now.
Yeah, that's what they
So-
do.
And,
Like Jabba
that's
is.
literally
Roaming
what
like
that
lions.
scripture
But
is
that's not
describing.
technically astral projection, though. What astral projection I'm talking about, you just leave your body.
Yeah.
And to explain it to John, too, John, that's not, he said he never saw the silver cord. You know, I typically don't notice it. If
You don't
I'm
notice it at all.
But I'm also not hunting people and trying to mess with people. I'm not,
Yeah. This was the intentional hunting of people's souls to take them to hell. So the
they
silver
do
cord,
do
you know what the silver cord is? They found this out. In NASA, they were doing this weird experiment with this light fractal device where they were going through all the different dimensions and all the different light spectra. And they were clicking it and they were clicking it and they were seeing what everything looked like in this spectra and this spectra and this spectra. And then all of a sudden they clicked over to one spectra and everybody had a silver cord coming out of the top of their head.
Interesting.
Everybody. And it all went to one point up in the north, up into the northern sky. And then they looked out over the city and they could see millions and millions and millions and millions of these things coming out of the city, all coming up to one point in the sky.
That makes me interested. I'm a big believer, and some people call it your oversoul or your higher self. I'm a big believer in that. Even there's an episode of Josh kind of talked about this guy went to South America and he met like his other part of his soul. I do think that you'll have your higher self, and then there'll be little pieces that come down. You have an experience in this life, maybe even two in the same world, and then you go back to your higher self, and eventually go back to heaven if God and Christ will accept you. But that could be it. It could also be something else too. Like again, like Josh says, there's so much possible parallel realities and all sorts of crazy stuff like that. But I think that could potentially be part of that. Is my potential view.
Wait, so if the ritual that Dick just described isn't, if that's not astral projection, then what is it?
No, I believe it is astral projection. When you look in the Babylonian Talmud, that's what it says they do for their astral projection.
that's a form of it for sure.
Yeah, the original form of it when they were actually doing it to hunt men's souls. I was just saying that's what the Bible had to say about it. It's a weird, obscure reference, but when you actually dig deep into it and look at the Babylonian sources on it, it talks about how they put this weird kerchief over the people's faces and they would sew them into these
ritual.
pillows and
The black magic
so-
ritual. And then it's kinda,
basically, that's what it is.
it's kind of like
I wasn't saying that you were doing that, Wolf. I was just saying that's what the
No, I sew myself into pillows and socks. periodically.
Big ass pillows.
I have a giant sleeping bag that I'm like, hey, sew me up, man. I'm gonna go hunt some souls of some men's.
No, exactly.
You just like step in one of those huge teddy bears, those giant Valentine's Day teddy bears.
Those snuggle things.
Yeah.
Like,
The
and then I
Trumpy bear.
sing, it's raining men's souls. Hallelujah. You're just in there rolling around. You're just rolling around in there. What's he doing? He's fighting people. He's taking them to hell. This is what he does every Saturday.
But that's silver cord.
It's just real quick. It's just like in the Old Testament it talks about where I forget who it was, King. I don't know if it was King Jacob or whoever got killed, but they were and he had a brother that was King Saul, I believe, that wanted to get rid of all the divination in the land. Get rid of all the tarot card readers and the witches or whatever. But I forget what two brothers it was, but I think it was Jacob, where the guy, actually went to one of the, tarot card witches in the land that was left that he knew about because he was king and he wasn't supposed to be king, but he was performing necromancy and he wanted to get his brother, to come back up and get his advice. And the witch was kind of terrified because she was like, well, you told me we weren't supposed to do any of this stuff. He says, well, I need to get my advice from my brother. He was supposed to be the king and he's died now, and now I'm the king. And she said okay, and brought him up, and and his face came up, and he asked him why he woke him up because he was soul sleeping.
It was Saul.
Samuel. Thank you.
Saul had asked the witch to bring Samuel, and Samuel's like, "Why have you summoned me here?"
Yeah, because he wasn't hearing from God. Yeah.
One of the
Yep, yep.
weirdest dreams I ever had in my life. There were these people that, and it was in like way in the future, and these teenagers. This is a weird thing. I actually had this dream. I know people that know me have probably heard it. I know Anthony, you probably heard it, and I'm sure my brother's heard it. In fact, I know he has, but it was weird because the dream took place in an apartment that he was living in at the time that looked very similar. Hey, Sailor, welcome back. And so he actually I went to sleep at his place and I crashed out, and they had like these 4 bedrooms, and then there was like a living area, and everybody rented their own bedroom, the 4 corner bedrooms, and then the living area was a common area. And so I knew all of his roommates, and I was pretty cool with them. And so I hung out. We had been drinking a little bit, so I didn't want to drive. I always was real serious about not driving under the influence. So I crashed out, and I had this dream, and there were these like teenagers, and they were all dressed alike, and they were playing with a Ouija board, and they summoned me.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
And they were like, let's summon
crap.
Wolf. And they summoned me. And in the dream, I was standing there with them going like, who are we summoning again? And when they started saying my name and my nickname, I was like, why would you summon me?
I think those
And
are
I'm like,
demons.
I'm talking to these people too. I'm like, I'm right here. What are you talking about? And so when nobody would listen to me, they wouldn't hear what I was saying. I took the board and I threw it up in the air and I flipped it, and they all started screaming and running all over the place and bouncing
Wow.
into each other. And then I was like, they can't see me. This is, so it's just a dream. I just a wacky dream. Who knows what it really was or what it meant? But I woke up and I was like, what in the hell was in that weed?
Yeah,
Man.
got that
Back in
alternate,
2000, 25 years ago.
the alternate timeline strain.
Yeah.
Well, Wolf, I have a similar one to that actually, which scares the heck out of me. Because I told you before that I had sleep paralysis. I've had sleep paralysis over 1,000, maybe 2,000 times. I mean, bad, yeah, dude, more than most people. They probably end up in a crazy house or something. But so what happened was one morning I woke up, but I was still super tired when I woke up, and all of a sudden I started getting sucked back in, like literally, okay, imagine laying down, you're on your side, and all of a sudden you get stuck in sleep paralysis and you're frozen, and then a portal, yeah, it does, and then a portal opens up right next to you, pretty much, and you can see. So this is what I saw. There was the old Colosseums, right? The Roman ones, right?
Yeah.
And it had all these gargoyle looking beings. It was probably like, I don't know, I counted maybe, I only saw half of the room of this arena of like these gargoyles just sitting there, just like they do on actual statues. They're just like leaning down and bending their knees or whatever with wings on their back. And they were telepathically telling me that they wanted me to be the leader of their pack or whatever. And they literally, my soul, it was so hard. Like, when you're super paralysis, how you try to move. I was basically feeling the same way when they were trying to pull me back literally into this dream out of my body, into that place. And, and the only thing I could do was I looked at one of the gargoyles that was actually standing up, and I could barely see him because I was barely having this thing going on. And I pointed at him and I said, no, he could be the leader. And then after I said that, it switched off, and then I got back in my body and I got out of that sleep paralysis.
Hey, Clint, you probably had sleep paralysis 1,000 times or more because of those stupid Ophanum orbs that are all over your room, brother. I mentioned it earlier. Yeah, that's what those. I truly believe that's what those orbs are. You'll never convince me otherwise that they're.
Wait! What are the orbs? I forgot that.
The orbs are a fallen angel class called the Ophanum. That's why. Remember, you said they were glowing and they were vibrating and they were doing all that weird stuff.
When? I don't remember telling you that.
You didn't say that earlier?
No, I don't think that was me.
Wasn't that Clint that said that?
No.
No.
Who was it
No.
that said they
Oh
had
no, you know
the
what? That
orb?
was an average Joe.
Average Joe. So
Oh, Clint,
That's right.
I'm so sorry.
That's all
I'm
right, dude.
retarded.
That's all right.
Forgive me. Forgive me, please.
You
You're
stop
good. But
smoking
no,
that
I mean,
Northern
there was some
Lights.
stuff happening, but yeah, no, you're
Yeah,
good.
no.
Now it's very interesting, Clint, you say that.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
someone I know, and I'm very concerned for him. I'm trying to get him to Christ, but he's very he's Métis. He was very mixed with First Nation religion and Norse religion, actually, right?
Who?
You said First Nation
Someone I
religion.
know, First Nations and Norse paganism.
What's
They're
paganism?
very
Oh,
similar.
okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Nordic paganism.
Yeah.
I talked about some of this stuff because I've shown him a bit of your show and stuff, and he talked to me. We were driving about one dream he had, and this is what it blew. I almost had to pull over. Right, blew my mind. He is talking about he was in kind of this like city going towards Colosseum, and he was talking with a group of people. Some were human, and then one of the entity groups he was describing that he was with. And if anyone knows Mesopotamia mythology, he describes scorpion men. And he doesn't know any of this mythology. He knows nothing about
Created
that.
by Tiamat.
Yes. And I explained this to him. I'm going,
Yeah,
like,
Mom.
holy,
Yep.
holy, like, I explained this to him. Then he also has another dream. Well, I mentioned kind of, I'm talking about these alien entities, different types. And I get to the mantids. He's like, oh, really? And as he gets excited and tells you about the dream he had, he's got to like save this child and get him to these mantids. I'm very concerned for him. I think we have parallel realities that are going on. Sometimes these entities can take slivers of your soul and put in other bodies that have other realities to use you as a minion. James Bondley talks about this. Other times you're just your parallel selves, right? And he's talking about some stuff that's very concerning, like one where he's like a skinwalker, which really raised up my alarm bells. And I need to talk to him again about that because we know what those people do, very evil things. But it's like he's having all these type of dreams. And I've researched and there's people like this online. So I think Clint kind of get to the point of it. I think there's also like you've talked, Josh, a bit about the guy, the DMT, and then how we, you're not human like him. You might be something different, human, but a different concept than what we think. Now there might be something within our DNA or in our spiritual sense, and it links us to some of these other races and entities throughout mythology and time. And so possibly some of this, possibly Clint, not saying that you're related to these gargoyles at all, but possibly there's something about you or something in your past that links you to them, and that's why they opened that portal and interacted with you.
Well, I've had one nightmare where I was in my old house in the basement, and there was two demons there. One was really huge and fat. Actually, I can tell you exactly what he looks like, so you can get an image. He used to be a part of the WWF. The big fat black dude with the blonde hair called Vicious looked just like him. And it was a small dude, like a midget almost, that were walking with me, and they were telling me that they missed me, literally. And I was like, man, what are you talking about? And then, of course, some stuff happened, but then I woke up because I have all these crazy lucid dreams. But I do want to tell y'all real quick on the show right now, because I did tell Josh this last time, but I need to mark this because what's happening in Ukraine and Russia right now. Okay, I had a astral projecting experience one time where, and this was years ago. This is right before. This is actually right after.
I'm
I
sorry
guess
to interrupt, but there's not
Sure,
an
sure.
echo coming from me, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry. Okay.
Hey, all
That's
good.
okay. That's all right. Yeah. So I astral projected one time out of my body because, and this is the thing, when you're stuck in sleep paralysis, I did a lot of research on it because it happens so much and it sucks so bad. And I seen that these weirdos went to this, I don't know, hotel, and they were practicing it. And they said, listen, once you get stuck in sleep paralysis, you can either do one or two things: freak out, or you can, sit there like you're stuck anyways, and then accept it. And once you accept it, you start feeling the vibrations from your feet, and just like your arms asleep, the tingling, right? It goes from your feet all the way to your body, all the way to your head. And that's kind of opposite, like, Holy Spirit from the crown of your head as well as your feet kind of thing, right? Which I now know. But that's what happened to me. And then I sunk down into my bed in all blackness, all darkness. And then I popped up on the other side of my bed. And then I literally went somewhere, like, far away. And I'm pretty sure it was Europe. And I went to this hotel. It seemed like, and there was a bunch of other people in silhouette bodies just like I was. And I was asking the people there that were, and they were all kind of in the hallway, kind of like standing in line or like walking, talking to each other, whatever. And I asked one of them. I said, "Hey, can you see me?" And he said, "Yeah, we can see you." I said, "Okay." I said, "So you realize that I'm astral projecting my body right now, right?" And they said, "Yeah, we know." They said, "We're doing the same thing." I said, "Okay." And so I left it at that, and I started, and then finally I was like able to walk, like where they were walking in, and so I walked through this room, and I went and I walked into this, not that big of a room, but I walked into a room, and there was a laptop that was projecting what the laptop was showing, and I couldn't see it was the email that was projecting this image that was on the wall like a projector, and I was trying to get the email account, but it was too fuzzy, I couldn't see it. Now on the laptop that was projecting this image, it was all of Russia and Ukraine put together, no lines drawn across. It was just that whole region, Russia, Ukraine, and it was yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. So it was the Ukraine colors with Vladimir Putin's face smack dead in the middle of it.
I heard this
So
before. Yeah.
so yeah, I just want to say this right now live on this show that I had that. This was right after the war started, so I don't know, 2-3 years ago. And so if that actually happens, because right now you see what's going on, I don't know. And listen, I'm not saying one's better than the other. I know Ukraine's got Nazis in it. I know Vladimir is being a dick or whatever. I don't know, but I'm just saying. I think that may happen. I think Trump's getting pissy or whatever. I get it, and that may happen. I'm just saying that's what I saw.
Hey, yeah, what can I do for you?
So
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm in the middle of something, okay?
Tell them
yeah.
piss off.
Yeah. So anyways, I just want to say that in case that does happen. Actually, I don't know. That's what I see. No, that's what I see. So
Ukraine was part of Russia for like 700 years, bro.
yeah, I know.
They literally were
I know.
during the
Yeah.
Soviet Union. It was definitely attached to it, but
Yeah.
the Ukrainians, though, a lot of that during World War II, they were on the side of the Germans against them, and so that element stayed there as an as a bulwark against the Russian aggression. But I'm on the right, but I don't believe that Russia is a good heroic nation. I don't. But I don't think that Ukraine is a good guy either. I think, and it's not the people; it's the governments. And I think
they got Nazis and everything.
piles of dog shit.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about the Nazis. They're inconsequential. But he makes a big deal and they hyper focus on
possibly.
crap that's been gone for 70, 80 years now. We got that. This is the thing. I'm not trying to sound like Kanye West here, okay? But
but there's Nazis inside of the nation right now.
People need to understand something that is something we need to stop focusing on because it doesn't really exist.
Exactly.
It was destroyed a long time ago. It's a boogeyman they use. It's a fake boogeyman, and the real boogeyman are the ones that manufactured the shit in the first place.
It's like a red herring.
Like a red herring, yeah. And we're chasing it around on both sides. What makes me sick to my stomach is not the left screaming Nazi, 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 because they're so ridiculous. They sit there and they hate the Jewish people because of whatever. They hate Israel, whatever. But then they're like, Nazi, Nazi. And you're like, do you realize that those two were diametrically opposed? But not in their mind. In their mind, they pick and choose whoever they choose to hate. They'll call people from Israel Nazis. They're so ridiculous. But what I'm talking about is the actual enemy is gone. The one that they're referring to, the actual enemy is not it's not real. It's not. There is another one that is the one that Jesus talks about in Revelations 2:9 and 3.
Amen to that.
Because he says they claim they are Jews and they are not. And I'm sorry, I'm going to put the camera on Anthony. But the truth is the truth. Jesus looks more like him than he did me.
He's the Middle Eastern dude.
They get really upset. They're like, no, Jesus was a skinny white guy. No, he wasn't.
Long hair, blue eyes.
I'm not trying to be, and I'm not one of those virtue signaling morons either. I'm just if I laid it out there for you step by step by step, look up in 840, what was it, 848, King Bulan of Khazariah. And he was caught between the warring countries, the empires, not countries, the Ottoman Empire to his east and south, and then the one to his west was the Habsburgs, and they were fighting a war. And they told him, "Hey, we're going to fight this war on your land, one way or the other. So you better pick a side." Very cowardly people, and they were snake eaters and fire worshippers, and so they were phallic worshippers. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And so what they did was they chose a very small minority of people who had been freed by Cyrus, King Cyrus of Persia. He didn't free them; he kicked them out because they were troublesome people, and they ended up in that land of Khazaria. And so King Bulan was a smart coward. He said, "No, we're neutral. We're Jewish. A 2% population." He elevated them to statehood, and so it became a land for Jewish people to go. And that was, that's what he did.
Yeah, but also King Cyrus sent them gold and riches and everything like that, and made sure the Jewish people were good at that time as well, right?
I don't believe that. I don't believe it.
There were no Judeans at that time. They were scattered.
They were scattered, and it was the Israelites. When they went back in 645, listen to what I'm going to tell you. When they went back in 645 BC, they had no written language. That's where the Tanakh was actually written.
Yeah.
When Hebraic became, which was a perverted form of Greek. I'm sorry to say this, and it sounds absolutely horrible. No offense to my friends that are Jewish, but I'm saying, though, and I have a lot of them, but I'm going to tell you the truth. We'll argue all day long. I argue with some of my Greek friends, too, and I tell them, look, this is the truth. You don't want to believe it? Don't believe it. I told somebody the other day, she's a Greek, and I told her, I said, the Antichrist with the numbers spelled out the Antichrist, and she's like, wasn't written in Greek. She's like so determined to not be like. I'm not saying that it was Greek. I'm saying that it was written in Greek by John because he knew that the Roman guards couldn't even read and write Latin, much less Greek. And he was in southeastern Greek in the Isle of Patmos. And when he wrote it, he says 666. It translates to Nero Caesar. But that doesn't negate the fact that it's going to happen again and again because Christ tells us it happens over and over again.
There are many antichrists. Yeah.
Many antichrists. And there are a people who are completely antichrist. Let he who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. And what I'm going to tell you right now, folks, do your research. There is a group of people who have never accepted Christ from birth. They are taught by their own religion, by their own politics, by their own everything, to absolutely hate Christ and reject him. And then they pretend like they are God's people, but they are not. And
the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah.
Synagogue of Satan. And Revelations 2:9, Revelations 3:9. And what they've done is the actual Hebrews, the Jewish people of the Hebrew faith, the Hebrew people of the Jewish faith who actually live in that land, along with a lot of the Palestinians who are actually of the race and blood of the apostles.
Yeah.
They are being eradicated. They are being killed. And people do not listen to what I'm telling you. I think it's now 46% of the Palestinian people are actually Christians, and they're being murdered as fast as they can. But the Muslims are proliferating. And so the enemy within lets the enemy from without into our doorstep. This is a problem that has been going on for a long time, and they control everything. It goes back to the money changing. Yes. When Jesus rose Lazarus from the grave, that was it for him. That was the death knell. They were going to get rid of him. And he warns us over and over and over again who these people are, and we still fall under the boot heel of these people, and they fight war after war after war.
The Christian Zionist. Yeah.
They don't fire a shot. They declared war on Germany during World War II, and they never fired a shot, and they won. I promise you they did. And all we ever hear about Nazi. I get so sick of hearing that because it's the damn stupidest thing you could ever possibly be, because none of them really exist anymore. You have neo-Nazis who've latched on to some sort of weird neo-racism thing that didn't exist. Yeah. Because the Germans were not after black people. They were not after Muslim people. They were not after brown people. They didn't give a shit. What they were after were this one particular group, and that was it.
Yeah, the
I knew.
Jewish people were the first ones that introduced transgender stuff back in Nazi Germany, and they were all pissed off about that,
Yeah,
obviously.
and they actually
That's
helped
true.
foster and create Nazi Germany. Hitler was
What do you
half
think?
Jewish.
What do you think all those books that got burnt were? They never
Yeah,
tell
they're
you
all
exactly what that
Exactly.
literature
That was
was.
the whole point. Joseph Goebbels, Joseph Mengele. I'm telling you right now, they were Jewish. People don't. They get so mad when I tell them
Yes,
this.
they were.
And Adolf Eichmann, if you were ever able to listen to what he said when they interrogated him, the dumbest thing that Israel ever did was take him under custody. I talked about this on a Saturday show, but of course, Crazy Roofer Guy and some of his pals were crashing the party, trying to get everybody to stay away from my Saturday show, where we talked about all this. When I had a panel of guests like this, and we talked about this with Chris James, Rob Yox was on there, Jason Bland, several other people, and we talked about this. Adolf Eichmann, he says on there, he goes, when they were questioning him, he was getting exasperated with them, and he goes, "You should know this was your plan." And they were just like, "What are you talking about? You must be crazy." And he was like, "You're a Zionist. I'm a Zionist. We did what we were told by you." He told them that on the stand. And they said, "This guy's cuckoo bananas."
Yeah, just like George Soros, right?
Why would he get up there and just absolutely what he just came up with the game plan that night and said, "I'm gonna flip the script. I'm gonna put the system on trial." No, he's telling you exactly what they did. And he's like, "Why did you come get me and not Hitler? Hitler's in Argentina. Was he not in Argentina?"
Because we took all the German scientists over to create
He
an
was
asset
in
here.
Argentina. He said he was in Argentina. He goes, "You let him go. You boarded him. You boarded the ship in Gibraltar. He was there. You let him go. Why did you come get me? Why did you not get these other people? Why are they still free?" Because Adolf Eichmann was the fall guy. I'm telling you. And they killed as many Jewish people as they could. The poor Jewish people got killed by the rich Jewish people.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they did this. This is the freaking truth. The Soviet released documents will tell you this, but nobody reads them. They don't try, but it's too much work. Why would you want to read all that shit? Maybe you don't speed read. Maybe you don't know how to do it. I don't know. Maybe what the excuse is, but people don't want to hear you.
It wasn't the first time, the Jewish people got kicked out of one country. It was a bunch of countries.
126 countries.
There you go. Yeah.
And they were polluting wells, and they were committing ritual sacrifice of Christian children.
And Wolf, real quick.
He's like I said, they're not really Jewish people. They're
right. The Ashkenazi Jews. Hey, let me ask you this: the Talmud. Is it true that it has multiple genders in there?
That's a disgusting, blasphemous book that a lot of them read from.
That's what I thought.
And I'm telling you right now, and when I say this, I sound like a horrible person. I'm telling you the truth.
No, you're not, dude.
They'll eventually castrate me, crucify me, probably hang me upside down.
It's true, brother.
But you have to tell the truth, and the truth is the truth. And whatever is done in the dark will come to the light. Yeah. And these people, they actually participated in the bombing of Dresden so they could achieve a body count. Originally, in the 60s, the Encyclopedia Britannica had said that there were 365,000 Jewish people in Europe at the onset of the Holocaust. Now the numbers are 271,000. They're saying that's not even. How did 6 million die? But they still managed to kill a whole bunch of them. Because they were after a body count. The 6 families, the Rockefellers, the Redstones, the Krupps, they were all involved in this. The Rothschilds, yes. These are the families that were doing it, right? The Goldmans, the Redstones, every one of them adhering to a different job or charter that were international finance, politics.
Well, they're the ones that convinced Britain that they lost the war so they could buy the bank, right?
The Benjamin Friedman. Now you have good Jewish people that were trying to warn them, like Benjamin Friedman. He warned everybody. He tried to tell everybody, "Hey, this is what they're doing." They break ranks and try to tell them. They kill them. They'll kill them faster than they'll kill their own faster than they'll kill everybody else, because a dead person, a Jewish person, is a tragedy that can't be missed. Now you have these 2 Jewish people that recently died. What do you think they're going to do with that?
Oh yeah, in DC. Yeah, well, dude, I live like
What kind of
30 minutes from
laws are going to
DC.
come out of that now? Because you're going to have laws,
yeah.
just like in Europe. There's all these
Dude,
countries.
we already have the Noahide laws here in Maryland. I'm like 30 minutes from DC right now.
You
Yeah,
can't
we
say
got the
anything
Noahide
about
laws.
them in Germany. You'll go to jail, and there's a lot of countries like that.
Fred Leuchter told the truth.
Yeah. There's a lot of them.
Read the Leuchter reports.
When you start going back but whatever I say, they're going to turn it into, oh, you're an evil bad guy because you're telling the truth. You're just telling the truth. I'm not against people, or somebody's born Jewish. I have a problem with them. They're only doing what they're taught. They're worshiping the black cube, which is
just like Islam is. Yeah.
Lucifer is a shaitan. He's a Satan.
Yes.
And of course, Lucifer is their God. Look at what Abe Finkelstein says. Our God is Lucifer.
Yep.
He says it. And he's like, we eat your children. We eat the blood of the children. We put them in the slaughterhouse.
McDonald's. Yep. You're eating your own people. McDonald's. I heard the whole thing probably about, 10 years ago. I remember listening to that whole thing. He was doing
over
that guy on the radio show. Yep.
And now Germany's been occupied for 100 years going on now, and they're still talking about Nazis, and it's just like nauseating, dude. It's over and done with. The fascists lost, and they try to say that fascism is still running around, like, because that's what the left does. They're like little babies. They're like, fascism, Nazism.
I must say it's a mind virus in my eyes.
You're just like,
calling you a fascist.
Well, it's the hive mind, man. They're like NPCs, man. You just don't really understand what the hell is going on with these people.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Neither do they.
Yeah, it's like they're from another realm, like Mort calling Orson, Nanu, like, dude, you don't know. I mean, when you try talking to them, they'll scream in your face. I had this woman I escorted off the property one night. She was just like, fascist. And she's like in my face. I'm just recording her. I'm just like, yes, whatever.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Exactly. And she just wouldn't stop screaming. And then she started screaming in my face to free Palestine, but I'm also a Nazi.
And she's also gay. It
doesn't make any sense. It's like a hodgepodge of uselessness.
Idiot.
But
it's just like the summer of love 2020, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We need to get together, Clinton, have you just tell all of your encounters, and we can put it on a podcast episode. Once we do everything on the website, and then we start going back and doing some more stuff on Rumble, which I'm waiting for them to get it unglitchy. We can talk more openly about things, because people will get it twisted and they'll take things out of context and say that I'm attacking people. I'm not attacking people. I'm telling it like it is. I'm telling the truth.
Who cares? They're idiots.
And it's just, you're going to get attacked and and they threaten to cancel you. I just say this, I don't give a shit, because people who want to learn are going to come and find me one way or the other until they're done.
Yeah, I'm so glad I found you from L.A. Marzulli, man. I never knew about you, and now I found you. It's crazy because you remind me of my best friend. I'm 34. My best friend is about to be 52 or 53 or something like that. And he's just like you, man. He wears all the gold chains. He's Italian, just like I am. And he's got all the gold rings and everything, man. And I was trying to tell him about you. I was like, look, check my boy Wolf out, man. He's got the gold chains just like you got, and the rings. Yeah, I mean, you got more rings than he got. You know what I mean? But he just traded in a few of his gold necklaces for a herringbone, the old school joint, you know what I'm saying? Like $3,600 worth, you know what I mean?
Well, this is an investment to me. I buy gold, and it's very a potent asset right now. And so I haven't sold any. I've been hanging on to it because it just keeps.
What is it, $3,300 an ounce now, right?
Yeah, it'll go down, but it's going to hit 35. Once it hits 35,
it's like Bitcoin right now. Yeah.
I have to shoot off, Clint.
Me too, guys.
I'm sorry for everything you're going through. Just be strong, keep in faith. Like, I know I've got stuff I do. I think I've never had sleep paralysis, but I'm pretty sure now this Draco has been coming around my night for probably about 15 years more, tapping my walls and stuff.
I'll pray for you, brother, and he will flee from you. I will pray for you, Bubba, and have the Holy Spirit bless you in the holy fire, and put a hedge of protection around you of the holy fire as well, man, and bring angels down to surround you, Bubba. I got you. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Clint. Thank you. So everyone have a good night. Josh, you be safe on all of your work. I know it's crazy everything you go through every night from everything you say.
Yeah, dude, you have no idea. Like, Here lately, the NPCs have ramped it up with their ridiculousness, and we have been in some very dangerous situations. Like most of the time, it's pretty chill, but here lately, it's just like we got attacked by a pit bull, using a can of mace to get it, under control. The guy wouldn't get it under control. We had some people surround Anthony and try to fight him, and then we had. And that was a weird thing too. I noticed like these blinds moving on this apartment, and when I went up to it, there was nothing moving them. And then I heard the yelling, and I went upstairs, and I found Anthony up there, and they wouldn't even let him get his phone out. They were just around him, and so I had to deal with that. And there were some people that were screaming and yelling. This crazy homeless guy got in my face and tried to throw water on me. So I don't know what was in the water, why he was trying to throw it on me. When I smacked it, it went up and poked him in the eye.
Good Lord.
He's like, I live here. And I'm like, you don't live here, but something else will happen to you if you don't leave.
Exactly.
But I kicked him off the property, and I was like, well, call the police, tell them that I kicked you off the property since you live here. But he didn't. So there's some crazy people just doing crazy, stupid things.
What's crazy, Josh, you know what I tell people, man? When I was working overnight, doing third shift and whatnot, building Dollar Generals and going to Wise grocery stores and doing overnight stuff, I told my best friend, my other best friend, when we were working, I said, man, there's a demon around every corner. Around every corner. It doesn't matter. You can be doing the right thing and whatnot. Every corner is a demon, man. So, I mean, it's true, man. It's crazy. These people come out of nowhere, man. Just, and they're possessed by or oppressed or whatever you want to call it. They're coming around and they're possessed by these demons, man. And they just start shit with you, man, for no reason.
Well, they do. They do. Absolutely.
And
So I'm going to let you run, Clint. I'm going to let you go.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you jump off. Get in touch with me. You have my email address?
I don't, actually. Can you shoot it to me?
Yeah, it's right here. I'm going to put the banner up, dude. Josh Turner at PRT podcast.com.
Josh Turner at PRT.com.
Yeah, Josh Turner at PRTpodcast.com. It's down at the bottom right there, guys.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see it. I got you. Yeah.
I'm going to let you run, Clint, and hit me up because I'd like to do a show with you. Like, you can talk about all your experiences. And you can
I got a bunch of them.
Yeah, we could just talk about them.
I would love it.
The people they wanted, they were on Spotify, and they're like, we want more of people's encounters. So I did, and now they're like, well, we want you to tell more of your people's encounters. I like it when you tell it. I'm like, dude, make up your mind. So we'll just do some and then do the others. But there's a lot of people who need their stories told, and I don't have the voice to just keep telling everybody's encounters. Other people need to tell their encounters.
Right.
We got a lot. Brother. We got a lot of people that like to do it. So I'm gonna let you run, dude.
That's cool, man. Yep. All right, Bubba. Hey, man, you have a great night, man. I'm gonna pray for you. I pray for you, Bubba.
All right. Bye. Under fire. Are you gonna run too? You gonna jump?
Yeah, I gotta shoot off, get to sleep. But we need to talk. I need to tell you my full story sometimes.
Exactly, and we need to get you recorded too, so we'll have the posterity. For posterity. All right, I'm gonna let you run.
Okay. Have a good night, John.
All right. Good night. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Diego. Sorry, man. Did you have something? Because I got about 5 minutes. I got to get out of here.
Oh no, I just I got right here at the place I told you. It's like a couple weeks back. I was live.
Yeah, you came on a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, there was a witch. I'm right here working. I just got here today, and I'm here at the same spot.
Wow.
Same little neighborhood.
Come back early next week, and I'll get you on first. You can get in. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I got you on Facebook, so I will send you a little video right now. The daytime how it is, because right now next to me is like 100 years.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, man. Hey, your audio is really crummy. It's really bad. It's crummy.
Yeah, it's breaking up like pretty bad.
Hit me up on Facebook, and we'll talk.
Okay.
Okay. So, Sailor Nemesis, what do you have? What's going on?
Well, I don't know if there's really time now.
What do you got though? Tell me.
Well, I had a couple of stories that I was gonna tell, and then I wanted to ask you what you thought about as far as the fake Jewish families.
Mm-hmm.
How you had mentioned that Jesus was darker skinned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is
And
that
that's not me being a virtue signaler. That's just me being truthful. I mean, it's honest.
He was from Galilee.
It was from
well? What
Galilee.
I'm wondering is if that doesn't tie in to the like oppression and mistreatment of of colored people, of darker skinned people, if maybe that's an underlying reason
I
why.
definitely think that this is what I'm going to say, and it might make some people upset. I've experienced racism, especially from Hispanics. I'll be honest. Being a light-skinned guy, looking like a white guy, and living in the barrio, who do you think messed with me the most? It was Mexican people. Black people, I fought a lot of black people, but I had a black club, and I also bordered the Mexican neighborhood, so we fought with them. But there were just as many that were my friends. The white people really didn't mess with me as bad. There was a few racist dickheads along the way, but mostly Hispanics. But I'm okay with that. I just, I forgive people. I let it go. But man, I held some serious grudges at one time, and I punished a lot of people who messed with me in my early years. But you can only punch the feelings out so much, and then it becomes nothing. It doesn't feel like anything. It's like eating food with no flavor, no taste. So what? You could control 1,000 people's lives, and what does it matter? You know. So I'm going to say this: there is a racism that is underlying in a lot of people's cultures, white, black, Hispanic, whatever. But it's a sucker's deal, and I'll tell you why. Because the people that actually control us, they don't really have a race. They're a raceless, shapeless form. They may take the form of the Jewish people, but they're not. They're imposters. They are. What would you call it? Not they're shapeshifters, yeah, but not. They're like they blend in. They're parasitic, and they parasitize those people. You see what I'm saying? And they have created a subculture of deviance and neglect and just every imaginable horror that they could come up with. And then as they're doing this, they're telling the world that it's being done to them. I do believe that the average American watches television and they see white Jewish people and then they see brown Palestinian people, and it's a knee-jerk reaction to go, oh, look, they're attacking those poor white people, you know? But they've been so brainwashed that they ignore the people of South Africa who were white and being killed and being murdered, and not in no small numbers either. It is a genocide. It absolutely is. And I don't give a shit what that fathead president is over there pretending like that's not happening in my country. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. And it has been for a long time. The people, the people in Israel, I don't think all of them really understand, because I feel sorry for them, because a lot of them were raised, and they were born and raised in a religious / race that doesn't really exist. And they were told a lot of stuff that wasn't true by their rabbis, that they were told that they are the chosen ones and that they are this and they are that. You are the chosen one when you accept Christ. Jesus says he came to teach the word of the Jew, the Greek, and the Gentile, that all mankind could have salvation. Now, I don't believe this. There are people who have told me things like, I feel resentment that God would love one race of people over another. And I tell them he doesn't. He never did. That's a fallacy. Because God, it says in the Bible, God is not a respecter of mankind. Why? If he's not a respecter of man, then why would he say, I love this people more than everybody else? When he made that deal with Jacob, he was talking about Jacob. And there again, it goes back to the Old Testament and what a lot of people would refer to as the demiurge. This is not the true God, the God of Israel, which they have painted the picture of him by writing things. Okay. They didn't develop their writing until 1,000 years after, or 2,000 years, whatever it was, the Babylonians had been writing, and 4,000 or 5,000 years after the Tamil culture was writing. So they're Johnny come lately in that region, and they started writing up a history that they borrowed very heavily from the Persians. I had a guy argue with me the other day, and I love him. His name is Sammy. I've known him for years. And he says, how can you say that they didn't have this and that, blah, 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 blah? And I said, look, he's actually Jordanian. And I told him, I said, well, because I argued about Islam. I said, it's not correct. He says, can you say that? I said, because it's based on Judaism. He said, well, so is Christianity. I said, and that part of Christianity is not correct. It's not. And I don't care what anybody says. They can argue all day long. You can bring any scholar up here and he can dig himself a hole right here on the show and make himself look retarded. And I still use that word. I don't care about the political correct bullshit. The fact of the matter is there is a truth and then there is a fallacy. And if you look at, I don't believe that God has changed. I believe that they wrote those things about God and it wasn't correct. And nobody's going to convince me. They've changed it. They've rearranged it. The Catholic Church changed it, went in there and dug it out and messed it up. And Islam being based on a religion that to me should not even be still in existence. I'm not even talking about the people. I'm talking about the religion should have turned into Christianity. We are being robbed of our birthright and everybody's okay with it. And you have these evil evangelical preachers who are lying to everybody about it. The Jewish people should be accepting Christ as their Messiah, and they don't. And instead we make excuses for it because the people who are actually these false ones, they hold sway. And I don't care. I'll tell the truth. If that means that people don't watch me or listen to me, then don't. And that means that people don't want to work with me or hear what I have to say, then don't. My brand is not going to live or die based on what these cancel culture shit asses do to me. I don't care. I've already reached thousands and thousands of people. Like we've said on the show, it's too late.
Yeah.
They're running toward the ship to throw a bomb in it. And it's like, we've already accomplished our goal. The word is out there. If I die tonight, tomorrow, the next day, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's already done.
Pandora's box is already open.
It's already open. The jack is out of the box. I've achieved my goal. Everybody has heard the truth. Now it's up to y'all to go and spread the word, the true gospel. Because we should have been listening to the gospel all along instead of this crap from the old times, whatever. It's the same thing with this Nazi shit. I don't give a crap about them one way or the other. And it's all you ever hear about. The History Channel is the Hitler channel because why, if they're so godly and they're so correct, do they need to beat you over the head with that every day to remind you?
It's a psyop.
It's a psyop. It is an absolute pile of shit.
And why do they need to make laws to keep you from criticizing them?
Every day. They tell you about it. They remind you. While at the same time, they're doing what they're doing over there in Palestine. And I'm not on the left. I'm telling you, I'm a diehard right winger. So I'm telling you, though, that what they're doing to the Palestinian people is wrong. I'm not into Islam either. I think Islam is an enemy of Christianity. But to murder people is wrong. It's like you show up there, you bulldoze their houses that you were given refuge in.
Chop down
all their trees, and you did everything to defile their land. You beat them into a corner. Then you say, this was our land thousands of years ago, blah, 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 blah. And I can absolutely dog you out with scripture all day long that does not support that. They said that Palestine never existed, but yet Jesus was crucified in what? The province, the Roman province of Palestine. He was not crucified in Israel. He was not crucified in Judea. He was crucified in the Roman provincial lands known as the Palestinian. Yeah. So how could that be if it didn't exist? That is another bold-faced lie that they can tell you. But you got to remember, they have been brought up in a culture of elitism. They are told, just like the Brahmins of India, which Jesus went there too. And they nearly killed him because Jesus said, this isn't correct. When this man's born into this, he can't grow and change. He told the Brahmins, because the Brahmins in India believe that if you're born of the Brahmin, you're the upper class. And anybody who was born, whatever station they were born in, they have to stay in that station. And Jesus told them, then how does a man ever grow or learn? How can he ever elevate himself and transcend to be with my Father if he has to stay in where he's at? And I say this, if you treat a man the way he is, he stays the way he is. If you treat a person the way that you can see them becoming or what they will become, they'll become that. And Jesus understood that more than anybody. Why would he say in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9 that they are of the synagogue of Satan and that they are not Jews? They claim that they are Jews, but they're not. We're talking about the Harvey Weinstein and George Soroses of the world. They go around and they pretend to be, they wear yarmulkes, and Netanyahu, he's another one. And so is Ariel Sharon,
Kissinger.
Moshe Diane, Henry Kissinger, Golda Meir, Benjamin Gurion, the ones that founded Israel. You know why they called it Israel? Do you want to know why? Because they knew they would cheat, confuse, and confound Christians, and they would be bound by a promise that God says, I'll curse you. God, my God, doesn't tell people he's going to curse them. He doesn't demand blood sacrifice. He never has, never will. Their God that they made up in their own minds, and their scholars with their lies, when they were returned from captivity, when they were kicked out of Persia, some of them went north and became Khazaria, and some of them returned to the land of Judea, the Levites, the priesthood. And they reformed the priesthood, but that's all they did in the south. And these two tribes that were left, the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Levi, they became Judea, right? But Jesus technically was not a Judean. That's not even a truth either. He was a Galilean. He was born in Galilee to the north, and they did not look at him as one of them. In fact, they were like, what are you doing here, Galilean? Why are you coming to our synagogues to preach? Because he was saying, I must be about my Father's work. Who is your father? Is he Beelzebub? Who is your father, Asmodeus? And he was like, no, he's not. He's the one most high. He's the creator of all that is. And in fact, your God is Satan, and he's of the synagogue. You're the synagogue of Satan. Your father is not my father. And so what did they do? They had the Romans string him up because they wanted him dead. Once he brought Lazarus back from the dead, the Pharisees had a meeting and they said, we can't allow this man to continue to be a troublemaker. They went to Pontius Pilate, and Pontius Pilate was like, I don't have any grievance with this dude. And they're like, well, for Passover, we get to have one of our people freed. Interesting that it was Passover, right? And he says, who do you want? And they said, give us Barabbas. Barabbas was a murderer, rapist. And they chose him over Jesus. And they slew Jesus. At the behest of the Jewish Pharisees, they murdered Christ, but he returned after 3 days. Interesting that we have Easter that is kind of the counter to the Passover. A Passover where they killed innocent animals and smeared blood all over the walls. What does that tell you? If you were to think about this, use common sense. Let he who hath understanding reckon this. If you were to take a goat or a sheep or a lamb and cut its throat and just take the blood and smear it all over your door, your neighbors would be in shock. They would be absolutely horrified, and they would be like, what the freaking hell? What kind of barbaric savagery is that? Our God told us to do that. And they're going to be like, who is your God? Satan? Yeah, he's the God of this world. Yeah, of course it is. What do you think the black cube is? That's what we wear it on our heads. They do. They really do.
Sure
and then
do.
You're like, holy crap, the Muslims dance around it like a bunch of maniacs. I mean, and you're sitting here going like, okay, how are we connected to these people again? Jews and Muslims? How is this even right? Abrahamic faith, whatever. The dude, get out of here. Use some bloody common sense, no pun intended, and stop, being okay with these things that they did. They said, well, God told us to do that. Why would God not tell you to do that now? And then they make up this crap about, because Jesus was sacrificed. So God sent his son to be sacrificed so that you would stop sacrificing? Does that make any sense at all? Or maybe you were trapped in this satanic matrix run by the Black Cube Society, which is the imprisonment in the seat of Lucifer. And then you're taken out of this by Jesus. He says, you don't need all this crap. This is an illusion created by the Lord of darkness. And I'm in this world with you in a human form to show you that this is the true way and the light. God is my Father. He doesn't want any of this. I'm going to give you a way to transcend and come out of this, to wake up from this matrix like that through salvation. You have to suffer your hardships. Everybody has to eat it because it's karma. You have to face your sin, right? That's why it's not feasible to believe that a serial killer can kill 30, 50 people and say, oh, you know what? I asked Christ to forgive me. He says, it's cool. I'm going to punch my ticket to heaven. See you guys. No, you're not. That's not how that works. You will absolutely pay for every lie you tell, for every death you cause, especially death. And all sins are not the same either. That thing, sin is sin, bull crap. Bull crap. Don't believe that. It's different vibrations. Every cheat you do, every scam, every horrible thing you do, mistreatment of people that you love, care about, and are close to, and strangers even, you will pay 100%. You will pay. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to pay forever, because we had no terms for forever. We just have a really long time, which is eternity, right? You're going to spend eternity in hell, right? But in the Hebrew tradition, there is no word for eternity. It just means a really long time. 40 days and 40 nights, you know what that means in Hebrew? A long time. That's what that means. People don't understand this because they don't read different languages. They don't understand it. They don't speak different languages, and they don't try. They live in a goldfish bowl. They live in a bubble. And then when you say things that go against what the mainstream wants you to believe, whether it's a Christian mainstream, whether it is the Jewish mainstream, whoever is in control, whatever, then if you go against it, you're a heretic. You're an apostate. I've been called those things, and I'll take it to my grave, because at least I know that I'll be comfortable when I die. I don't care. I'm not afraid of death, because I know God is a fair God and he will judge me accordingly. And I didn't speak out against him, the one most high, the true God, the Father of Christ. I never spoke a word against him. The God I spoke against was the make-believe God that they created, the golden calf God, right? That's the God that I spoke out against, the one that they danced around and worshiped. Because no matter how many times the true God tried to knock on the door and tell them, hey, this isn't correct, they did it anyway, over and over and over again. My God is never going to tell you, he's not going to tell you to smear blood all over a door. He's not going to tell you to do that. He's not going to tell you to go and when you ask for food in the wilderness, he's not going to send fiery serpents to bite you and sting you and kill you. He's not going to do that. Jesus talks about that too. He says, when you're hungry, would a true and loving father send snakes to bite you? Fiery snakes. He's talking about Exodus. These ran completely anathema of what the Jewish people believed. And they were like, oh, no. We're special. We are special. And we have the right to rule you like Shetal, because you're cattle. That's what you are. You're talking animals. If you read the Talmud, it says that Jesus' mother Mary was a whore, and that Jesus' father, he was illegitimate, and he was the spawn of a Roman soldier because she was a prostitute.
She was gang raped by Romans.
By Roman soldiers. And they also go on to say that Jesus is boiling in feces in hell. They say these things, and they say it with vigor. They say it with this horrible, this nastiness in their hearts. Imagine being born and you're of that ilk, and you're told from the time you're born, you're the chosen one, you're chosen people, and defile and deny Jesus. Don't even say the J word. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to enter into a relationship with Satan that's going to be a bond that's unbreakable. You're going to be a borderline sociopath. You're going to be a soldier for Satan, because their God is Satan. He's the God of this world. Not all of them. There's a lot of them that have broken away from the spell of that, the Maronite Christians. And they understand, and like a lot of people that are Islamic, they've broken away from the spell of Islam and gone to the Christian faith. It's happening all the time. Don't let them fool you into believing all this nonsense, because Judaism, Islam it is not the continuation of Christianity like they claim. It is a continuation of Judaism. Even though they do believe that Jesus will return. and defeat the man of sin, which is the Antichrist. But when you have a group of people who are waiting on their Messiah, when he comes, who do you think that's going to be?
The Antichrist.
Exactly.
Man of perdition.
The son of perdition, yes. And so when that happens, and it's already happened, the red heifer was born, I think, 21 years ago. So he's what, 21 now, supposedly? He's going to come out of the boiling sea of politics. He's going to enter the world stage, and everybody's going to welcome him and think, oh, this guy is wonderful. He's great. He's going to do all these wonderful things. But it's not going to happen the way people think it is. You're going to be enslaved before you know it. And the Christians were going to be culled. The culling of the Christians, everything you got to realize, though, it happens over a span of time because they play the long game. Because you'll catch on if it happens too quickly. They trip over themselves at times, and then they have to pull back, and then they push again. It's like they're mining, you know. We were killed by the NKVD, which was predominantly Jewish. It was like 70% Jewish. It was the armed wing, their version of the KGB, the Gestapo, the precursor to of the KGB in Russia. And Stalin used them to murder the Christian kulaks because he knew he couldn't trust the other Christians, what they called, the White Russians. He knew he couldn't trust them to go out and kill and murder Christians. So Stalin, one of the most evil men in history, he killed like 6 times as many people as Hitler. He actually had the NKVD created and put the Jewish people in charge of it because he knew they would kill the Christians with gusto. Now, to be fair, so would Muslims, so would any other religion. They'll go and kill the other religions like it's nothing. They kill people like somebody would just drink a glass of water. And then when they were done doing all this killing and culling of the Christian kulaks, guess what happened to them? The straight-up communist atheists who did not have any feelings at all were given the guns and told them to turn on the Jews, and pogroms were imposed upon them, and they were put into these camps, gulags. Do you realize that the Germans only built, as far as my research has uncovered, maybe 10 camps? All these other camps, there was like 200 of them across Europe, they were created by who?
Commies.
By the NKVD. They were already in place. The NKVD had been killing long before the Nazis were even thought of. Hitler came to power running on the basis of fear-mongering of communism. He says in the breadbasket of Europe, or what could be the breadbasket of Europe and Ukraine, millions and millions of people were starving and dying in the Holodomor. How many people died in the Holodomor, Anthony?
At least 22 million.
20 million people died.
They say 6, but it's 22.
Mm-mm. And so a lot of the photos you see of people saying that's a Holocaust, I hate to burst your bubble, but it's actually the Holodomor.
Yeah, those are people that starved to death.
They starved to death. And I tell people this, I was like, if you were to look at the facts, why, if the Germans were busy murdering all these Jewish people, why were so many of them still alive to be freed by the American soldiers?
That's what I said. Fred Leuchter told the truth.
Yeah. Why would there still be so many? It doesn't make sense. It's not real the way that it not happened, but not the way that they'll tell you it happened. The problem with this whole scenario is that if there are so many of these people, why would they, there be so many that were still alive? And how many are still getting paid to this day? And why did they make all these other countries pay all this money? Because they were allies of Germany. They took billions, if not trillions of dollars from everyone around the world. Even Japan, until the 90s when they said, screw you, we're tired of this shit, and they quit paying. What's really messed up about all of this is that America was the bully boy that they used to do all of this, to slap all these other countries around and make them pay. And somebody asked Trump recently, they're like, are you going to take off the tariffs from Israel? He's like, no, we give them $40 billion a year. Why do we need, whatever. He gives them billions, whatever. Netanyahu's sitting there like, what? Like, yeah, exactly. So I'm not saying he's the world's savior. He's not. But these people that attack him night and day and say that he's this and he's that, I'm like, do you think the world will be better with Kamala? I mean, come on, really?
Oh no.
Did you understand the policies that that woman was going to impose, and how much of this former administration they were destroying our country as fast as they could,
Mm-hmm.
just fast as they could? This situation that we have going on right now, people don't understand economics. They don't understand politics. They don't. But and you know what? It all begins and ends with is spiritual, physical, mental connection. They don't understand it. They don't try to understand it. They think everything is some sort of weird magic, something bad, whatever, because holistic medicine. I had somebody tell me, which is just supplementation. They said, don't do that. That's witchcraft. I'm like, you were out of your damn mind. You were out of your mind. You're going to take demonic pharmaceutical drugs over what can be just holistically healed from your own body.
Who runs all the pharmaceutical
Oh,
companies?
pharmaceutical companies, yeah, Pfizer. And who controls all of that? It's one of the 6 families. Now, I say 6 families. They're actually, well, there's 12. But those other 12 families, they're like subsidiaries of those main families. There's really just 6. And they all adhere to a different triangle of the 6-pointed star. What are the dimensions of the 6-pointed star?
6 by
6
6 by
six
6.
angles,
by
yeah,
6, yeah.
6 lines, 6 angles, 6 points.
6. Doesn't Jesus tell us to reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number? And that number is 666 in 2 Timothy. They're told that is the star, the temple of Remphan, who was a king who was descended from Moloch, the child eater. Think about this. When you're told don't use that symbol and then it's on their flag.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying? The people of Israel, they're not all bad people. I know some that are very decent, good people, but I tell them, I'm like, brothers, you're being deceived and you're going to be a sacrifice, a big one. The mouth of the pit of hell is going to open up, and it's going to swallow up a lot of false Christians, a lot of Muslims, a lot of Jewish people, Hindu people, because they are following a falsehood. And because you're going to die in sin, that is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, which Jesus says is unforgivable. And it's not because God doesn't have a forgiving heart. It's because you aren't able to be forgiven when you die in your sin. That's the problem. You can't ask for forgiveness once you're gone. You're gone. And then you're waiting in purgatory, which does exist. And you will be judged like everyone else. And now people can argue and pick apart and say whatever the hell they want to say. They can go to the comment section and butcher my words and all this other crap. Doesn't change the time of day. It doesn't change the price of the tariffs in China. It is what it is. And it's going to be the truth. And the truth will always come to light. I'll be dead and gone, but my words will be here. And even if somebody decides that they want to lie and whatever, the people who have understanding will reckon what I said. They will hear my words. People who tell the truth, you know what they do to them? They draw, they quarter them. They crucify them. They crucify them upside down. They light them on fire. They do everything they can. They suicide them. They do everything they can to shut truth talkers up. That's what they do. And then they say silly things like, oh, well, he just wanted to walk out in front of a bus. He didn't want to live no more. Yeah, that's what happens. Oh, he just disappeared. Oh, you know what he did? He murdered himself with 2 shots to the back of the head.
Yeah, really.
He fell over in a restaurant. He was poisoned, whatever. All these things that happen to these people. Why? Because they told the truth. It's a sick world we live in. A sick, evil world, but it's completely polluted and dominated and controlled by one particular group of people. They are an elite group of people, and they predominantly come from these families, or they're married into them, or they're a part of it. The Masons, you know why the Mason symbol is what it is? It's a broken 6-pointed star. It's open. You know why it's open? Because it's open to the Goyim to be into the brotherhood with these people.
But a Goyim will never be 33 degree.
Never. You can't be, because you're not one of them. You have to be a vampire to do that. People don't understand. They really don't grasp. They don't get it. Why do you think they chose 33? Do you know what that number signifies? Anybody?
I don't actually.
Okay. How old was Christ when he was killed?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
he was
right.
33, and there's also in there 33 vertebrae in the human spine.
Mm-hmm. It was all. He was not a sacrifice like people think. They used him as a sacrifice, and to make a point that this could happen to you if it could happen to Christ. But Christ did something. If he could resurrect Lazarus, what a short-sighted bunch of people they are. What a bunch of fools. Jesus rose from the grave. He rose and he says, "Do you not see the wounds on my hands? My flesh is healed. My Father has delivered me." What if the grave couldn't hold Lazarus? How's it going to hold him? He's like, how's it going to hold me? See, we're mortals. It is given for us to live and die but one time, as Dick, as you, as Anthony, as everybody. You only live and die one time. That's it. As this particular person, as this incarnation that you are. But Jesus rose from the grave, not like any other man other than Lazarus. And I had some idiots the other day in a group. They were saying, well, back then, a lot of people rose back from the grave, not unless they were vampires and they were going against the will of God. And Lazarus wasn't. And of course, Jesus resurrected him. And that's what got him killed. But he didn't stay unalive, did he?
No, he didn't.
No. And so when you look at these people, they have built the cult of ignorance, a wall of ignorance around all of us through TV and music, all of this insanity that they've created, all of this nightmare that we're living in, the Matrix. Yeah. And of course, the cult of ignorance, Jesus says what? My people die for lack of knowledge. The cult of ignorance leads to the cult of death. Because if you can make everybody be stupid, guess what? You could end up with Azteca, where they're murdering like 2/3 of their population when they couldn't find people from other lands to conquer, kill, and destroy and murder.
Amazing.
They killed so many people. So many of my brothers and sisters on this planet have died. So they send a teacher, and that teacher teaches, and they kill him. They send another teacher, that teacher teaches, and they kill them. They send another one, and another one, and another one, until the Son of God himself comes down and says, enough. And they kill him. And even though he rose from the grave, and everybody that saw it was a witness to it, they still said, no, this can't be. Mel Gibson told you that these people were doing what they did, right? And then he made a movie about it, and they protested it, right? Gary Oldman said something about it. Marlon Brando said something about it. Who else has said something about it? Vince Vaughn. There's been a million people who've come and said things. You can't say that you haven't been told. I know Kanye's saying it, but in his own weird, wacky way. But he's sitting here telling you this, and everybody's just like, oh, I don't understand. Well, I got these cheeseburgers, man. Yeah, of course, because you're not paying attention. How many times does somebody have to beat you over the head before you finally wake up to the reality? This is the Looney Tune world, and it's being run by people who pretend they're the most fascist people on earth, and they're pretending to be God's people. The real people of God's, of Jesus's race are being used to build temples and fight wars. You ever notice that? You go and look at the Knesset there. Do you ever see really dark-skinned people in there? No, you don't. When the Ethiopian Jews, who really are closest to Christ's bloodline, besides the Palestinians, when they came into the land of Israel, what did they do? They wanted to kick them out, and they did. They deported a bunch of them. They didn't want them there. And what did Abe Finkelstein call them? He called them Schwarzes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well, and the Sephardic Jews are second-class citizens in Israel.
Yep. The Sephardic Jews are second-class citizens in Israel. I talked to a really nice, she was a very sweet Israeli woman who runs a shop down in South Padre. She made friends with me and my wife. Very nice woman. She gave us some towels, and so she was really friendly. And we talked, and she says that she was slapped in the face by an Israeli man because she's a woman, and she was standing in line for ice cream. I'm not even joking. She was in Tel Aviv. And a man can slap a woman there in the face. You think that the Arabs are the only people who like, oh, the Muslims or whatever, that they oppress their women? So do they. but it's hidden from you. You don't ever hear anything bad about what they do because the media is theirs. The Redstones have control, a stranglehold on the media. See, what they did was, and I'll tell you the absolute what happened. This is the truth. The New Deal. We were in a depression, and nobody liked Hoover, even because Hoover's plan would have worked, but it was going to take too long. So what they did was they voted FDR in, who was a rotten piece of garbage. And not only did he get us into World War II by pretending like he didn't know what was happening with Japan. Japan came six times to try to talk to us and said, hey, can you please stop supporting the British and doing all this crazy stuff, or we're going to be in a war. So they like, oh, we were just attacked, just out of the blue. Japan attacked us. I can't believe it. Yeah, I can, dumbass, because that you kept helping the enemy. Now imagine if you and I were in a fight, Sailor, and Dick kept giving you weapons. Here's a knife. Here's a gun pointed at him and shoot. Of course, eventually I'm going to attack Dick and say, because you won't stop arming my enemy. I have asked you half a dozen times and you won't. You keep lying to me. So it wasn't some unprecedented, strange, crazy, wild thing that they did. They felt like they had to. So then America uses that, and of course Germany, bound by their treaty with Japan, they had to declare war on America, but really they wanted it so they could get involved and help Britain. And of course the Jewish National Congress had declared war on Germany. How could you declare war on Germany when you don't have an army? Oh, but you do, because you have the whole world, because you manipulate them with your media machine. And that's what they did. So we get into this war, right? And FDR, he had created this New Deal. What he did was the Zionist banking machine had pulled the money out of the country, pulled the rug right out from everybody, and everybody, their money just dropped because they held on to their money while the Goyim, the dumbasses, the Shabbos Goyim, as they call them, the useful idiots, had put all their money into the stock market because they didn't understand how it worked. You're playing in a casino, and
Right.
the money's all on the house. And so you never bucked the tiger, right? But they did. And they played fast and loose, the roaring 20s, huh? And then the dreadful 30s came and the stock market collapsed. Boom. And FDR ran on the platform that I'm going to bring everything back to normal. You know why? Because he made deals with the Oppenheimers and the Sassoons and the Rockefellers and the Redstones. He made deals with the Rothschilds. He made deals with the Krupps. And he sold us out. And they used the media. They bought the media. With the media, they had control. With the media, they took over politics. With politics, what do you run? You run the military. America became theirs. These Khazars, the false people. And then they they tore the guts out of Germany. Along with the help of the Soviet Union and other creation, 11 of the 12 creators of communism, not talking about Karl Marx himself, who was the architect, he was Jewish, but look at the names: Trotsky, Lenin, Engels, Rosenberg. They were all Jewish people, all of them. They controlled all of that. And then Stalin, he outsmarted them, the Georgian. There is speculation that he might have been too, but
He was.
he actually managed to murder and kill a whole bunch of them after he was done killing the Christians. He installed pogroms, not programs, pogroms, if you want to look at the word, that were anti-Semitic, as they claim, but Semitism is actually Persian, Kurdish, Turkish, Hebrew, and Arab and Berber. But yet all you hear about it is one group of people that are being oppressed. Imagine being able to persecute the entire world, and the whole time as you strike someone, you're crying out that you're in pain. That's what these people do. That's what they've done. And they've managed to buffalo the entire world, and they've even parasitized the race of Christ, the Hebrew people themselves. They're oppressed by these white Jewish people. They're not even really Jews. Jesus tells you exactly who and what they are. And it's sad. It's a sad thing. I've been quiet about it, and I've done it. I'm sure this episode will probably get flagged, and who knows what will happen to my channel. But like I say, where there's a will, there's a way. I'll just go to another place and I'll build a website, and we've got it ready to go. And we'll just move it all behind the paywall. Because at some point you have to tell the truth. Your people need to know, because your people die for lack of knowledge. That's it. And I'm not arrogant. I'm confident. I'm not evil. I'm stern. I'm not a dictator. I'm fair. I tell people I judge them accordingly. I mean that. And I say what I mean. And I don't make shit up. I just whatever. When someone tells me something, you'll hear me oftentimes say my words, not theirs. Because I don't want to add to their story or take away from it. People can tell me a story and they don't even tell it. It's like in pieces, and I'll turn it into what it really is. It was really epic. Because that's my skill. I'm able to do that. I'm a good orator. But when I was younger and I was involved in all the bullshit, I didn't talk much. I kept my mouth shut a lot and I listened. Because that was not the time to talk. There were too many ears trying to hear what you had to say. But just because you're paranoid doesn't mean that they're not out to get you.
Right.
Mhm.
So I can tell you this, my paranoia kept me alive. It kept me safe. And now when you look at the numbers, you're going like, how is this possible that so many people have been deceived? But Satan is the Lord of illusions, and that you have to remember is their God. They wrote everything into the Old Testament as this is what happened, and from the Tanakh. But you got to remember, if you read what they wrote, which is hundreds of years after, I don't care what all these other fools tell you, and some of them are absolute fools. I know them too, personally. And they will tell you that that's not true. That didn't happen. I'm like, no, it is, because look at the timeline. Some of the things they wrote were 2, even 3,000 years after these events already took place, and then they rewrote it. And they created from their oral tradition. They created it in the oral tradition. We don't even know what it was because it wasn't written down. So in the 600s, they wrote it down and said, oh, this is our history. Is it? Because it looks very suspiciously like the Sumerians' history. And people are so damn retarded because what they do is they learned in Sunday school that this is the truth. And they want to believe all of that. Well, you believe that. You go ahead. Don't use common sense to even try to think and figure things out. Just believe these lies. And they will tell you the lies that they themselves don't really believe. And they'll tell you, that's for the goyim. They believe that bullshit. And like I said, don't judge every one of them because they're not all bad. I grew up in a family that was not, not everybody was a good guy. Not everybody was a good woman. I saw some people who were terrible people. And I tell people, don't judge me based on the people that I was forced to be born into. That doesn't mean that I am them. That doesn't mean that I have that same whatever in me. I'm not that. I have a lot of outlaws in my family. It doesn't mean that I'm one of them, at least not anymore. But everybody can rise up. Everybody can bring themselves up. The problem is when you advance yourself through parasitism. That's a problem I have. And everything is about usury, which is a sin. It's evil. Who do you think owns the credit card companies? Who do you think owns the banking system? Who do you think controls all these apparatuses? If you go and you dig, you'll find out who they are. How is it so hard? People can't figure this out. How is this so hard? I don't understand it.
It's really
Yeah,
not.
I
Common
look,
sense would, if people used common sense, so many of the lies would just be obvious. It's so ignorant.
yeah. But that's the thing. Common sense is in short supply nowadays. And one of the problems I have is that people are not willing to do research. They're very, very lazy. They want someone else to do it for them.
Mhm.
And when that person does it for you and then they tell you, then you reject it without even doing your own research on it because you were told by some idiot preacher who's on a 501c. And they don't want to lose their whatever, their tax exempt status,
Or told
which is
by some
exactly
idiot,
what would happen.
or told by some idiot on TikTok.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Some of these ultra right-wing conservative people make me sick because they make every excuse in the book for these people. And it doesn't make any damn sense. It's like, dude, you are so, they are not on your team at all. They fund and promote and create these horrible leftist incels that they are using certain parties like the Democrat Party in this country. They are that main tool that they use is the left. The left are very ignorant people. And there's so many people that are so caught up in all of that bullshit. And so
They're
here,
emotional, and that's what they use to think instead of their mind. It's their feelings,
mhm,
Most
and
people are
that doesn't
Satanists.
work.
Yeah, most people are Satanists because it's the first tenet of Satanism is love thyself,
mhm.
do as thou will.
And they do. They don't
Yeah.
have any. Abe Finkelstein, the rabbi, when he was being questioned in one of those interviews, he was like, that Bible stuff. He doesn't care about the Bible at all. So that's what happened. FDR sold us out. So did Winston Churchill, the fat little pig that he is. He looked like a pig man. I
He's
really
a
hate
fucking
Winston
druid.
Churchill. He was horrible. Yes, he was. He also was very good friends with Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, and they used witchcraft to defeat them too. Because you can't fight evil with evil. That's what they were doing. The leaders were, a lot of them were already bought and sold. Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the final solution. Wouldn't that have been the first solution? If you were so rabid about killing these people, then why were they all still alive? And somebody said, well, they were starved to death. Yeah, because the Germans were starving to death. Have you seen them when they were looking for the SS tattoos and they were lifting up their arms? They looked like skeletons themselves. The Germans didn't have any food.
The
They're,
RAF bombed the Red Cross food centers.
yeah, they did. And when you look at the Germans, they were like haggard. They looked like they were on their last leg. You ever seen some of these Southerners when they came back from Civil War? And they looked like skeletons, dude, walking with raggedy clothes and a musket with no musket balls. And then they got disarmed by the North. Same thing with the Germans. When you look at the Germans, dude, they looked like they were barely had any meat on their bones. They were eating a piece of bread a day, just enough to stay alive to keep fighting. And so it's no surprise that the people that were in the camps would have been starved to death because the Germans were starving to death. And I always think it's funny when people use that as a point. Well, they were starving. Who the hell wasn't, dude? Hell, some of the Americans were starving to death during the Battle of the Bulge. They didn't have the supplies. There wasn't enough supplies. So you see this madness going on. It's war. It's war. And everybody's grandpa supposedly liberated a camp, but every damn one of them's lying because they can't tell you where, when, whatever. It's just saying that. I remember my grandfather calling out a couple guys in the VFW hall. He goes, "You didn't liberate shit. Because if you were there, you would know what I saw." And I used to think my grandfather was a bad person for saying what he said. My grandfather told me when I was young that it didn't happen. He said it wasn't the way you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
So he left it at that. And he told me never to say that because the world would kill me for it. So that's that. And a lot of people will hate me for this, and that's fine. Let them hate me because I'll go to my grave knowing that I told you the truth. Now, what you do with the truth is up to you. I'm not asking you to go start a movement. I'm asking you to listen to the truth. I heard a YouTuber the other day, and he was talking to this guy who was from the CIA, and he was interviewing this guy. And I don't listen to a lot of shows, but sometimes I'll let it play when I'm doing my work. And I was making the scheduling for the week and whatever. And this guy was talking, and he says, I would rather have 1,000 hardcore loyal listeners than 1 million just fly-by-night numbers. He's like, because you can depend on those 1,000 people. You can't depend on any of that million of people. They don't care. With the attention spans of a sand flea, my words, because that's what they are. We're 4 hours and 25 minutes. You have 452 people in here. Now, if you take out the 10 people that hate me, the 20 people who are not sure what the hell is going on, then you have the paratroopers here. And they're going to be the ones that are going to enter into the new world and say, hey, this is the truth. And they're going to seek out the truth. And long after I'm gone, they'll still be seeking out the truth. Like star pilots going out into the universe. Seriously. And I'm not worried at all. I don't care what these people believe or say or do. Not the paratroopers, but the outside world, because the outside world's full of lies, and it's run by the king of lies, the lord of illusion, Satan. That's his world. I'm here to try to bring people, as many people as I can, over to the truth, which will lead you to Christ, which will lead you to God. I'm not talking about heaven. I'm talking about getting back to the Father, the source, the Father of Christ. The one true living God. When Jesus stood up to the Jewish Pharisees and he said proudly, your father is not my father. I don't care what your book says. I don't care what your scribes say. I don't care what the Pharisees say. I don't care. It doesn't matter. They wanted him to denounce his father. And he says, I'm not going to denounce the one true living God. Why would I do that? He's like, why don't you denounce your God, which is Satan? You wrote all these lies down for him. Why don't that's what you did. He almost died doing that same thing to the Brahmins of India. He was gone for 18 years. What was he doing? He was on the Silk Road. He was traveling, and he was testifying to people all over East Asia, Central Asia, Western Asia. He did what he had to do. He brought the word to the Jew, the Greek, and the Gentile alike, that all man could receive salvation. Read the apocryphals. Make up your own minds. Of course, the church was heavily controlled by these people way back. They were bought and sold by their silver and the gold. And they said silly things like, oh, we're going to take all this out of the Bible. Why would you do that? Why would you take all that out of the Bible? Because you wanted control. You left the code of Deuteronomy in there. That gives you control. Religion is now used as a control of these people. That's why they give you a tax-exempt status, so you'll stay in line and you'll follow the doctrines that are set before you by the Methodists, the Presbyterians. You'll follow the doctrine of the Catholic people. You'll follow the doctrine of whatever religion of Christian
Doctrine of the
favor.
Nicolaitans.
Yeah. So what ends up happening, you have people who are under the spell of lies. Some preachers will just preach in circles. Every year is the same, just repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. Keep it on, keep it on, keep it on. Let's talk from this book. Let's talk from that book. There are bunches and bunches and bunches of other books you could be talking from, but you're only talking from this little narrow, the Bible is only this big. It shouldn't be that big. It should be like this. Why would we all learn from the same stuff over and over and over again? There's some good stuff in there. There's some good stuff in the Quran. That don't mean that I believe it all. But if you honestly sit back and you look, it's cut down into practically it's not even, it's like taking a chicken breast and turning it into a chicken nugget and saying, wow, this is delicious. We took a piece of the breast, we put it through a grinder, turned it into pink slime, then we battered it, and it's not even chicken anymore. What is it? That's what they've done to our religion. And then they say that it is Judeo-Christian. What in the hell is that? Why would we be connected to another religion? Well, Jesus was Jewish. Was he? Because he was Galilean and they never accepted him as Jewish. So why would you say that?
When they asked him all those times, are you the king of the Jews? What did he say? He never said yes. He said,
Yeah.
You say I am.
Yeah.
You say I am. Thou sayest I am.
Mm-hmm.
He never once said I am.
Yeah. No, and they hung that plaque above him, and the Romans mocked him because they would mock anybody who was Jewish. They didn't like the Jews at all. They hated him. He was just another rebel rouser to me. Abracadabra says, yes, Jesus was a Jew. Prove it. Says who? Because he was born in Galilee, and they called him the Nazarene. That was an insult. They thought they were being snarky with him. You know that most of the places where Jesus taught was not in Judea, because he told his disciples, he told the apostles, he says, go thou to the world where they will accept and hear the word. They didn't accept and hear the word in Judea, so he didn't spend a lot of time there. He was there when he was a kid. He left. 20 years later, roughly, he comes back. They kill him. I mean, follow the timeline.
And why did he leave? Because Herod was trying to kill him.
They were trying to kill him. It doesn't matter. I mean, the bottom line is this. He was not ever received well in the kingdom of Judea. Yeah. And it is a made up word. It is Yehuda. Yehuda is the word. You're right, Lawrence. They say Jewish. That's not even how you say it. It's Yehud or Yuda. Those are the words that they use. That's how you say it. And Jesus is Yeshua. And when you look at this from an outside observer, like my friend who's Hindu, he's like, y'all are all crazy with this, blah, 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 blah. But I told him, I said, by the same token, you're crazy. You're following this order that Jesus says was not correct. And then he said something to me, and it was a bit offensive. As a Christian. He says, well, Jesus went around causing a lot of problems. I said, yeah, for people like your religion and the Jewish religion, he did.
For the liars.
Yeah, you're liars. It didn't cause problems for me. And Muslims will say they'll say crazy things like, well, Jesus is going to return. He's going to do, well, then why is Jesus returning and not Muhammad? Anybody ask that question? Why is Jesus returning? Why is Muhammad not rising from the grave and returning? Why is that? And then they say the Abrahamic faith. Do you know who Abraham and Sarah were? Do you know who they are? Ibrahim and Sarawati? These were Sumerians. And when God entered into the covenant with Jacob, he's talking about him. He's saying you. And he calls him Israel. When they recreated Israel, they chose the name Israel instead of Judea. You know why? Because Ben Gurion said the Christians will follow us because they'll believe that this is the creation of their promise. We will be able to fleece them with this. And they did. Billions of dollars go from our pockets into theirs. They have enough money to give every man, woman, and child $20,000 a year and be subsidized. They have enough money to give them free housing. They have enough money to give them schooling and free medicine, things that we don't have. We pay for their socialized everything.
Oh, they handed out some free medicine the last 5 years.
They sure did.
Yeah.
And now it's killing everybody.
That's the big part of it. That is the unseen hand at play. Let's say that. That was all intentional.
Yeah, and abracadabra, when I say that Jesus is not God, I say he's the Son of God. But if I have a son, is he not a part of me? Is his DNA not my DNA? Think about it. Your children are 50% of you. Your brothers and sisters, if they're full brothers and sisters, have 100% of the DNA of you. Did you know that? You're actually closer to your relatives are your brothers and sisters. You're closer to them than you are your parents. Each parent gives 50% of the DNA, right? Isn't DNA the building blocks of life? Isn't it? So by the absolute purest form of the definition, then Jesus would be God made flesh, right? Right? Through DNA, he would be God. But he also says that he sits at the right hand of the Father through the Trinity, which is God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, the miracle of the Trinity. He is God. So is the Holy Spirit. So is God the Father, who's the head, the Godhead. So by that, yes, he is God, the Word made flesh. But he also tells you that you don't worship him.
Amen.
He says, when you pray like this: Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen and amen.
Amen and
He
amen.
covers all the bases. So when I pray my own version of that. I pray to God through Christ. And every day I tell God, by your grace, I'm alive. By your grace, I will pass. I bow before God every day. My feet don't touch the floor before I say my morning prayer. And then I gather everybody together to say the prayer. Whoever's in my household, whoever's visiting, it doesn't matter. I've had Muslims and Buddhists and Hindus in my house, and I've prayed with them. When Tony was a Buddhist, I said, well, you're Buddhist, but you're still going to pray with me or in my household, or you can leave the household while I pray. Stefan was Muslim. He's a Muslim. He's a good friend of mine, but he bowed his head and he prayed with us. Kiam said the prayer with us. He's Hindu. I said, you're going to pray when you're in my household. I'll say the prayer. If you were saying a Hindu prayer and I'm in your house, you know what I would do? I'd walk out. So you, in respect, you pray, but I'm not going to bow and pray to Brahma. Do you see my point? Because that is what I believe. Because I know in my heart that that's what's real. Tried and true method. You could even call it scientific. Somebody is having an alien abduction. If you were me and you interviewed all these people, you would know exactly what I'm talking about. The name of Christ. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. And it stops. Why is that? Has you ever heard anybody say, in the name of Allah, can you stop? And then it ends. In the name of Yahweh, stop, and it ends. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that? Be honest. Let's be realistic here.
Once.
Have you ever
Never
heard
once.
Muhammad said to stop? Can you please quit? Do that, and then nothing happens. How about Brahma? Brahma, can you make it stop? Brahma, please, in the name of Brahma or Ganesh or these other false gods, can we please make it stop in the name of Ares, Apollo? None of it works. Zeus. How about the name of the devil, or name one of them? Pick one out of the hat. Has it ever worked? Has it ever worked? And I challenge anybody, if you don't fall on your knees and you don't ask Christ to come into your heart and open your eyes, you will not see the world, and you will not know the real reality that I know. You're not going to win any battles. I promise you, you will not. You will forever be blinded until death, and then you will walk in the afterlife blinded until judgment. That's what's going to happen. I'm telling you, folks, it's not too late. You can say the prayer. You can say it. You say, God, I come unto you in the name of Jesus. Please send your son, the Word made flesh, who sits at the right hand, who makes up God and with the Trinity, the Holy Spirit. Address Christ and say, Christ, come into my heart. Save me from my sin. I repent of my sin. Please lead me down the path of righteousness. Show me the true way. Lead me to your Father. Lead me back to where I came from. I am of the life and breath and spark of God. I want to return to him someday. People get so caught up in the minutia of how we're here, why we're here, blah, 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 blah. All you need to worry about is what Christ says. All this other stuff is a distraction. It is an absolute distraction. These people that are doing these things, you exposed every time you tell someone's encounter a story. This is the main reason I do this. It's very interesting work, but it's also dangerous, and there can be a lot of pitfalls. And I feel like I should tell you about these, or I wouldn't be sitting here when I need to be going out and doing my job. So I'm paying someone right now to go do my job. So I'm losing money sitting here telling you this. So if it was about money, you know what I would do? I'd close the doors and just work because I can make a ton of money out there working right now. I don't need to do this. I do not need to be here. I lose money on this. I'm a businessman. Wouldn't you think if I was overly concerned about it, I would just be like, yeah, I'm not going to do this because I could just go to work and live my life. I'm not here so I can look cool. I don't give a crap what people look at me and think. I don't give a shit. Excuse my language. But when I'm at the conference, take pictures. Oh, look, he's fat. I don't give a shit. You think this news to me? That I woke up and I was like, oh no, I have a belly. Oh my God, what am I going to do? I didn't know I had a pooch. Let me go and fix that. Excuse me, doctor, can you get some cosmetic surgery over here? Because I give a shit what these people think. And my doctor's going to laugh and go, no, you don't. I know you too long. I don't. I really don't. I care about my people. And you're supposed to shepherd the flock because you have a voice. It is your responsibility. One thing I like about the Spider-Man thing, he says, with great power comes great responsibility. You are responsible. We have over 100,000 listeners between here and all the other platforms. We have over 100,000 people to hear my words. It is now my responsibility to tell you the truth, and it always has been. Now more than ever. If people want to fall away, let them fall away. If they want to hear the word, they'll come back. That's it. And you cannot worry about what's going to happen to you because it's not, your life is not for yours, right? That's a good point there. Why would you need to go through Jesus to talk to God? Why do you need to pray through Jesus to pray to God if they are the same? They are one, but two. Exactly. Man and a woman become one in marriage. You have a son. That son is your DNA. He's a part of you. If you have a child, my dad is a part of me. I'm a part of him. I am him. Does that make sense? Physically, I am my dad. I look a lot like him. We look very similar. My Aunt Bev noticed it like at Thanksgiving. She said, you and Owen, it's like he's got gray hair and you got white hair, black hair. That's it. That's the difference. You look very similar. If you just look at me, you can picture my dad. So, Jesus he's his father. He is. And he's divine. And Chris is wanting to say something. Christian Wolf, I don't know you, but hopefully you're friendly. What's going on, guys?
Hey there. How are you?
I'm okay, man. I'm good. How about you?
Not too bad. I'm getting over being sick, but
I'm trying.
Thought I'd share with you a little bit.
Wow. You do great work, Chris. You really do.
Thank you. Yeah, forgive my content. That's me kind of rubbing crap on the wall, Either way, a little bruised fruit, but I'm working on it. Sorry, my camera's blurry. I got duct tape over my over my camera usually. I'm literally on my last leg as far as technology goes, but I'm getting to the bottom of it. So,
well, you had something you were talking about the other day. You had an experience. I was reading the messages I'd found that, so if you could do me a favor, I'm about to jump off here because I got to go to work. I got to relieve the person so they can go. But get in touch with me so we can go over your encounters because I'm trying to get everybody that's got long bunches of stuff. I'm trying to get them recorded so it'll be there forever.
Because yeah, a lot of people share their stuff with me lately. So
yeah, even if somebody takes it all down, at least we could re-up it on our website.
Right on.
Yeah, and so Christian Wolf, what do you have to say? What's going on with you, Christian Wolf? Nothing. Anyway, he's been in the queue for a while. Maybe he fell asleep. I don't know. I tend to be very long-winded, and I could do that to somebody. I could be a great filibuster on the Senate floor. But anyways, guys, does that make any sense what I've told you?
Every word you said is truth, brother.
I mean,
was awesome.
I don't want people to walk away thinking this guy hates Jewish people, because I don't. One of my best friends, though, it's sad because he's living up in the mountains and he's terrified that they could try to do something to him because he spoke out. He's Jewish. He was one of the people who showed me the truth. He took me to the synagogue and he showed me the Kol Nidra. You know what that prayer is? That absolves them of any wrongdoing that they've done to a non-Jewish person. You could literally kill someone and your God will forgive you. My God would not be okay with me murdering someone and just saying a prayer as long as it wasn't a Jewish person. You're fine. What does that tell you? The Talmud. Go look at it. It's a horrible book of blasphemy that says the most horrible things about my Lord and Savior. Why would you preach from that book? That's why I don't agree with the Muslims and their whole Abrahamic faith thing, because I don't believe like they believe, and I don't believe like the Jewish people believe. So why would I be okay with hitching my wagon to Judeo whatever, or Islamic whatever, or these one world religion? People talking about you want a one world religion. No, you don't. I don't want that. Why would you want that? Because you would water down the true faith. Now, all of them have a piece of the puzzle that's correct, all of them. But that's all they have is a piece. And they're missing the most valuable piece, and that's Jesus. Simple as that. Because in the middle of being attacked by any of these beings, Jesus' name holds a lot of weight. I've heard of more people repelling dogman and vampires by crying out to Christ, or in a near-death experience with demons attacking them. And the word of Christ, just crying it out or repeating it, can repel this. And it'll repel it quicker than a bullet and more efficiently. That's why the cryptid community will tell you, like that picture that Chris is holding up there, the cryptid community will tell you that creature is just a flesh and blood thing, and that you can fight it off or all this other stuff. No, it's not that way. Those are Nephilim. They're never going to find what they're looking for out there. They might find death. That's about it. Christ is the only way.
There's a reason why I put all the faces in mine usually too. I believe that they're probably a third of the fallen.
They are.
So that's, they got cast down. So you mentioned father, like I've got growing up the way I did, being foster care and whatnot. I look at Jesus as kind of like a foster dad, and he's a king, and I got grafted in, so it makes me royalty, kind of sort of in a weird way. People will probably pick up a rock to throw at me, but once I started looking at it that way, and you've probably seen how hard I've worked on this. That's me working, and I need to let go and let him kind of take it over, because I think that's what's getting ready to happen.
Yeah.
I do feel like for whatever reason, he's got me here just like you. I did not want to be here using AI. Trust me. The last thing, I literally learned how to email like a couple years ago. So, I've learned that it's been user error this whole time, thinking that I've been hacked and whatnot. Most of it's user error, and that's pretty embarrassing to, fall in front of everybody. But I think he did that on purpose too. So either way, if you can't laugh at yourself, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Free speech is really important to me, and to me, if you don't have that, you got nothing else. So I feel like he kind of gave us these platforms, if you will, and I'm getting to see the backside of them and to see how they work. And I don't know, it's not good. I don't like what I see on the future. So that's part of the reason why I'm here too. Being survival guy, I don't want anybody to be up, without a paddle. I feel like everybody needs a paddle, and I realize it says I can't make my own life longer than 5 minutes. I can't extend my own life 5 minutes.
That's right.
So maybe I could share. So,
and we all live by God's grace. So, Chris, get in touch with me. I need to re-record with you too. Uh, excuse me, Dick. We need to re-record, and I'd like to. I'd like to record with you too, Sailor. So if you guys could email me, get in touch with me, give me a phone number or something I could reach you at. I know I have yours, Dick, and I might have yours, Chris. I'm not sure, but you guys give me your number, and I can get in touch with you all so that we can get on that, because there's a different audience that needs to be reached on Spotify and SoundCloud and all those others that are on there. Jim Bob says Saturn. Yes, Saturn. If you look it up, look up the black cube of Saturn. Look up Black Cube Society, and look at how the rabbis and these clerics, the Muslim clerics and the Jewish rabbis, like I said, I'm not trying to hammer away on their religions, but they do adhere to that. And that cube is Luciferian, 100%. It is not something to be, it's not a good thing. And so hitching your wagon to this Abrahamic faith, that is not correct.
Isn't the cube a prison?
It is. It is. He's one of the shaitan. That's what people that are very ignorant, they don't understand. They say, well, Satan is Lucifer. Yes, Lucifer is Satan. Satan is not Lucifer. Do you see my point? Like, there are multiple Satans, Asmodeus, Beelzebub, Astaroth. Those are all, Baal, Haman. Those are all shaitan.
There's 5 of them in the book of Enoch.
Yeah, exactly. People don't understand. Samael was another one. People don't understand what they are talking about when because they're like, well, because these preachers will play this little game where they say, oh, they're all like an army, and it all starts with the devil at the top, the devil, and then they all go down and follow him. Who is him? Who the heck is that? What are you talking about? Because the average preacher could have 10,000 people in his congregation, and he would know a thimble full of what I know. And I'm going to tell you something right now. There are many, many, many of these beings, and they have their own armies, and there's factions of them. If you go back and you read all of the esoteric knowledge that's in all of these, you'll see there are spells and everything. And I'll tell you something else. Be careful for the gifts that you accept from people, because a lot of times accepting a gift from somebody, you're entering into a demonic agreement with that person.
Mm-hmm.
You don't realize it. Quit putting welcome signs out in front of your house.
Yeah, for real.
Mm-hmm.
If you know the
Invisible
real
string.
reality, yeah, you'll know. And, look at the story of Lilith. She was with Asmodeus, who is the king of demons. Why is he the king of demons? Because he was in charge. The children of Israel, no matter how many times they were brought back, they always fell away, and they went and they worshiped Baal. But that was one particular Baal Haman of Ur. And then the other one, they worshiped Astaroth. He's another one. He's a high-ranking archdemon. And when you look at these beings that they were worshiping real entities. These were not just idols. They had idols set up for them, but then they had these beings that they worshiped. Lucifer he's in the black cube, right? But that doesn't mean he doesn't have power, because he understands vibration very well. And he's built an army here on this earth. And he is a very powerful member of the Shaitan. But that doesn't mean that they all like each other. You ever seen a gangster movie where all the bad guys are around a table? He's one of them. He's not the devil, but he's a devil. He's a very powerful devil. He's just the one that was rebellious, right? But the fallen were just as bad, and they were punished severely for it. And of course, you had certain ones that were really, really bad, that did some really bad things.
Hey, I got a question.
Yes.
Do you think God has a redemptive plan for, cryptids and Bigfoot? Because if we think they're fallen angels, it doesn't explain some of the good stories you hear about them.
I don't think they're fallen angels. I think they're the descendants of the descendants of the descendants of fallen angels. And yes, there are some beings that could be possibly redeemed, because he allowed some of the Nephilim to live. But it also depends on who is God to you, because the God that told Noah all these things, the Old Testament, little sketchy there, because There are, I believe there's like 147 different versions of the flood story. Look it up. Every culture has one. And every culture has a different name for Noah.
Because they're talking about the same one.
Same thing, yeah. There was a deluge, and they always say the same thing. But there are a bunch of different stories, and I can give you guys some different places you can go and look that up. The Y-Files did a show on it most recently, and I get these from my listeners. One of my listeners sent me something from the Y-Files saying, check this out, and I saw the clip, and he said that, yeah, there's all these different, yeah, I know. He's right about that. They had a bazillion different versions of it, Gilgamesh and Noah. But
That was all about perspective.
Yeah.
You know, he's made out of fine jewels, and all
Yeah.
he's got to do is shift it just a fraction, and you're off in left field. So, you know, that's what I see. If we don't stick to what the Bible says, you know, it says everything in there is usable for scripture, you know, for teaching, preaching, and correction. So
It's
that's
weird
his
too. If
love
you look
letter.
at,
In my eyes, that's his love letter. If I can't trust it all, I can't trust any of it.
yeah.
That's just me personally.
If you look at Enlil, he was the storm god that created the flood. He caused it, but it wasn't to destroy the Nephilim; it was to destroy humans. And his brother didn't want him to do it. That's one story. So if that is God, that's not God to me. But you know,
but
everybody has their own version, and they'll say, "Well, he did it because of this, or they did it because of that," and that's just mankind grasping at why or how or what. God is not a respecter of man. He's not. He doesn't have to be. That's the problem. Is people try to put these human characteristics on the infinite creator of the universe. You can't.
I'll give you that.
That's ridiculous. And they try all the time. And they're like, well, we're his people, or we're his people, or we're his people. Everybody says they're his people. Everybody's saying it, but nobody's actually living like they're his people. That's my problem too. I've told my Jewish friends, my Muslim friends, my Hindu friends, I'm like, you all think that you're the children of God. Where is your works? We judge you by your works. You'll know you by your works. He'll judge you by your, two things, your salvation and your works. Salvation first. Otherwise, your works are pointless. If you don't accept Christ, who is the Word made flesh, the Son of God, his own Son, which is him in the flesh, because you're your own dad, you're your own mother. You carry their DNA, so why would Jesus be any different?
That's
But
why
Jesus
I called
doesn't tell
in.
you to worship him. He doesn't tell you that.
My biological dad, he was a piece of work, right? And I got to know him as an adult. He wasn't a bad person, but I don't want to be him, right? And I see a lot of his traits in me, and I'm trying to overcome those right now. So it doesn't mean you have to be, your father. So don't coach me to that. I feel like I'm already kind of there, but
No. But if your father is a great person, a great man, you're honored to be your father. You're honored to be who he is or who he was. But we are bound by the strictures of our DNA. We're bound by several different sins. Greed, lust is a big one. A lot of people are bound by that. People are bound by sloth. Basically think of the 7 deadly sins, but what is the worst? Pride. Pride leads to all the others.
So I got the devil.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard the ego, right? That's the big one. Being a survivalist, you can't put 2 survivalists in the same room, and it's like it's a pissing contest. And to me, it's not about what I know, what I'm learning, whatever. It's what are you sharing? What are you giving away? So I've given everything. I didn't tell you, but that one, the dark one that I held up that you commented on, that was gonna be my last Bigfoot. I was done with it. I realized that I gotta switch gears, new chapter. I don't know what's in store, so yeah, wish me luck. I'm kind of making it up as I go, and it has a lot to do with my technology, but I'm hoping to use paint I'll give you a hint there.
So here's something interesting here. Abracadabra says your dad is a separate entity, even though his traits and his biology may be a part of you. If your dad murders, doesn't mean that you're a murderer too. When Jesus talks to the Pharisees and they're accusing him, he returns the favor and he tells them, "You're of your father, Satan. He was a murderer from the beginning, and so are you." He's saying that they're just like their father, Satan, and he's like his father, who's the infinite creator. He's God. And when you say that, the sins of the father. Now, when somebody says that the bloodline is cursed, it has a bad bloodline, whatever, it's talking about your DNA. It's talking about your genetics. You must overcome that curse, that DNA, that genetic curse. It's a very simple thing. You don't overthink it. That's what it is. It's DNA. A lot of people believe like the sins of the father, the God of the Old Testament blames the sins of the fathers on the children. That's an oversimplification of jumping to a conclusion that the DNA is bad.
Or
Right?
behaviors. I have scars. I have bad behaviors. I don't want to teach my son the way I do, but that was the example I was given. And I'm trying to work on that and learn and heal and grow. And maybe he won't end up like me is what I'm hoping.
So Abracadabra says, again, God is Jesus. I don't see your point. The point is that God is Jesus, but they are also two separate entities. I don't know why you don't grasp that.
Christ
But I
never
can
said
see
I'm God.
he never
said
said
I'm the
that.
Son of God.
Son of God. But when you're looking at it from a three-dimensional point, it's hard to see and fathom. When you are, and this is why it's so critical. People do not want to believe this. They don't believe the reincarnation exists. And if you don't want to believe it, don't believe it. But I'm telling you, if you did, it would fill in a puzzle blank, your piece that you're missing. And if you would understand that and accept that that is a real thing, it is, it really is. Not everybody does it, but a lot of people do. That you will see, you will understand. And it's your genetics, your DNA. And like, okay, random file says the flesh cannot comprehend the spirit. You can't. You can't. When I'm in the spirit and I'm totally in the spirit and I come back, I'm going like, I can't understand what I just learned. It's very hard. Because your spirit is now plugged back into this limited computer we know of as the brain. The brain is three-dimensional. If you come back as whoever you come back, you must overcome the DNA that is in you. It's a drive so powerful. But mastering the flesh is one of the most important things you will ever do. Once you can master that, and I tell people it's a simple little thing, but I do it every day. Last week I missed one day and I felt like crap. Do a breathing exercise. I don't care. Just do the beginners of the Wim Hof, and I already in the advanced levels, but do the breathing. It will heal you. Try fasting for 4 days. I did that about a month ago. Do the breathing. Try fasting at least once every couple months. Do these things. Get into a shower and take an ice cold shower. Do it for 3 to 5 minutes, and whatever you're comfortable with, you will feel different. You'll be made anew. When you can overcome the cold, you can overcome the heat. It's like I've said before, deserts of Africa to the Russian steppes, you battle through the heat and the cold. If you can't do that, if you can't master your own body, if you can't master your fear, then you won't, there's nothing you can do. When you're not willing to, like when that pit bull was doing what it did, I got out of the truck. That's counterintuitive to most people's thinking. But I was a dog handler and I'm not afraid of dogs at all. And I told the guy in Spanish, you need to get your dog under control or I will. And I did. The dog laid down. It's not magic. It's something that you learn and you master your fear. You can't be afraid of that animal. I've seen a freaking werewolf 10 feet from me. What is this dog? What is that? It's a dog. It's not a great white. That is the point. These people get in your face. I had a guy put a gun right to my head. And of course, I was a little deranged at the time. And I told him, go ahead, shoot me. Go ahead. And when you do, you're going to go to prison and everybody's going to think you're this bad chavalito, but you're not. You're just a little punk that shot the guy that you shouldn't have shot. And everybody's going to want a piece of you. Because they're going to be like, you think you're bad, Holmes? That's what they're going to do. They're going to punk you out and beat you down because they want to be able to beat the guy that shot me. Because back then I was a somebody in those circles. And that guy was just a little punk. He making a name for himself. And I was ready to die because I didn't care. Thank God I didn't at that time. Thank God in heaven that I didn't. But when you live your life like that and you don't have any fear of death, nobody can control you. They can't do anything to you because you took away their power. When you're not afraid of their humiliation and all their other bullcrap,
You literally stop a narcissist in their tracks.
you don't care. Especially when you're fighting at a time when you have nothing to lose. I didn't give a shit. What do I care? They think, oh, you're going to embarrass me. And then, they try to say all these things about us. And my wife takes it and just posts it in PRT News. There it is right there. This is what they said about us. Here's the new crap that's coming out of their mouths. Who cares? Who gives a shit? At this point, you really don't care. I don't care who wants to work with me and who doesn't want to work with me. There's a lot of people who want to work with me. If they want to work with me, great. If they don't, well, I mean, sorry, it's whatever. Some people are gonna be there, and they're gonna join in, and they're gonna want to help you, and then other people are gonna have to face your wrath because you're going to have to fight them. They're gonna make you do it. Mastering your fear. That's the most important thing. The fear of failure. I could have got on the show and been like, oh no, 2 people showed up. I got nobody here. I'm nobody. Who cares?
Yeah, I didn't want to sing. I didn't want to be the voice of Bigfoot or try to. That was never the plan. I was chasing copyright stuff, so that's actually what's actually going to take me out, I think. So we'll see. What's funny is my content, it's just me, really. I mean, I just use the AI usually just to animate, but anyway, for whatever reason, I'd like to get as close as I can to what these things look like, and I don't think they're good. I don't go out looking for them. I hope I never run across one again or anything, but I'm not scared of it if I do.
No,
it took me a long time to get over that. So.
I wouldn't want to be out there coming into contact with them. They're not healthy at all. And I do believe that they give off radiation.
I do too.
Yeah, well, that's the truth. So Kadabra now is saying, just running around in circles like Jesus isn't God, and then saying Jesus is the Flash is the God, and then saying he isn't God. We already explained it to you. This is the last time I'm going to say it. He is the Word made flesh. He was the Son of God. He's God by extension of his DNA, of his human DNA that was in him. I'm sure he's angelic. His DNA is of the heavenly host, which is of God. Right? So he is God, as is the Son is like the Father. That he is God in that way. That's it. But he never says that you're supposed to worship him. So you can say that he's God all day long, but that's like saying that I'm my Father. I am, but I'm also not. I'm 2 separate beings.
What about when he came back into on Ash Wednesday when they're singing Hosanna? Wasn't that worship before he died?
It's called praise. Praise is not worship.
Praise and worship is almost, to me, it's synonymous.
No, people. Okay, so if someone gives you praise, they're worshiping you.
In a way, that's why I want to quit. That's why I want to quit doing these,
brother.
Not the same thing, man.
Yeah,
I don't.
Whatever takes your time. Whatever takes your time.
You're worshiping someone, you're going to pray to them and ask them for something. I
see what you mean.
Yeah. So that's a different thing. I mean, I can praise you and say you did a great job, Chris. Those drawings are awesome. They're great. Now I'm going to bow my head and pray to Chris. No, that's not going to happen because I don't do that. And it also depends on what you're praying to or for or what. Now, to beseech someone, to pray can be beseech, like I am asking for help here. Thank you for that, Kevin Murphy. But it's one of those things where, it's kind of the same thing, but it's not. And it's not talking in circles. I already told you, I explained it really, really clearly. I don't understand what else you need.
I see it like an egg. They're 3 parts individual, but they can't exist without the other almost.
Well, this now he says the word flesh and still God, the Trinity. Yes, as a part of the Trinity, he is God. But he still sits at the right hand of the Father as a very specific, separate entity. But, and this is also, I'm going to say something, Kadabra is right in one major way. And this is the most important way. I'm going to say this, abracadabra. I will give you this, and it is very, very much the truth. I am Dick Richards. I'm also Chris Miller. I'm also Sailor Nemesis. I'm also my wife. We are all connected. We are all one. Everybody has this illusion that we are all separate, that we are all different, that we were all, but we are the same. When you kill a member of the human race, you're killing one of your own.
Mm-hmm.
Even the animals, even the trees, everything is connected. Everything is one. So in that way, when we try to get back to God because we are the breath of life and spark of God, the body is just a vessel. It's really not. It's just the DNA. When it passes, when it dies, you go as that light back to the source of all light, which is God. Jesus understood that more than any of us. And he tried to make it very clear to us in our little pea brains. So yes, he is God in that way. Yes, absolutely. And he is of his Father. He's more God than we could ever hope to be. We are his children, but we are not the child. We are not the son of God.
We're
We
the
could
bride
never
of
hope to
Christ,
be.
it says.
Well, the bride of Christ is at the church, right? The original church, not what became. The church that became is something totally different. That's like saying Germany now are the same as the Reich. It's two
So
totally
you
different things.
you don't think I'm a part of that?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think you're into, I think you are your own person, but it's your choice. That's what Jesus' problem with the Brahmin priests were in India. His problem was that just because they were born there, they said, well, you're born into that station under reincarnation. But he told them, look, you can transcend. And so the next life you come back as something even more powerful or better because you learned your lessons in the life, or you transcend and you go to God. Because Jesus understood that we were in the Kali Yuga. And in this period of time of the devouring, of the nothing, the two different phases of it, yeah, it's the nothing. That's
I
what
like
it
that.
is.
Yeah.
Jesus is like, hey, this is the easiest time for you to transcend because it's the hardest time. So if you find your way through all of this mess that you're being bombarded with, and of course, like Dick Richards said earlier, that they're ramping it up with CERN and all this other crap. You find your way through all of this, right? You hack through it with a machete, a spiritual machete, then you can easily transcend. That this is the easiest time, because it's the harder the time, the easier the transcendence. Because if you could see through this vile illusion, you'll be fine.
I think these are better than a machete. That's just
Well, yeah.
my opinion.
Is that a Gurkha? What is that?
It's called a brush axe. Let me take it out of the casing.
The bill hook.
Oh, look at that thing. What a beauty.
Dude, it'll cut through like a 1-inch limb, and I'm talking limp wristed. Friend of mine's from Romania, and he said his ancestors would take those into battle, and they called them limb takers.
The
And
English used them. The
I
English
see
used
why.
them. They had billmen.
What's that? I'm sorry.
The English used to use them as their billmen.
I've got a long-handled version in my shed.
See, and this is all semantics here. Abracadabra says that if there was ever a oneness, it was the garden, and people were one with God. But I don't believe in all that. I'm sorry, I don't buy into that. Because why would God say that He doesn't want you to have the knowledge of good and evil, but then Jesus says you die for lack of it? Those are two different things, totally different things.
But it says, "Do not
no
judge."
sense.
But then it says, "Judge all things."
Yeah,
We have a right. We have a right mind, so it
Mhm.
divides. We can use scripture to interpret scripture. I think.
Well, Old Testament clashes very heavily with New Testament. That's a
Yeah, I
problem.
used to think so. I really did. I used to think so. And what really changed it for me was what LA's got. and how it's like, how could a mean God, wiping out all these people groups, how could that be? If you take into account that they weren't his creation and they were kind of like a parasite on the earth, they were, fallen, hybrids, if you will. That changes the whole book for me.
Really?
It's flat earth. Flat earth changed it for me too.
So let me ask you this: when they conquered, was it Nineveh? They conquered a city. Why would Yahweh demand 30 or 72 virgins from there? That's in the Tanakh. It's in the Jewish oral tradition. Why would he ask that?
I can't speak on that.
Okay, but I can, because I'm going to tell you, I've read it, and it's
Well,
very
not that
weird.
I haven't read it. I only, I try to, Jesus only spoke of what Bible says, right? That's what he did every time they try to nail him to the wall. He recited scripture. That's all he did.
You could use their own words against him. What I'm talking about is very simple. Okay. Why would Jesus want all of this gold, all of this meat that was cooked, cattle? He told them to kill every man, woman, child, and animal, but yet he wanted all of these women, according to their priesthood, right? He wanted all of these women. He wanted all of this stuff. Why would he want all of that?
This is my speculation. Back in the Old Testament, when they would kill the city, it says you can take the spoils of this city, but you can't over here. It's like, well, why? And it's because God had a reason why, right? That's what that's the best I can come up with. And I think he wanted to eliminate certain things to, that way they weren't in the future. I can't speculate really so much what God does.
His ways are not our ways, man.
His ways are not our ways, but I can say this. I mean, you could just use common sense and think, hey, this is probably something that was written by people who weren't being honest. Because most Christians, I'd say 90% of them, have never read the Tanakh. If you did, you'd know exactly what I'm talking about. They refer to Yahweh as a dragon. I'm not even joking. I'm being completely honest. My hand, honest engine. Literally, go read it. Go read it. The Tanakh. It says that David called upon Yahweh, and Yahweh came flying up from this mountain. He had wings. Fire blew from his nostrils. He had scales. He was terrible to behold, and I thought nobody had ever seen God, but apparently David did. But yet Moses only saw him from his back, but then David saw him. So that doesn't make any sense at all, right there. Even the Old Testament contradicts the Old Testament. But the Old Testament is not the Old Testament to them because they don't believe that. They don't.
I'll tell you this. I'm free to change my mind at any point. Right.
So is everybody else.
If you can show me and I can and I can make it up and make it fit, then I can change my mind. We're all free to do that, as for now. Something you said earlier, it says when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon you, and it's when you'll be turned over to be killed. And I believe that, I think that's going to happen in my lifetime. And I just, do I fight my oppressor, or do I lay it down like Jesus did?
And Adam says this has got to be the longest PRT live on record. No, it's not. We've gone 6 hours. So we're an hour and something short of that. But I'm going to get off of here. But I'm going to say this: you're free to change your mind and believe whatever you want to believe. But I strongly encourage people to read these books. If you can read it and not accept all of it, because you can't just let it all, because there is so much that contradicts. How is God the dragon?
The God of this earth? That's Satan.
Yeah, exactly. And then also, it talks about God being not God. It talks about Satan being the serpent, the dragon.
Yeah, that's a different book talking about. So it's a different perspective. It's kind of how I see that.
So there's a weird thing there. That's something that I've kind of come across, and I was like, did I read that right? And I reread it. And so I looked at the Hebrew translations, and I'm like, because they have these books now that you can follow what the words in Hebrew actually mean. It's tedious, and I spent 36 hours researching this one book without stopping. You know what that's like? You're starting to then you have to go back, get some sleep, and then wake up and try to continue because you're on a mission, because you need to understand these words before you talk about it.
I feel like I do, and I feel like I have a different perspective. I was 5 years old when I started reading this Bible, and when I was locked in my room, I had 6 years to really write the words, right? And for me personally, it says faith of a child. I don't think you need a college education to understand it. I think you
No.
can, look at it and it's just
College
plain as
education
day.
would be a hindrance, actually.
What's that?
I said a college education is a hindrance.
Yeah, I didn't go.
For the brain. But I can tell you this, that doesn't make sense. And so the simplest answer is usually the correct one. We do this mental gymnastics.
Occam's razor, you bet.
No, Richard, you probably understand this, but a lot of these evangelists, they make mental gymnastics to make their belief fit, not the other way around.
Oh, don't they ever?
Yeah, instead of just going like, hey, this doesn't sound correct. Let's just keep on until it makes it work. Most people, they want the Bible and religion to work for them instead of the other way around. We made religion to glorify something, whether it's a god or gods or ourselves. But the problem is that man tries to use his brain, and you can't. The brain cannot compute, cannot accept what the spirit is telling it. I've seen it 1,000 times. And you have to really, really, really be connected to that right side of the brain to understand this.
That I am literally all right brain. I took a test in the Army.
I can tell you're very
25
right brain.
out of 27 questions.
Yeah, right brain.
All right brain. And I turned it in. I said, there's 2 questions I didn't know. So I just gave them the answer that, that they wanted. And those are the 2 that were left.
Yeah. Eventually, the wheat will be separated from the chaff. You'll see. Amen. People will come together, and they will make the world the way it's supposed to be, because by that point, Jesus will be coming back, and he'll destroy the archons and imprison them, defeat them utterly, and then eventually they'll be cast into to hell. And then get this, hell will be cast into the lake of fire. Because I've had people tell me, well, isn't hell the lake of fire? No, it's not. Hell is your own imprisonment, and it's very much specific to person, angel to angel, demon to demon. That's very specific to you.
Absence from God is how I see it.
That is. And without God, you're susceptible to anything. It's like being floating in the ocean without any protection. Everything and anything is it's whatever you're big and bad enough to do. It's what's going to happen to you. The problem, though, so many people have is that they cannot comprehend human emotion. One of the worst things people do, and this is one that I cannot stand, is they think that when they die, and the disciples were guilty of this, is that they're going to have a life that's going to be like this, but super good, more gooder than this. And you're like, no, it is a complete. You will not care about wife, husband, child, marriage, brothers, sisters, parents, none of that, because you're all going to be laid bare in the spirit. Mm-hmm. That can only happen if we are not of this flesh. We are in the spirit completely. That means you go beyond the astral plane where you don't even have the silhouette of a body. The worst demons are not walking around on earthly feet. They have never walked on earthly feet. They don't look like us. They're nothing like us. And if you were to look at these creatures, they would look more like a tentacle type demon beast, creepy thing. You would not even comprehend it because they were not human ever. The Nephilim are the ones that move around, and you'll see them in this shadow where they have legs and arms. Those aren't even the ones you have to worry about. You ever heard the descriptions in the Bible of the angels? They don't look anything like us.
But it says they can pass as men too.
They can pass as men because they can shapeshift into a man.
Yeah,
But that's the
I
thing.
think I believe that too.
That is, you can get into a car. I can go get into my Dodge Charger and be like, I'm a Charger. No, I'm not. I'm a human inside of a Charger.
Right.
I can go get into my Pathfinder and be like, I'm a Pathfinder. No, you're not. You're inside of a Pathfinder. Doesn't matter.
The Ophanum are a wheel within a wheel.
Exactly. Metaphorically and physically. And what they do is something that we can't comprehend. And that's the
Exactly.
problem, that we don't see it because we're looking at it with earthly eyes. We're like, that's the problem. That right there is the problem. And when you try to explain it to somebody, they don't get it. They don't understand it, because I can't even understand it when I come back from the spirit. I cannot tell you what it's like because there's nothing to compare it to. Try being able to see in all directions at one time. You cannot explain that to people because that cannot happen in the third dimension. It cannot happen in the third dimension. Draw a picture of a stick figure, name him Tom, and tell me how Tom sees you and perceives you. He doesn't. He does not, unless you go and you draw yourself and go onto his world. Jesus did that for us. He left these higher planes of existence where he dwells, where the spirit dwells, because when you die, you go to those spirit realms, and that's when you're present with the Lord. That's what that means. So then Jesus leaves that, and he comes here, and he becomes a stick figure with us. Yeah, and then we kill him. I say we because as a collective, we did it. We are all part of this. We're all part of this same whole, whether you want to be or not. The atoms that make me up are going to be dust in someone's eyes. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be dust and shadows one day, and a memory. And people don't grasp that concept. They want to live on forever. Like Bruce Lee says, live a life worth remembering. Remembering for how long? Mike Tyson said it best, although he was being interviewed by a little kid. Tyson's like, what's the matter about my legacy? I don't give a shit about that. What's the matter? I'll be dead. He said that to a child. And the little girl sitting there going like, okay, yeah, that's very existential and weird. And I didn't need to hear all this from you. And he's just like, I don't give a crap. What's that matter? I'll be dead.
That's why I don't cuss on my content. Just in case. I don't want my grandkids to go, man, great grandpa was a potty mouth, or something like that. So that's what I think leaving a legacy is. Like what your idea.
So legacy is also your children, because that is your DNA that is passed on, because that is you. Right?
Yep.
What do you think? What do you think, Dick, Sailor? What do you think?
100%. Your legacy is your children. Your legacy is what succeeds you.
Yeah.
The arrows in the quiver.
Who was God's legacy?
Jesus.
Exactly.
Kind of what you set or unleash upon the world too, in a way, your children, because everybody else has to put up with them, you until you die, and then the rest of the world.
Yeah, that's why you have to raise them correctly and raise everybody right. That's a problem. People don't do that. They don't. And then they go, well, I couldn't control them. Yeah, you could have, but you didn't. There were so many missed opportunities in time. You could have done so many things. That's why I don't sleep a lot. I just don't, because there's too much going on. When I was a child, my parents told me, you don't ever want to go to sleep. You don't want to take a nap, and you don't want to go to bed because you're too damn afraid you're going to miss something. And I said, you're right. I'm going to miss something. And there's too much to go on and going on that I need to be paying attention to.
Every time I fall asleep, I wake up, something bad's happening. I'm like, dadgummit, won't do that again.
Because you have things you have to do. We all have these things that we have to do. And if we're busy sleeping, he who loves, is a Chinese proverb, he who loves sleep loves life. You know what that means? That means if you're what do you call that? A person that's slothful. They want to sleep. That means you don't love life. You'd rather be asleep. When I was locked up as a child, that's what I did a lot, is sleep, because I didn't love life.
I guess I haven't heard that side of your story, Josh.
But did a lot of crazy, stupid things, and I learned. But
locked up like prison time?
When I was a kid, yeah, I got time when I was a kid. I didn't do it as an adult. No.
Like pre-18.
Yeah,
I got you.
I learned my lesson.
Have you heard anything lately about this is a wild one. I hope this doesn't like hurt your channel. Stuff in the
After
sky,
what I
right?
said tonight, what is the difference?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you're right.
Not
Whatever
too
it is,
worried.
they're spraying graphene, whatever it is, and basically an extension on your own nervous system, and that's how they're going to maybe like kind of do the whole metaverse type.
They want to create transhumanism. They're going to try and make us into these cyborgic, anamorphic, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job too.
I mean, they're walking among us now. Richards, type something on there so Nelly can make you a moderator. Just type something on there.
I can't reach I'm not on the YouTube right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But you can type it tomorrow. We'll get you tomorrow on the.
Yeah, I'll jump in right after the end of the show. Right at the end of the show when you say bye.
So I'm going to go ahead and do that, folks. It's still storming, and I got to get out there and be in it and go to work. I hope that everybody understands. I hope I didn't go too deep. And
Real
not
quick, Wolf, can we get like just three of those books that you mentioned, for people that want to start learning about the stuff that we went over tonight?
Which
like
ones?
a starting point, like the first
the
three.
Talmud, the Tanakh. Just look those up. I mean, and look, it's not. It's if you have to have a strong stomach, if you love Christ, you have to really, really look into these things.
I got two. Talmud, Tanakh. What was the other one?
Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
The Protocols of the you look up that one too. Oh, that's been proven as a fake. No, it hasn't. That's what you say it.
I've never heard of that. What is it?
Yeah, of course, because they say it's a fake. It's not.
What's it called again?
The Protocols of the.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Is it
the learned
Elders
of Zion?
Yeah.
Okay, I might have heard of that actually.
I got a whole library of books that I could tell you guys. I don't really give it all out here, but I got about 200 or 300 books you could read. The 13th Tribe, The Wind of the Khazars, the Holocaust Industry. There is a bazillion of these books that you can read. People that wrote these books. And there's about 140 books that should be in the Bible. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're not all easy to read. Some of them are written in Aramaic, some of them are written in ancient Greek, and some of them are written in Hebrew. And here's another thing too. How did the book of Job predate Genesis? Everybody's just like, oh, like they don't, because everybody's asleep. Everybody's asleep. That's the problem. They don't get it. And then when I start telling people, and it goes back to be, like when I first started doing this, I wanted to know what I saw and I wanted answers. And it was an old preacher who says he used to be a deacon for a church when I was a kid. And, when I was young, I was a teenager. And he says, you need to start looking at the Nephilim. Like, what the heck is that? I knew some of it, but I wasn't real sure. So you have the book of Enoch, which is the Genesis 6, basically the long version. And there are some things in the Quran, too, when it talks about these creatures, the jinn, living a right angle from a right angle. They know. Doesn't mean that they're right about everything, but there's people that are right, broken clocks and all that. I mean, there's,
twice a day.
Yeah.
Enoch explains an awful lot about how the world works too.
It does. It goes a long ways. And he's trying to put it in terms where we can grasp it with our human brains. But
he said, I told you earthly stuff and you don't believe me. Why would I tell you heavenly things?
Heavenly. It doesn't even make a sense to you. You're not going to grasp it. You know what I mean? So hopefully everybody can understand what I'm talking about here. That's why whenever you think about spirits, you think of ghosts, you think of demons, angels, whatever. It's not something to be feared. They're there. They're just there. But it's how you interact and what your connection is to them. That's what matters. Some people put too much reverence into these things, and it becomes a form of idolatry.
Right.
You
I
know,
choose not to. I haven't ever had a ghost experience. I hope I don't. But how do I know that you are who you say you are? You know, I don't know.
test the
That's
spirits.
something that people that listen to these kinds of things really need to remember is we should listen to this, to know our adversary, know what we're up against and what we're dealing with, but ultimately it's to bring glory to the kingdom of God. That's what I tell myself.
He said,
Amen.
"Don't talk to the dead."
No, you're not supposed to. I mean, and that's the thing, like you don't know what they are. That's the problem when you talk to them. You don't know what they are.
Yeah, because they're all liars. They can say
Visiting
whatever they
spirit.
want.
Like Sailor said, have no part in the unfruitful work of the evil one, except
You can
instead
go
expose
into a
them.
ghost, whatever investigation, and you can get responses from entities, but how do you know that they're telling the truth? How do you know what they are? You can't see them. You don't know what that is. It's
Right.
like
One
deep
could
sea
say, I'm
fiction.
a 3-year-old girl, and it's really just this disgusting tentacle monster, like you just said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. I got to run, folks. It's been great. I didn't realize we were going to be on so late tonight. I had planned on getting out early, but now I got to go. I got to go do my job. Thank you to everybody who donated. Sean, Hertel, Keanu, Robert, Ayako, Chiquita Banana, Jim Bob. He says, I just got here, but I must say this channel is amazing. Thank you guys for not choosing words. Thank you, Josh and Josh and fam, mad respect. Love the talks. Christian Wolf says, evening, y'all. Sorry for jumping in late for a show I could catch a lot in a while. Jim Bob, he says, we see all life around us, yet we still refuse to see the living God. Nature is God's gift to us. Stephen Mendez, Goldie Bell, Amy Krill, Blue Lady for the membership, Kevin Murphy, and then Blue Lady for your donation. Thank you, all you guys that donated tonight and helped out. And you really are the life's blood of the show. Keep it going and makes it, I lose money when I do that for these long periods of time, but it's worth it to me because I need to be able to say what I have to say. And as long as people come and they're willing to listen, I'm willing to tell. If
That's
they
why I
want
chose
to,
parody. It's protected to some degree. I can say things that I can't normally say, on those platforms.
We always appreciate your hard work, Wolf, and take your words to heart. Really.
yeah.
Amen, brother.
And I always say, don't take my word for it. Go look it up. Go find what you can. Somebody had said something about they couldn't find the robots from Disney in one of the comments on that particular episode when I was looking into it the other day. That particular those stories, I remember reading them on somewhere, and it might have been somebody had sent me a clip of it on Reddit. So, but Reddit is really the armpit of the internet. I mean,
Cesspool.
you got people that are there that are just absolutely obsessed with me. And the thing is, you can go there and be anonymous and be a big old yellow striped coward and say anything you want about anybody. But a lot of my ops, what they like to do is just to post anonymously. It's like, you don't know who you are. We know who you are, and they're up there saying all kinds of crazy stuff. Why? Why do you want to shut me down? Because you don't believe like me, or because you're of your father, Satan, and you're of the synagogue of Satan. That's exactly why, right there.
I appreciate you having me on, knowing that I've got a different opinion on things.
Maybe one day we'll meet in the middle. We'll see eye to eye, and if we don't, we don't.
There you go. There you go. Like I said, I got no quarrel just because you see, your way. I don't know. That's America in my book. So
that's right. That's what we actually fought for. That's why Memorial Day is very important because it's the remembrance of those who didn't come back.
Amen.
They fought and died. That's what this shirt is actually all about. I was going to explain that because it's the Senate and the people of Rome. And so before there was an emperor, before things got the way they did, the people were what was important. The Republic of Rome was what was important. And that is what our soldiers fought and died for. Whether some of them they ended up dying, I believe, not doing what's correct because it wasn't their fault. Our country has not always been the good guy, and we like to believe that. But it's not the soldiers' fault, and I love them, and I feel like they should be getting the benefits. Instead, we were giving it away to illegals. I think that's wrong.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. And we should take a lesson from Rome. They crumbled because of that. Their soldiers were sleeping in the streets homeless while they let in all of these people from all over the world to work and do stuff, and they were basically a Trojan horse.
Yeah.
And that eventually destroyed them, made them weak, because you had 800 different religions and 900 different races and blah, blah, blah.
Boy, ain't that
People were
happening again.
divided.
I'd love a handout. Sure.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get it because you're a normal American.
I'm not going to get it working either. So I'm all right either way. I'll go outside and eat the weeds.
You got to do what you got to do, man. All right, guys. Thank you for the donation, Tito. He says love and light now and always. Thank you to everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow night. We're going to have the continuation from Joe Stone and what happened to her. She didn't just see a dog man. She had another encounter with something really sinister. And, these things are all connected. It's not a coincidence. And she hasn't told that story to the other channel that's because all they want to do is compartmentalize and divide. And that's not what we do here. We tell the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So thank you to everybody. I guess Abe's on right now. Says see you over at Abe's. Heck yeah, Abe is great.
Yeah,
Go
but,
check him out. I love Abe. He's a brother from another mother.
And
that way.
At a crossroads in my life where he could have been an enemy, he's become one of my greatest allies, and it's because we saw the same. We see the same. You guys are here because we see the same. We may not agree 100%, but we're on the same team, and I got your back.
Right on, appreciate it.
We appreciate you. All right, guys. I'll see you. Good night.
Lord bless you all.
Good night.
Thank you for listening, guys. We'll be back tomorrow night with a continuation with Joe Stone. And then Wednesday, we have a hell of a show planned for you. Come back. I'll be with you guys.